Section 24 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dancing Mania, Appendix 6. Music for the Dance of the Tarantati from Kirche. 1. Primus modus tarantella. Two. Secundus modus. Three. Tertius modus. Four. Antidotum tarantulae. Five.
Stupetto fatto cimballo d'amori, da stilli sensi mobili d'accordi.
Stupetto e fatto cimbolo d'amori, tasti li sensi mobili e accorti, corde le chianti, sospiri e dolori, rose lo core mio ferito a morti, strale lo ferro, chiai sol i miei ardori, marteddo lo pensieri e la mia sorti, mastra è la donna mia ch'a tutti luri, cantando canta letta la mia morti. Some strophes, which are no longer extant, were usually sung between these and the following lines. Allumari mi portati, se voleti che mi sanati, allumari alla via, così m'ama la donna mia. Allumari, allumari, mentre campo taggio amari. 6. Tarantella. Seven. Tono scipodorio. Eight. Alia clausula. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse. Preface. The present work is a continuation of my treatises on collateral subjects, and like them maintains the opinion that great epidemics are epochs of development wherein the mental energies of mankind are exerted in every direction. The history of the world bears indisputable testimony to this fact. The tendencies of the mind, the turn of thought of whole ages, have frequently depended on prevailing diseases. For nothing exercises a more potent influence over man, either in disposing him to calmness and submission, or in kindling in him the wildest passions, than the proximity of inevitable and universal danger. Often have infatuation and fanaticism, hatred and revenge, engendered by an overwhelming fear of death, spread fire and flames throughout the world. Famine and diseases, among which may be instanced the fiery plague of St. Anthony, were no less powerful in calling forth the chivalrous spirit of the Crusades than the enthusiastic eloquence of Peter the Hermit. The Black Death brought thousands to the stake, and aroused the fearful penances of the flagellants, while the Oriental leprosy cast a gloomy shade over society throughout the whole course of the Middle Ages. With all such commotions, the most striking events of the world are in intimate relation, and unquestionably amid the changing forms of existence in the human race, more has always depended on the prevailing tone of thought than on the rude powers by which those events were produced. The historian, therefore, who would investigate the hidden influence of mind, cannot dispense with medical research. The facts themselves convince him of the organic union of the corporeal and the spiritual in all human affairs, and consequently of the innate vital connection of all human knowledge. Hence, in a medical point of view, how vast is the field for observation presented by the history of popular diseases. Present bodily sufferings are collectively but a step in the development, but one phase of morbid life amid a long series of phenomena, and hence are not fully understood without a previous knowledge of the past and historical research. How can we recognize the ring of Saturn as such, so long as our axis of vision is in its plane, and we see it only as a line? Great pestilences have vanished or been dispersed. From causes apparently the most insignificant, the most important consequences have resulted, and throughout the vicissitudes of danger and devastation, the operations of mighty laws of nature are everywhere manifested in the social tendencies of entire centuries. This is no aerial realm of transitory conjectures. Facts themselves speak in 1,000 reminiscences. If we do but investigate the past with unprejudiced assiduity, if we do but consider even the few successful researches which have hitherto been made in historical pathology, perhaps those who are kindly disposed will recognize even mine, we shall not fail to arrive at a center of reality, which the healing art, to its great detriment, has hitherto been far from reaching, whilst it has occasionally penetrated into a less fertile soil, or even encumbered itself with the accumulated rubbish of the pedantic dogmas of the schools. The state which founds its legislation on a knowledge of realities, which expects from the physical sciences information respecting human life collectively, considered in all its relations, has a right to demand from its physicians a general insight into the nature and causes of popular diseases. Such an insight, however, as is worthy the dignity of a science, cannot be obtained by the observation of isolated epidemics, because nature never in any one of them displays herself in all her bearings, nor brings into action at one time more than a few of the laws of general disease. One generation, however rich it may be in stores of important knowledge, is never adequate to establish on the foundation of actually observed phenomena a doctrine of popular diseases worthy of the name. The experience of all ages is the source whence we must in this case draw, and medical investigation is the only road which leads to this source, unless indeed we would be unprepared to meet new epidemics, and would maintain the unfounded opinion that medical science as it now exists is the full result of all preceding efforts. An insight not only into general visitations of disease, which in the course of ages have appeared in diverse forms, but also into every single disease, whether it occurs in intimate connection with others or not, is rendered more distinct by a knowledge of the contemporary circumstances which attend its development. I would fain hope, therefore, that the future research and diligence of physicians devoted to the pursuit of truth and science will be more generally directed to historical investigation, and that universities and academies will concede to it that prominent place which, from its high importance as an extensive branch of natural philosophy, it justly demands. Whether the following inquiry into one of the most remarkable diseases on record corresponds with these views, I must leave my readers to judge. The historian will discern what social feelings are produced among nations by great events, and to the physician a picture of suffering will be unveiled to which the diseases of the present time afford no parallel. I have throughout kept in view the spirit and the dignity of the 16th century, which was as remarkable for military triumphs as for tragic events. And I look with confidence for the same indulgence and goodwill now, which, through the kindness of friends, I have already enjoyed both at home and abroad, in a higher degree than my sincere gratitude can find words to express. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 1, The First Visitation of the Disease, 1485. Sound drums and trumpets, boldly and cheerfully, God and St. George, Richmond and victory. Shakespeare. Section 1. Eruption. After the fate of England had been decided by the Battle of Bosworth on the 22nd of August, 1485, the joy of the nation was clouded by a mortal disease which thinned the ranks of the warriors, and following in the rear of Henry's victorious army, spread in a few weeks from the distant mountains of Wales to the metropolis of the empire. It was a violent inflammatory fever, which after a short rigor prostrated the powers as with a blow, and amidst painful oppression at the stomach, headache, and lethargic stupor, suffused the whole body with a fetid perspiration. All this took place in the course of a few hours, and the crisis was always over within the space of a day and night. The internal heat which the patient suffered was intolerable, yet every refrigerant was certain death. The people were seized with consternation when they saw that scarcely 1 in 100 escaped, and their first impression was that a reign commencing with such horrors would doubtless prove most inauspicious. At first the new foe was scarcely heeded. Citizens and peasants went in joyful processions to meet the victorious army. Henry's march from Bosworth towards London resembled a triumph, which was everywhere celebrated by festivals. For the nation, after its many years of civil war, looked forward to happier days than they had enjoyed under the bloodthirsty Richard. Very shortly, however, after the king's entry into the capital on the 28th of August, the Sweatyng Sicknesse, as the disease was called, began to spread its ravages among the densely peopled streets of the city. 2 Lord Mayors and 6 aldermen died within 1 week, having scarcely laid aside their festive robes. Many who had been in perfect health at night were on the following morning numbered among the dead. The disease for the most part marked for its victims robust and vigorous men, and as many noble families lost their chiefs, extensive commercial houses their principals, and wards their guardians, the festivities were soon converted into grief and mourning. The coronation of the king, which was expected to overcome the scruples that many entertained of his right to the throne, was of necessity postponed in this general distress, and the disease in the meantime spread without interruption and over the whole kingdom from east to west. It is agreed that the pestilence did not commence till the very beginning of August 1485, and was in obvious connection with the circumstances of the times. To return to their native country had long been the ardent desire of the Earl of Richmond and his faithful followers. At the age of 15, 1471, having escaped the vengeance of the House of York and the assassins of Edward, he was overtaken by a storm and fell into the hands of Francis II, Duke of Bretagne, who long detained him prisoner, but on the death of Edward in 1483 supplied him with means to enforce his claims to the English throne as the last descendant of the House of Lancaster. This first undertaking miscarried. A storm drove back the bold adventurer to Dieppe, and compelled him once more to throw himself with his 500 English followers on the hospitality of Duke Francis. Richard's influence with the Duke, however, rendered his stay there somewhat dangerous. Richmond withdrew privately and endeavored to gain over to his cause Charles VIII, who was yet a minor. A small subsidy of French troops, some pieces of artillery, and an adequate supply of money were finally granted to his repeated solicitations. This little band was quickly augmented by 2,000 men, who were all embarked, and on the 25th of July, 1485, they weighed anchor at Havre, and 7 days later the standard of Richmond was raised at Milford Haven. They landed at the village of Dale, on the west side of the harbor, and on the evening of their arrival, or very early on the following morning, Richmond hastened to Haverfordwest, where no messenger had yet announced the renewal of the Civil War. It appears that he reached Cardigan, on the northern shore, on the 3rd of August, and for the first time granted to his small but increasing army the repose of an encampment. After a short halt, he set forward with confidence, crossed the Severn at Shrewsbury, turned from thence to Newport and Stafford, and pitched his camp at Lichfield, probably before the 18th of August. The distance to this place from Milford Haven is 170 miles, and the road leads over wooded mountains and cultivated fields, without touching upon any swampy lands. Lichfield, however, lies low, and it was here that the army encamped in a damp condition till it broke up for the neighboring field of Bosworth. Thither Richmond, with scarcely 5,000 men, and having his right wing covered by a morass, went to meet his deadly foe, whose army doubled his own. The combat was at first furious, but in 2 hours Lord Stanley crowned the conqueror with Richard's diadem. All these events so rapidly succeeded each other in the course of 3 weeks that the knights and soldiers of Richmond, more and more excited every day by fear and hope, were scarcely equal to such exertions. Yet the very rapidity of the movements of the army was the cause why the disease could not spread so quickly, nor obstruct the final decision of Bosworth, although the report of it had already, before this event, spread universal terror, so that Lord Stanley, when authoritatively summoned by Richard to repair to his standard, sought to gain time, and by way of excuse alleged the prevalence of the new disease. After the victory of Bosworth, King Henry remained 2 days at Leicester, and then without further delay hastened to London, which he reached in less than 4 days, unaccompanied by military parade, and attended only by a select body of followers. The remainder of his army, which stood greatly in need of repose after its severe toils, were not in a condition for marching. They therefore halted in the neighboring towns, and were probably disbanded, according to the custom of the age. The Sweatyng Sicknesse is said not to have made its appearance in London till the 21st of September. But historians have most likely intended by that day to mark the commencement of its virulence, which continued to the end of the following month, and lasted therefore in all about 5 weeks. During this short period, a large portion of the population fell victims to the new epidemic, and the lamentation was without bounds so long as the people were ignorant that this fearful disease, unable to establish its dominion, would only pass through the country like a flash of lightning, and then again give place to the active intercourse of society and the cheering hope of life. There was no security against the second attack, for many who had recovered were seized by it with equal violence a second and sometimes a third time, so that they had not even the slender consolation enjoyed by sufferers in the plague and smallpox of entire immunity after having once surmounted the danger. Thus, by the end of the year, the disease had spread over the whole of England, and visited every place with the same severity as the metropolis. Many persons of rank, of the ecclesiastical and the civil classes, became its victims, and great was the consternation when, in the month of August, it broke out in Oxford. Professors and students fled in all directions, but death overtook many of them, and this celebrated university was deserted for 6 weeks. 3 months later it appeared at Croyland, and on the 14th of November carried off Lambert Fosdike, abbot of the monastery. No authentic accounts from other quarters have been handed down to our times, but we may infer from the general grief and anxiety which prevailed that the loss of human life was very considerable. Section 2. The Physicians. The physicians could do little or nothing for the people in this extremity. They are nowhere alluded to throughout this epidemic, and even those who might have come forward to succor their fellow citizens had fallen into the errors of Galen, and their dialectic minds sank under this appalling phenomenon. This holds good even for the famous Thomas Linacre, subsequently physician in ordinary to 2 monarchs, and founder of the College of Physicians in 1518. In the prime of his youth he had been an eyewitness of the events at Oxford, and survived even the second and third eruption of the Sweatyng Sicknesse. But in none of his writings do we find a single word respecting this disease, which is of such permanent importance. In fact, the restorers of the medical science of ancient Greece, who were followed by all the most enlightened men in Europe, with the single exception of Linacre, occupied themselves rather with the ancient terms of art than with actual observation, and in their critical researches overlooked the important events that were passing before their eyes. This reminds us of the later Greek physicians, who for 400 years paid no attention to the smallpox, because they could find no description of it in the immortal works of Galen. No resource was therefore left to the terrified people of England but their own good sense, and this led them to the adoption of a plan of treatment than which no physician in the world could have given them a better, namely, not to resort to any violent medicines, but to apply moderate heat, to abstain from food, taking only a small quantity of mild drink, and quietly to wait for 24 hours the crisis of this formidable malady. Those who were attacked during the day, in order to avoid any chill, immediately went to bed in their clothes, and those who sickened by night did not rise from their beds in the morning, while all carefully avoided exposing to the air even a hand or foot. Thus they anxiously guarded against heat or cold, so as not to excite perspiration by the former, nor to check it by the latter, for they well knew that either was certain death. The report of the infallibility of this method soon spread over the whole kingdom, and thus towards the commencement of 1486 many were rescued from death. On New Year's Day a violent tempest arose in the south-east, and by purifying the atmosphere relieved the oppression under which the people labored, and thus, to the joy of the whole nation, the epidemic was swept away without leaving a trace behind. Section 3. Causes. It was thought remarkable, even at that time, that the Sweatyng Sicknesse did not extend beyond the limits of England, and that remaining the unenviable property of that nation, it did not even spread to Scotland, Ireland, or Calais, which belonged to Britain. Much doubtless was owing to the peculiarity of the climate, more still to atmospherical changes, and something also to the habits of the people and the circumstances of the times. It plainly appeared in the sequel that the English Sweatyng Sicknesse was the spirit of the mist, which hovered amid the dark clouds. Even in ordinary years, the atmosphere of England is loaded with these clouds during considerable periods, and in damp seasons they would prove the more injurious to health, as the English of those times were not accustomed to cleanliness, moderation in their diet, or even comfortable refinements. Gluttony was common among the nobility as well as among the lower classes. All were immoderately addicted to drinking, and the manners of the age sanctioned the success at their banquets and their festivities. If we consider that the disease mostly attacked strong and robust men, that portion of the people who abandoned themselves without restraint to all the pleasures of the table, while women, old men, and children almost entirely escaped, it is obvious that a gross indulgence of the appetite must have had a considerable share in the production of this unparalleled plague. To this may be added the humidity of the year 1485, which is represented by most chronicles as very remarkable. Throughout the whole of Europe the rain fell in torrents, and inundations were frequent. Damp weather is not prejudicial to health if it be merely temporary, but if the rain be excessive for a series of years, so that the ground is completely saturated and the mists attract baneful exhalations out of the earth, men must necessarily suffer from the noxious state of the soil and atmosphere. Under these circumstances, epidemics must inevitably follow. The 5 preceding years had been unusually wet. 1485 proved equally so. The last hot and droughty summer was that of 1479. Extensive inundations of the Tiber, the Po, the Danube, the Rhine, and most of the other great rivers took place in 1480, and were attended with the usual consequences, the deterioration of the air, misery, and disease. The greatest inundation ever remembered in England was that of the Severn, in October 1483. It was long afterwards called the Duke of Buckingham's Great Water, because it frustrated the rebellion of this powerful subject against Richard III, whom he had been instrumental in placing upon the throne, and consequently defeated also the first enterprise of Henry VII. It lasted full 10 days, and the tremendous ravages occasioned by the overwhelming torrent dwelt long in the memory of the people. Section 4. Other Epidemics. During the whole of this period, the nations of Europe were visited with various and destructive plagues. In 1477, the bubo plague broke out in Italy, and raged without interruption till 1485. It was accompanied by striking natural phenomena, among which we may reckon an enormous flight of locusts in 1478 and 1482, and remarkable intercurrent diseases such as inflammatory pain in the side throughout the whole of Italy in 1482. In Switzerland and southern Germany, malignant epidemics appeared in the train of drought and famine in 1480 and 1481, while putrid fever accompanied by phrenites prevailed in Westphalia, Hesse, and Friesland. There had never been in the memory of the inhabitants of these districts so many ignes fatui as during this period. There, too, the people suffered from the failure of the harvest, so that it was necessary to obtain supplies from Thuringen. France, where under the fearful reign of Louis XI oppression and misery seemed to mock the gifts of heaven, became in 1482, after a 2 years' scarcity, the scene of a devastating plague. It was an inflammatory fever with delirium, accompanied by such intense pain in the head that many dashed out their brains against the wall or rushed into the water, while others, after incessantly running to and fro, died in a state of the greatest agony. According to the notion of the age, this disease was attributed to astral influences, for it could not have been brought on only by famine, which left to the poor peasantry south of the Loire nothing but the roots of wild herbs to support their miserable existence, since the higher classes were also frequently attacked. This fever was without doubt accompanied by inflammation of the meninges, or even of the brain itself, and was perhaps identical with that which at the same time period desolated the northwest of Germany as far as the shores of the North Sea, only that it was heightened by the greater natural vivacity and miserable situation of the French people, who were kept in a state of perpetual dread by the cruel executions of Louis. This pestilence occasioned the king to follow the advice of his morose physician in ordinary, and to keep himself closely confined within the town of Plessis-les-Tours. It was prohibited under a heavy penalty to speak in his presence of death, which was carrying off its victims in all directions, and 40 crossbowmen kept guard in the fosse of the castle to put to death every living thing which might approach. 2 years after, in 1484, virulent diseases again visited Germany and Switzerland, and thus it seemed as if the nations were everywhere threatened with death and destruction. Section 5. Richmond's Army. From these data, which might easily be extended, it is evident that the Sweatyng Sicknesse of 1485 did not make its appearance without great and general premissory events, which for a series of years imparted to the people of England a susceptibility to dangerous and unusual diseases. If besides this we take into account the gloomy temperament of the English, and the general depression of their spirits in consequence of the sanguinary wars of the Red and White Roses, a series of events which seems to have shaken their faith in an overruling providence, we may readily conceive that it would require but a very slight impulse to excite a powerful commotion in the mysterious mechanism of the human body. This impulse was evidently given by the landing of Richmond's army in the very year when great and portentous evils were anticipated. For on the 16th of March, the same day when Queen Anne, the unfortunate wife of Richard III, expired, a total eclipse of the sun enveloped all Europe in darkness, and gave rise to gloomy prognostications. Even under ordinary circumstances, wars beget pestilential disorders. How much more inevitably must these have arisen in the then existing state of affairs? Richmond's army consisted not of brave men animated by zeal to avenge their dishonored country or to serve a good cause. It was composed of wandering freebooters, vile Landsknechte, as they were called in Germany, who assembled under his banner at Havre, sharpshooters formed under Louis XI, who recklessly pillaged Normandy, and whom Charles VIII gladly made over to Henry, in order to free his own peaceful territories from so great a scourge. This army may not have been worse than others of the same period, but cooped up as they were for a whole week in dirty ships, they doubtless carried about with them all the material for germinating the seeds of a pestilential disorder, which broke out soon after on the banks of the Severn and in the camp at Lichfield. Section 6. Nature of the Sweatyng Sicknesse. Preliminary investigation. Before we proceed further, some account is here required of the nature of this disease. It was an inflammatory rheumatic fever with great disorder of the nervous system. This assumption is supported by the manner of its origin and its especial characteristic of being accompanied by profuse and injurious perspiration. From the judgment that we are now capable of forming of the pernicious influences which prevailed in the year 1485, it may without hesitation be admitted that the humidity of that and of the preceding years affected the functions of the lungs and of the skin, and disturbed the relation of this very important tissue to the internal organs of life. This is the usual commencement of rheumatic fevers, which bear the same relation to the Sweatyng sickness as slight symptoms bear to severe ones of the same kind. The predominance of affections of the brain and of the nerves, however, gave to the English epidemic a peculiar character. The functions of the 8th pair of nerves were violently disordered in this disease, as was shown by oppressed respiration and extreme anxiety with nausea and vomiting, symptoms to which the moderns attach much importance. The stupor and profound lethargy showed that there was injury of the brain, to which in all probability was added a stagnation of black blood in the torpid veins. We must also take into the account a previous corruption and decomposition of the blood, which, even if we should be disinclined to infer their existence from offensive perspiration of the disease itself, were proved by striking phenomena of a similar nature that occurred in Central Europe about the same time. For the scurvy prevailed as an epidemic, more especially in Germany, in the year 1486, and with such severe and unusual symptoms that people were inclined to regard it as a totally new malady. Now, such is the vital connection of different functions that every impediment to respiration, whether in consequence of pressure from without, or through spasm and irritation of the nerves from within, or even from a morbid condition of the circulating fluid, infallibly calls forth the compensating activity of the skin, and the body becomes suffused with an alleviating perspiration. Thus it plainly appears that the profuse perspiration in the disease of which we are treating, notwithstanding its apparently injurious tendency, was the result of a commotion excited on the part of the lungs, which was critical with respect to the disease itself. And this is in accordance with all the causes of which we still have any knowledge. Noxious and even stinking fogs penetrated into the organs of respiration, and as the blood was thus so much affected in its composition and its vitality that its corrupt state was only to be obviated by profuse perspiration, the inevitable consequence was an interference with the extensive function of the eighth pair of nerves, which interference, as later writers relate, extended in many cases to the spinal marrow and brought on violent convulsions. We have here only one essential cause out of many for this gigantic disease, and one, too, which accounts for its advance and spread. It is highly probable, for the reasons stated, and as according with all human experience, that it first broke out in the army of Henry VII, and beyond all doubt that it spread from west to east, and afterwards in a retrograde course from east to west. With a perfectly equable operation of the predisposing causes from which the disease ought indubitably to have broken out all over England at the same time, had the condition of the atmosphere been its sole occasion, we must additionally presume a special cause for its progress through towns and villages. This, according to all appearance, was to be found in the air, impregnated with foul odors, which surrounded the sick and abounded in the tents and dwellings in which Henry VII's soldiers, after various privations and hard service, amid storms and rain, were closely crowded together. Of both causes, modern observation furnishes analogous examples. Intermittent fevers spread more easily in air which is contaminated by sick people, and bands of soldiers, themselves in perfect health, have not unfrequently conveyed camp fever to remote places. It signifies very little by what expressions of the schools these occurrences are designated. It is best perhaps to abstain from them altogether, for they are all inadequate and occasion misconceptions. Contemporaries, however, were certainly justified in not admitting the notion of contagion in the same sense as when the term is applied to the plague with which they were well acquainted. For very frequently cases which were not to be explained on the principle of contagion communicated by persons diseased occurred among people of rank, and manifestly arose independently of the usual causes. In these cases the fear of death, which everywhere was the harbinger of the disease, and threw the nerves of the chest into spasmodic commotion, gave an impulse to the malady for which the quality of the atmosphere and luxury had long made preparation. Had this view of contemporaries been even less impartial than it really was, it would have found the most striking confirmation in the sudden cessation of the pestilence throughout the whole country. For the destructive spirits of air, which would not have been discerned even by the proud naturalists of the 19th century, dispersed and vanished for half an age in the fury of the tempest which raged on the 1st of January 1486. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 2, The Second Visitation of the Disease, 1506. The times were rough and full of mutations and rare incidents. Bacon. Section 1. Mercenary Troops. At the commencement of the 16th century, society was very differently constituted from what it was at the period when Henry VII unfurled his banner for victory. The darkness of the Middle Ages had receded as at the approach of a sun still hidden behind a cloud. The mind unconsciously expanded in the unwonted light of day. The whole earth was on the eve of renovation. New energies were to be called into action. Events more stupendous had never occurred, nor had more creative ideas ever aroused the spirit of man. The invention of Gutenberg burst through the bonds of mental darkness and gave to freedom of thought imperishable wings. Unsuspected powers successively developed themselves, and while in Western Europe an ardent desire arose boldly to overstep the ancient limits of human activity, the hopes of the more enlightened fell far short of the actual result of such unexpected events. The discovery of the New World and the circumnavigation of Africa laid the foundation for great improvements. Yet the events in Central Europe, though less striking to contemporaries, were in their consequences infinitely more important and beneficial. The establishment of civil order among all the nations of the West took place at this period, which forms so important a boundary between the Middle Ages and modern times. Regal power was fixed on a firm basis, and when the castles had fallen before the artillery of the princes and imperial cities, so that the petty feudal barons were compelled to swear obedience to the laws, an end was put to the incessant predatory feuds which had so long desolated Europe, and the establishment of internal peace was followed by the security of life and property, the first essential of refinement in manners and of the free development of human society. This great result of a concatenation of circumstances was not, however, brought about without violent struggles and innovations, the effects of which were felt for centuries. But it was probably the establishment of standing armies which had the greatest influence on European civilization. They became indeed the pillars of civil order, but having proceeded immediately from the pernicious mercenary system, they long nourished the seeds of unrestrained depravity, and transmitted to later generations the corruptions of the Middle Ages. The Lanzknechts, Landsknechte of the Emperor, and the mercenaries of the kings of France and England, who during the war had joined the smaller branches of the standing army, were homeless adventurers from every country in Europe, and were allured not by military ambition, but solely by the prospect of booty. In whatever country the drum beat to arms, they flocked together like swarms of locusts, no one knew from whence, and defying the feeble restraints of military discipline, indulged during the continuance of the war in all the unbridled license of a predatory life. Hence the unbounded barbarity of their mode of warfare, which was restrained only by the individual exertions of more humane commanders. There was, however, a decided contrariety between this system and the moral condition of the people of Western Europe, a contrariety which was never entirely removed by the subsequent introduction of a more strict military discipline, and which has been done away only in modern times by the establishment of regular armies and a system more congenial to the feelings of the people. Hence the consequences were the more pernicious, for when the armies were disbanded on the conclusion of peace, the Landsknechts dispersed in all directions. not to follow the plough again or to resume their former occupations, but to pass their time in idleness and dissipation if enriched by booty, and if reduced to poverty by intemperance and gambling, to infest the country as mendicants or robbers, till a new war again summoned them from their dishonorable mode of life. Probably but very few were ever able to rise from such deep degradation, and many fell early victims to their vices, while the infection of their example brought fresh accessions from every town and village to the mercenary legions. Section 2. New Circumstances. It is evident that in such a condition of affairs, the effect which the plague produced on civil society must have been different from that of former times. Pernicious influences which during the Middle Ages had endangered the health of the inhabitants of towns, and had often rendered disorders naturally slight, in the highest degree malignant, were forever removed. Under this head may be mentioned more particularly the ill-contrived construction of the houses and streets, which even yet in large cities destroys the comfort of the inhabitants of whole districts, and those not of the poorest class only. As people acquired confidence in the security of peace, it ceased to be necessary to protect every town by fortifications. The walls were thrown down, the stagnant moats were filled up, and as people were no longer limited to a narrow space, they built more convenient houses in airy streets. The dark alleys and damp dwellings underground were gradually abandoned, and a more comfortable mode of living superseded the former misery. By this means the mortality was considerably diminished, and the power of epidemics was checked. Nor can it be doubted that the better administration of the laws greatly obviated the dissolution of social ties in times of plague, and the effects of superstition and religious animosity, which had formerly been so frightful. These inestimable national improvements, however, took place but gradually, and were not a little retarded for a time by the new evil of the employment of mercenaries. For as the germs of vice were scattered in all directions by the wandering lansquenets, so also the infection of noxious diseases found easier entrance into the towns and villages through the medium of this dissolute and widely spread class of men. The lansquenets of the 16th century, as spreaders of contagion, supplied the place of the former Romish pilgrims and flagellants. They even proved a more permanent scourge than those wanderers of the Middle Ages, who only made their appearance on extraordinary occasions. We need here only call to mind the malignant and beyond measure noisome Louis, which at the end of the 15th century spread with the rapidity of lightning over all Europe. It was not an importation from the innocent inhabitants of the New World, nor was it bred by the ill-treated Marani, the victims of the Spanish Inquisition. It was the mercenary army of Charles VIII in Naples, 1495, whose excesses gave to the already existing poison a malignity till then unknown, and prepared for the deeply rooted depravity a scourge at which all the world shuddered with horror. It is, moreover, in place here to observe that in the larger armies which the new military system now brought into the field, the ordinary camp diseases, to which another very fatal one was added, were of course much more extensively propagated than in the less numerous forces of preceding centuries, and consequently that the peaceful inhabitants of the towns and of the country at large were thereby exposed to much danger. Section 3. Sweatyng Sicknesse. Meantime, Europe was frequently and very severely visited by the epidemics of the Middle Ages, the terrors of the constantly recurring plague being borne with gloomy resignation to the inevitable evil with which, as a merited chastisement, the anger of God, according to the notion of the times, afflicted the human race. Even the English were not exempt from this fearful visitation, which in the year 1499 carried off 30,000 people in London alone, so that the king found it advisable to retire with all his court to Calais. Thus the recollection of the Sweatyng Sicknesse of 1485 was gradually obliterated, no one thought of its possible return, and all the world was occupied with other matters when the old enemy unexpectedly again raised his head in the summer of 1506 and scared away this comfortable state of false security. The renewed eruption of the epidemic was not on this occasion connected with any important occurrence, so that contemporaries have not even mentioned the month in which it began to rage. Towards the autumn it had again disappeared, and as no new symptoms were added to the disease, the form of which was identified by reference to the old descriptions, it was immediately treated by the same means, the efficacy of which those who had witnessed the epidemic of 1485 lauded with so much reason. Every exposure to heat or cold was at that time avoided, and the malignant fever was left to the curative powers of nature, the patient being kept moderately warm in bed, and no powerful medicines being administered. The result was beyond all expectation favorable, for in few houses did any fatal cases occur. The victory over this dreaded enemy was now, by a pardonable error, attributed more to human skill than to the mildness of the malady on this occasion, which even under a less judicious treatment of the sick would certainly not have been marked by any considerable degree of severity. The disease broke out in London, but whether it penetrated to the West or not, contemporary writers, being soon convinced of its slight character, have left us no intelligence. However widely it may have spread, it certainly was confined to England, and nowhere occasioned any great mortality. Section 4. Accompanying Phenomena. As the epidemic was on this occasion so very mild, it was not accompanied by any remarkable phenomena in England, but the case was otherwise in the rest of Europe, as will be proved by the following details. After a wet summer, in the year 1505, a severe winter set in. Comets were seen in this as in the following year. An eruption of Vesuvius also took place in 1506, which may be mentioned, although it is well established that volcanic commotions are to be taken into account only in great pestilences, not in less extensive epidemics. In England there blew a violent storm from the southwest, from the 15th till the 26th of January 1506, which drove the King of Castile, Philip of Austria, with his consort Johanna, from the Netherlands to Weymouth. And as some days before, a golden eagle falling from St. Paul's Church in London had crushed a black eagle which ornamented some lower building, evil predictions were promulgated among the people respecting the fate of this son of the emperor. This event, however, could not be considered as at all connected with the pestilence which broke out about half a year afterwards. More consideration is due to the gloom and anxiety which at that time depressed the spirit of the English nation. The reckless avarice of Henry VII, named the English Solomon, gave just ground for doubts regarding the security of property, and the pious foundations, those accustomed means of softening the dreaded wrath of heaven, which the king, who became gradually more and more broken down by disease, established, could not efface the recollection of the arbitrary violence and extortions of his corrupt servants. Although these extortions principally affected the wealthy nobility, who were much in need of restraint, yet dark mistrust was general, and all cheerfulness was banished from the minds of the people. This state of feeling might have been favorable to the propagation of the returning disease, but the genius of the year 1506 would not suffer it to be more than a slight and transient reminiscence of a mystically hidden danger, the import of which was not apparent to any medical inquirer of the 16th century. Section 5. Petechial fever in Italy, 1505. Thus, if we paid attention, as usual, only to the palpable occurrences which take place on the earth and beneath its surface, the Sweatyng Sicknesse of the above-mentioned year might appear to be unconnected with more considerable commotions of organic life. The powers of nature, however, are in their operations too subtle to be comprehended by our dull senses and by the coarse mechanism of our organs. Nay, precisely at a time when neither the one nor the other indicate any alteration around us, those operations bring to light the most extraordinary phenomena in the human frame, that most sensitive index of secret influences on life. This observation was fully confirmed at the time of the first return of the sweating fever. For whilst this disease remained confined to England, there appeared in the southern and central parts of Europe a new and fatal epidemic, which thenceforth visited these nations almost continually with intense malignity. This was the petechial fever, a disease unknown to the older physicians, which was first observed in 1490 in Granada, where it threatened to annihilate the army of Ferdinand the Catholic and made great havoc also among the Saracens. The bubo plague had immediately preceded it, 1483, 1485, 1486, 1488, 1489, and 1490, and it may with no small probability be assumed that the petechial fever had resulted from this as a peculiar variety, since in other countries also, 15 years later, the bubo plague degenerated in various ways, and examples are not wanting in which particular forms or constituent parts of great epidemics thus branch off from them, and in the same manner as under favorable circumstances these will combine together, and united into one destructive whole, multiply the sources of danger. Yet some contemporaries were of opinion that the petechial fever had been brought over to Granada by Venetian mercenaries from Cyprus, where they had fought against the Turks, and where this disorder was said to have been indigenous. Notwithstanding some good works already existing, this matter has need of a more thorough examination, which might bring to light important and instructive results respecting the rise and spread of the petechial fever, and especially respecting its relation to other plagues. Whatever may be held with regard to the true origin of this fever, thus much is established that it was at first an independent European disease, and that at the commencement, having occupied the southern part of this quarter of the world, it then became connected, in a manner as extraordinary as it was worthy of observation, with the Sweatyng Sicknesse of the north, since the nearly simultaneous eruption of the sweating fever in England with the great epidemic petechial fever in the year 1505 may be justly attributed to an influence common to both, although unquestionably of greater power in the latter. The epidemic petechial fever of which we are now treating prevailed principally in Italy, and is described by Fracastoro as the first plague of this kind which ever appeared in that country. Of this new disease, which was placed by this great physician midway between the bubo plague and the non-pestilential fever, the contagious quality showed itself from the beginning. Yet it was plainly perceived that the contagion did not take effect so quickly as in the bubo plague, that it was not conveyed so easily by means of clothing and other articles, and that physicians and attendants on the sick were the only persons who incurred much danger of infection. The fever began insidiously and with very slight symptoms, so that the sick in general did not so much as seek medical aid. Many persons, and even physicians among the number, suffered themselves to be deceived by this circumstance, and thus, not being aware of the danger, they hoped to effect an easy cure, and were not a little astonished at the sudden development of malignant phenomena. The heat was inconsiderable in proportion to the fever, yet those affected felt a certain inward indisposition, a general depression of all the vital powers, and a weariness as if after great exertion. They lay upon their backs with an oppressed brain, their senses were blunted, and in most cases delirium and gloomy muttering with bloodshot eyes commenced from the 4th to the 7th day. The urine was usually clear and copious at the beginning. It then became red and turbid, or resembling pomegranate wine, granate wine. The pulse was slow and small, the evacuations putrid and offensive, and either on the 4th or 7th day red or purple spots, like flea bites, or larger, or resembling lentils, lenticulae, which also gave a name to the disorder, broke out on the arms, the back, and the breast. There was either no thirst at all, or very little. The tongue was loaded, and in many cases a lethargic state came on. Others, on the contrary, suffered from sleeplessness, or from both these symptoms alternately. The disease reached its height on the 7th or on the 14th day, and in some cases still later. In many there existed a retention of urine with very unfavorable prognosis. Women seldom died of this fever, elderly people still more rarely, and Jews scarcely ever. Young people, on the other hand, and children died in great numbers, and especially from among the higher ranks, while the plague, on the contrary, used generally to commit its ravages only among the poorer classes. An inordinate loss of power in the commencement betokened death, as also a too violent effect from mild aperient means, and a failure in alleviation after a complete crisis. Patients were seen to die who had lost to the extent of 3 pounds of blood from the nose. It was also a very bad sign when the spots disappeared or broke out tardily, or were of a blackish-blue color. Phenomena of an opposite character, on the contrary, afforded hope of recovery. The best physicians were agreed on the importance of the petechiae as an indication of the nature of the crisis. For those cases in which they were abundant and of a good quality were cured much more easily than those in which the eruption was suppressed. An abundant perspiration also was particularly conducive to recovery, whereas all other evacuations, especially a flux from the bowels, proved to be injurious and even fatal. If we keep these phenomena in view, and consider, moreover, that in the widely extending luis venerea of those times cutaneous eruptions predominated over the other symptoms, the English sweating sickness in the north of Europe will appear as in connection with this circumstance of a very important character, and the supposition that the morbid activity of the system during the whole of this age maintained a decided determination to the skin may thence be fairly considered as something more than a mere conjecture. This fact speaks for itself, but the causes of this altered temperament of the body it is not an easy matter to discover. Fracastoro, who knew much better than his modern followers how to manage his sagacious doctrine of contagion, looked for these causes in the quality of the air, which was manifest by much more evident phenomena in the epidemic petechial fever of 1528 than in that of 1505, and he traced an active connection between this quality, which he called infection of the atmosphere, and the condition of the blood, thus indicating unknown influences by an obscure notion. He considered the altered quality of the blood, according to the established views of that period, which the petechial spotted fevers seemed clearly to confirm, as a putrefaction, and he even assumed that in the non-epidemic petechial fevers, which from the year 1505 forward frequently occurred, isolated causes might have given rise to changes in the blood, as well as that quality of the air, to which this great physician attributed the general and continued alterations which take place in the nature of diseases. The petechial fever made the same impression on the physicians of Italy as new disorders have ever made, for although they were the best in Europe, their view was bounded by the horizon of Galen, within the limits of which the novel phenomenon was not to be found. They were therefore soon perplexed, and whilst they sought to entrammel the dreaded enemy with scholastic doctrines of repletion and acrimony and occult qualities, and betook themselves first to one remedy and then to another, they exposed themselves to the derision of the people, who soon perceived their disagreement and indecision, and, as usual, charged on the whole medical profession the well-merited blame of individuals. Section 6. Other diseases. About the same period, in October 1505, A very fatal disease broke out in Lisbon, the further progress of which was marked by the terror, the flight, and the confusion of the inhabitants. Of what kind it was, whether a petechial fever or a bubo plague, and what connection it had with the pestilence in Spain which had just preceded it, it would perhaps be difficult now to ascertain. The latter pestilence had spread from Seville following an earthquake and violent storms of wind and rain in 1504, and may very likely have been a bubo plague. Similar notices are met with of pestilences occurring in that country in 1506, the year of the English Sweatyng Sicknesse, in 1507 and 1508, in which year mention is made of swarms of locusts in the neighborhood of Seville, and finally in 1510, the year of a great influenza, and 1515. Exact descriptions, however, of these disorders are entirely wanting. With all the above phenomena, the epidemics which took place in Germany and France at the commencement of the 16th century evidently unite to form a connected whole. Varying in intensity and extent, they continued without intermission for full 5 years, and moreover were accompanied by unusual circumstances, such as occur only in the time of great pestilences. The century was ushered in by the appearance of a comet, which on this occasion seemed to confirm the long-cherished belief that the appearance of these heavenly bodies was prognostic of evil. For mankind are in the habit of concluding that phenomena which are simultaneous must have some internal connection, and many examples were called to mind in which great pestilences affecting the whole world had been either preceded or accompanied by comets. Immediately afterwards, a great murrain among cattle took place, which may have proceeded from some injurious quality in their food. A notion immediately arose that the pastures were poisoned, and of this there was so firm a conviction that the most violent resentment, as of old in the time of the Black Death, prevailed against the supposed poisoners, and in the neighborhood of Meissen some böse Buben, wicked knaves, who had fallen under suspicion, were actually executed. A very considerable blight of caterpillars, which in the north of Germany stripped the gardens and woods far and wide of their foliage, deserves to be here mentioned as a phenomenon appertaining to the lower grades of the animal kingdom. Natural history has shown that occurrences of this kind are by no means occasioned by new and wonderful influences, but rather by unusual combinations of circumstances appearing to occur together almost accidentally at a given time, especially by the simultaneous union of warmth and humidity in the atmosphere, whereby sometimes one and sometimes another of the lower grades of animal existences becomes extraordinarily developed. It is on this account that unusual phenomena in the insect world, whether it be the appearance or the disappearance of particular kinds, take place much more frequently when the order of succession in the seasons and the condition of the atmosphere are in a greater degree than usual and more permanently disturbed. And thus those phenomena have, with much reason, ever been considered as forerunners of pestilences, whenever the human frame has become, through atmospherical causes, generally susceptible of disease. Swarms of locusts have appeared before and during most great pestilences, and indeed the exuberant production of this insect appears, at least in Europe, to require the most unusual combination of causes. Section 7. Blood spots. Of rarer occurrence, but quite as important in reference to the general tendencies of life, are the luxuriant growths in the minutest cryptogamic plants in the water, and on damp things of all kinds, which from their spots of various forms and colors produce the utmost horror both before and during great pestilences, and excited superstitious fears, as appearing to be something miraculous. These spots, cineacula, and especially the blood spots, were seen at a very early period, as for instance during the great general plague in the 6th century, and again during the plague of the years 786 and 959, when it is said to have been remarked that those on whose clothes they frequently appeared, and seemingly imparted to them a peculiar odor, were more susceptible than other people of attack from leprosy, on which account this spotted appearance was inconsiderately called the clothes leprosy, lepra vestium, not to mention other examples in which plagues affecting the human species did not take place. The same signs also in the years from 1500 to 1503 threw the faithful into great consternation, because, as on former occasions, they fancied they recognized in them the form of the cross. The phenomenon on this occasion spread throughout Germany and France, and from its great extent and long duration may be reckoned among the most remarkable of the kind. The spots were of different colors, principally red, but also white, yellow, gray, and black, and arose often in a very short time on the roofs of houses, on clothes, on the veils and neck-handkerchiefs of women, on various household utensils, on the meat of larders, etc. A historian, who speaks also of blood rain, recounts that they could not be got rid of in less than 10 or 12 days, and that they frequently occurred in closed chests, on linen, and on articles of clothing. Much information is not to be expected from the researches of the naturalists of those times, but there is no doubt that what is described was some one or more kinds of mold, inasmuch as the whole phenomenon evidently corresponds with modern observations. Scientific physicians of the 16th century, among whom the naturalist George Agricola, who was born in 1494 and died in 1555, ought especially to be mentioned, recognized even then these spots as lichens, and without seeking to account for them by supernatural agencies or lending credence to popular superstition, they gave them their just interpretation as indications of extensive disease. Should the too bold notion of Niels von Esenbeck that fungi of the most minute forms have their origin in the higher regions of the firmament and descending to the surface of the earth produce spots and stains be confirmed, which is not yet the case, these signacula would have a much more important connection with epidemics than can be otherwise conceded to them. For though it be highly probable that they have their origin only in the dissemination of germs in the lower strata of the atmosphere, it must yet be granted that if they appear over a considerable space and during a long time, as at the commencement of the 16th century, the causes favoring their generation and spread must be ranked among those of an extraordinary kind, and on this very account may exercise an influence over human organism, as was then evident. For so early as the fruitful year 1503, the plague, which had already appeared partially, made great advances, and France in particular was visited by so fatal a pestilence that the inhabitants of towns and villages, in order to escape the infection, fled in bodies to the woods, and even the house dogs became wild, which never happens unless a country be extensively depopulated. They were obliged to establish great hunts in order to free the country from these new beasts of prey, and from wolves, which appeared in great multitudes. The dry and continued heat of the following year, 1504, having given rise to still more extensive sickness and caused a failure in the crops, the buba plague raged in Germany with such violence that in some places a third part, and in others as many as half the inhabitants perished. Various kinds of fevers accompanied this overwhelming disease, among which there was one distinguished by headache and frenzy, similar to that which appeared in France in 1482. Various putrid fevers and putrid inflammations of the lungs with bloody expectoration are also no less plainly discernible from the accounts. This diversified and general sickness throughout the whole of Germany terminated in the cold winter of 1504-1505, and the following summer during which there was a continued murrain among cattle. It is certain that at that time the petechial fever in Italy had not yet passed the Alps. From all these facts, it is a probable conjecture that the Sweatyng Sicknesse, which visited England in the year 1506, although accompanied in that country itself by no prominent circumstances, was not without connection with the morbid commotion of human and animal life in the south and middle of Europe, and may perhaps be regarded as having been the last feeble effort of mysterious agencies in the domain of organized being. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER. Translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 3. The Third Visitation of the Disease, 1517. This learned lord, this lord of wit and art, this metaphysic lord, holds forth a glass through which we may behold in every part this boisterous prince. Howell. Section 1. Poverty. The ordinances of Henry VII, which, although adapted to the times, bore hard upon the people, soon produced their fruits. The great diminished the number of their servants, and as, moreover, many of the peasantry were thrown out of employment in consequence of a conversion of large tracts of arable land into pasture, the population of towns increased even to an overflow, and the consequent activity of trade gradually rendered the towns flourishing. But this change took place too rapidly. Wealth and luxury engendered, it is true, numerous wants which were a source of gain, so that the English were at this time considered luxurious and effeminate. But there was a general scarcity of workmen and artists, and hence it happened that from Genoa, Lombardy, France, Germany, and Holland, innumerable foreigners immigrated and took possession of the most lucrative branches of employment. This was a peculiar hardship on the natives, who, from their imperfect knowledge of the arts, could not compete with the more skilful foreigners, and were besides treated by them with insolence and contempt. The distresses of the poor thus increased yearly, and their indignation at length broke out. A great insurrection of the English artisans arose throughout London, and might have proved destructive to the foreigners had affairs been in a less orderly state. The popular commotion was, however, suppressed without any considerable sacrifice, and Henry VIII, on a solemn day appointed at Westminster for passing judgment upon the prisoners, bestowed a pardon on them, for he saw into the causes of their discontent, and very soon after caused restrictive alien laws to be enacted. Section 2. Sweatyng Sicknesse. All this took place in April and May of the ever-memorable year 1517, and London was again indulging in hopes of better days, when the Sweatyng Sicknesse once more broke out quite unexpectedly in July, and in spite of all former experience and the most sedulous attention, inexorably demanded its victims. On this occasion it was so violent and so rapid in its course that it carried off those who were attacked in 2 or 3 hours, so that the first shivering fit was regarded as the announcement of certain death. It was not ushered in by any precursory symptoms. Many who were in good health at noon were numbered among the dead by the evening, and thus as great a dread was created at this new peril as ever was felt during the prevalence of the most suddenly destructive epidemic. For the thought of being snatched away from the full enjoyment of existence without any preparation, without any hope of recovery, is appalling even to the bravest, and excites secret trepidation and anguish. Among the lower classes the deaths were innumerable. The city was moreover crowded with poor, but even the ranks of the higher classes were thinned, and no precaution averted death from their palaces. Ammonius of Lucca, a scholar of some celebrity, and in this capacity private secretary to the king, was cut off in the flower of his age, after having boasted to Sir Thomas More only a few hours before his death that by moderation and good management he had secured both himself and his family from the disease. Also of those immediately about the king, Lords Grey and Clinton were carried off, besides many knights, officers, and courtiers. Mourning supplanted the hilarity and brilliancy of the festivals, and the king, while in miserable solitude into which he had retired with a few followers, received message after message from different towns and villages, announcing that in some a third, in others even half of the inhabitants were swept off by this pestilence. It had never before raged with so much fatality. The minds of men had never before been so frightfully appalled. The festival of Michaelmas, 29 September, which in England was always kept with much religious pomp, was of necessity postponed. Nor was the solemnity of Christmas observed, for there was a dread of collecting together large assemblies of people on account of the contagion. And just about this time, when the Sweatyng Sicknesse had abated, the plague, according to the account of some historians, began, which, although probably not very virulent, prevailed during the whole winter in most English towns, and continued to keep up the distress of the people. The king on this occasion also quitted his capital, and retreated in company with a few attendants before the contagion, frequently shifting his court from place to place. It was during this period of trouble, 11th of February 1518, that the Princess Mary, afterwards Queen, was born. Thus the Sweatyng Sicknesse lasted full 6 months, reached its greatest height about 6 weeks after its appearance, and probably spread from London over the whole of England. In Oxford and Cambridge it raged with no less violence than in the capital. Most of the inhabitants of those places were, in the course of a few days, confined to their beds, and the sciences, which then flourished, for they were never more zealously cultivated in England than at that time, suffered severe losses by the death of many able and distinguished scholars. Scotland, Ireland, and all other countries beyond sea were on this occasion spared. The neighboring town of Calais alone was reached by the pestilence, and according to later observations, it may be considered as certain that only the English who resided there and not the French inhabitants were affected, as it is also ascertained that the rest of France continued throughout free from the disease. Had this not been the case, contemporary writers would undoubtedly not have omitted to make mention of so important an occurrence. Section 3. Causes. The influences which gave rise to this third eruption of the disorder among the English nation are obscure, and do not altogether correspond with those of the years 1485 and 1506. Thus it is especially remarkable that on this occasion there is no express mention of the humidity, which had so decided a share in the origin of the 2 former visitations of the Sweatyng Sicknesse, and the year 1517 was in most respects one of an ordinary kind. The English chronicles state nothing remarkable on this subject, and from those of Germany we only learn that the winter of 1516 was very mild, and that a fruitful summer with an abundant vintage and a cold winter followed. The summer of 1517 was unfruitful, although not on account of wet weather, so that in some parts, especially in Swabia, provision was made against the scarcity. A great comet appeared in 1516, and in 1517 an earthquake was felt at Tübingen, Nördlingen, and Calw during a violent storm, whereupon the Hauptkrankheit, encephalitis, accompanied by fever, became more prevalent, although not remarkably fatal. This phenomenon, the earthquake, was by no means unimportant in its effects, and there is reason to suppose that it was followed by subterraneous commotions of still greater extent, for earthquakes occurred also in Spain. As the date of this event is specified as the 16th of June, and as earthquakes occurring in unusual localities, that is to say in districts not volcanic, are frequently cited as prognostics of great diseases, although in volcanic districts they evidently betoken nothing of the kind. We may hence with some reason assume a telluric influence, which perhaps reached the locality of the pestilence that broke out at the beginning of July, if not earlier. Besides, we cannot find any greater phenomenon which, according to human conception, could have had a more immediate connection with the English sweating sickness. And in this instance, too, inquiry the most circumspect does not penetrate through the thick veil which envelops the inscrutable causes of epidemics. Section 4. Habits of the English. That next to the peculiar constitution which England imparts to her inhabitants, the predisposing causes of the sweating sickness lay in the habits of the English of those times, no one can possibly doubt. The limitation of the pestilence to England plainly indicates this. Not a single ship conveyed it to the French or to the Dutch, who breathed a much moister atmosphere. And yet the intercourse between the English seaports of these immediately neighboring nations was very frequent. Of intemperance, which most generally lays the foundation for disorders, both high and low were at this time accused. This vice of the English was proverbial in foreign countries. Flesh meats highly seasoned with spices were indulged in to excess. Noisy nocturnal carousings were become customary, and it was also the practice to drink strong wine immediately after rising in the morning. Cider, which in some parts, as for instance in Devonshire, is the common beverage, was even in those times considered by medical men as injurious, for it was observed that its use caused debility with paleness, and sapped the vigor of youth in both sexes. Other similar facts respecting the mode of living at that time might perhaps be adduced, from which it would appear that owing to the total want of refinement in diet, much that was improper was employed in English cookery, and that on this account the constitution was much injured. Horticulture, which the French had already brought to a state of great improvement, was still quite in its infancy in England. It is even said that Queen Catherine had potherbs brought from Holland for the preparation of salads, as they were not procurable in England. Allowing that this account may not be strictly true, since it admits of other explanations, still it proves in itself what we would here enforce, and leaves us to draw conclusions from it beyond the mere fact of there being a scarcity of culinary vegetables. Much more important, however, as respects our subject, was the custom of wearing immoderately warm clothing, of which we have accounts worthy of credence. From youth upwards, the head was covered with thick caps in order to secure it from every chance of cold and from the least draught of air. And as by this injurious practice the brain was subjected to a continual determination of blood, and a tenderness of the skin was induced, there was no disorder more frequent among the English in this century than catarrh, which was constantly reproduced by relaxing perspirations and heating medicines. If this malady be complicated with a scorbutic habit, or if it befall persons of debauched habits whose vessels contain nourishment not properly concocted, the preservative vital power seeks a vent through the relaxed skin, and that which in itself is a needful and alleviating excitement of this tissue becomes a disease. This wholesome excretion degenerates into a colliquative drain, which forcibly carries off with it unusual animal matters that ought not to pass away through such an outlet, and the body yields to an attack to which it had been thus long predisposed. When we consider this debilitated state of the skin as the general complaint in England, taking into account the prejudicial influence of hot baths, which were much in use, and the diaphoretic medicines employed in most disorders, when we bear in mind the rare use of soap at that time, and the high price of linen, as also the extreme indigence of the lower classes, which almost always breeds pestilences, the utterly miserable condition and truly Scythian filth of the English habitations, and finally the crowded state of London in the year 1517, we shall, as far as human research can penetrate, find the origin of the Sweatyng Sicknesse in this very year, explicable from causes which have long been known to be capable of producing such effects. Something remains in the background, of which hereafter. Section 5. Contagion. The rapid spread of the Sweatyng Sicknesse all over England as far as the Scottish borders and across to Calais now demands a more special consideration. Most fevers which are produced by general causes, as well transient, epidemic, as constant and peculiar to the country, endemic, or a union of both, which almost always takes place, and was here evidently the case, propagate themselves for a time spontaneously. The exhalations of the affected become the germs of a similar decomposition in those bodies which receive them, and produce in these a like attack upon the internal organs. And thus a merely morbid phenomenon of life shows that it possesses the fundamental property of all life, that of propagating itself in an appropriate soil. On this point there is no doubt. The phenomena which prove it have been observed from time immemorial in an endless variety of circumstances, but always with a uniform manifestation of the fundamental law. All nations, too, and from the most ancient times, have invented ingenious designations for these occurrences, which however seldom represent the general notion, but commonly only the peculiar propagation of individual diseases. Certainly one of the best and the most ingenious is that which is conveyed by the German word Ansteckung, setting on fire, which compares the exciting a disease in the appropriate body with the inflammation of combustible matter by the application of fire, or with the kindling of powder by a spark. But how various are these Ansteckungen, from the purely mental on the one hand, which through the mere sight of a disagreeable nervous malady, through an excitement of the senses that shakes the mind, penetrates into the nerves, those channels of its will and of its feelings, and produces the same disorder in the beholder, to those, on the other hand, which propagate diseases that principally operate only upon matter, and are distinguishable but little, if at all, from animal poisons. The reader must not here expect all the features of a doctrine which extends through the whole immeasurable domain of life. They are clearly derived from the confirmed and well-applied experience of the past, and have been delineated by men who had not forgotten, like their modern successors, to take a comprehensive view of epidemic diseases. It may, however, be permitted me just to call to mind the difference between those infectious diseases which are permanent and for centuries together unchangeable, and those which are temporary and transient. The infecting matter of the former may aptly be called the perfect or unchangeable, in contradistinction to the imperfect or mutable character of the latter. The former, when once formed, whether in diseased persons or inanimate substances, fomites, are always in existence, and are but called into activity by those causes of general diseases, epidemic constitutions, which are favorable to their propagation. And it is to be remarked that under all circumstances and at all times they excite the same unchangeable diseases, and varying only in particular ramifications or degenerations and mild forms, never lose their proper essence. Examples are furnished in the smallpox, the plague, the measles, and if we may include diseases not febrile, the leprosy, the itch, and the venereal disease. The latter, on the other hand, are not always in existence. They are called forth from non-entity by the causes of general diseases or epidemic constitutions, and they disappear again after the extinction of the epidemic diseases by which they were bred. They likewise vary in their development and their course in each particular epidemic. Examples are found in the yellow fever, the catarrh or influenza, in nervous and putrid fever, and among many other disorders, in miliary fever, a disease which first grew to a national pestilence in the 17th century, and which, in the kind and manner of its infecting power, approaches nearest to the sweating fever. To this latter category, the English sweating sickness likewise belongs, a disease altogether of a temporary character, which, after its cessation, left no infecting material behind, and consequently was incapable of propagating itself after the manner of those diseases which are completely contagious. The animal matters which were expelled along with the profuse perspiration, and spread so horrible a stench around the sick, contained amid their alkaline salts, probably ammonia in various states of combination, and their superabundant acid, the ferment of the disease, and this penetrated into the lungs of the bystanders as they breathed, and, provided they were but predisposed for its reception, as above stated, continually produced it. It may be considered as certain that mere manual contact was not sufficient to communicate the infection, and that this was propagated either by the pestilential atmosphere which surrounded the beds of the sick, or by exhalations generated in unclean situations where there was no vent for their escape. On this account it was that the residence at common inns and public houses was looked upon as dangerous. I would not, however, be understood to maintain that during the 3 epidemics with which up to the present stage of our inquiry we have become acquainted, the spread of the sweating sickness alone was occasioned by infection. For if the general epidemic causes were powerful enough to excite the disease without any previously existing poison, why might they not produce the same effect still more independently throughout the course of the pestilence? Since, as in the case of all epidemics, those causes in all probability continued to increase in intensity. That the plague grew worse on the occasion of any great assemblages of the people was at that time known, and the notion of contagion thence very naturally arose. Yet must it here be taken into account that even without this notion, and merely from the assemblage itself of many people in whom the like malady was germinating and already had shown tokens of its approach, that approach might easily be accelerated and the disease increased among those merely slightly indisposed by the reciprocal communication of morbid exhalations. For as the predisposition to any malady, which is an intermediate condition between that malady and the previous state of good health, plainly displays the properties of the disease in those whom it threatens to attack, so these exhalations, or epidemic causes which give rise to sweating sickness in the first instance, certainly differ from those which occur in a sweating sickness which has already broken out only in inessential respects, and might consequently stimulate the mere disposition to the disease more and more, even to the actual eruption of the disease itself. Yet a contagion was likewise in operation at the same time, which was destructive even to the temperate, and to those who were apparently in health, nay, even to foreigners who were living in an English atmosphere and on English food, as the example of the Italian Ammonius plainly proves. In all epidemics which increase to such a degree as to become contagious, it is of importance to distinguish which of these causes are the more powerful. The predisposing or epidemic causes which originate the proneness to the disease, or the proximate causes, among which, in the generality of cases, contagion is the most prominent. The predisposing were here evidently the more operative. Contagion was not added till the disease was at its height, and although it contributed not a little to its spread, yet it always remained subordinate to the other sources of the disease, and all the matter of infection vanished without a trace on the cessation of the disorder, so that the subsequent eruptions of it were always produced by the renewal of those general causes which are in operation upon and under the earth. It is, however, as little within the compass of human knowledge to discover the essential foundation of this renewal as the proximate causes of the appearance of the mold spots at the commencement of the 16th century, or any other of those processes which are prepared and brought into activity by the hidden powers of nature. Section 6. Influenzas. Several epidemics, thus originating in causes beyond human comprehension, appeared in the 16th century. Among the most remarkable was a violent and extensive catarrhal fever in 1510, of that kind which the Italians call influenza, thus recognizing an inscrutable influence which affects numberless persons at the same time. It prevailed principally in France, but probably also over the rest of Europe, of which, however, the accounts do not inform us, for in those times they took little pains to record the particulars of epidemics which were not of a character to affect life. According to recent experiences, we should be warranted even in supposing that this malady had its origin in the remotest parts of the East. During the whole of the winter, which was very cold, violent storms of wind prevailed, and the north and middle of Italy were shaken by frequent earthquakes, whereupon there followed so general a sickness in France that we are assured by the historians that few of the inhabitants escaped it. The catarrhal symptoms, which on the appearance of disorders of this kind usually form their commencement, seem to have been quite thrown into the background by those of violent rheumatism and inflammation. The patient was first seized with giddiness and severe headache. Then came on a shooting pain through the shoulders and extending to the thighs. The loins, too, were affected with intolerably painful dartings, during which an inflammatory fever set in with delirium and violent excitement. In some, the parotid glands became inflamed, and even the digestive organs participated in the deep-rooted malady. For those affected had, together with constant oppression of the stomach, a great loathing for all animal food, and a dislike even to wine. Among the poor as well as the rich many died, and some quite suddenly, of this strange disease, in the treatment of which the physicians shortened life not a little by their purgative treatment and phlebotomy, seeking an excuse for their ignorance in the influence of the constellations, and alleging that astral diseases were beyond the reach of human art. From this prejudicial effect of our chief antiphlogistic remedy, bleeding, as well as of evacuations from the bowels, we may conclude that the disease, though in its commencement rheumatic, yet had an essential tendency to produce relaxation and debility of the nerves, and in this respect, as well as in its extension to all classes, accorded with the modern influenzas, in which the same phenomena have manifested themselves, only much less vividly and plainly. The French, who, from the levity of their character, have always called serious things by jocose names, designate this disease coqueluche, the monk's hood, because owing to the extreme sensibility of the skin to cold and currents of air, this kind of hood was generally necessary, and was a protection against an attack of the malady, as well as against its increase. That in the accounts, which are to be sure very incomplete, there should be no express mention of any affection of the air passages is remarkable, since this could not in all likelihood have failed to exist, although it might perhaps have been only slightly manifested. Nearly a century before, 1414, this affection appeared far more prominently on the occurrence of a no less general disorder of the same kind, so that all those who had the complaint suffered from a considerable hoarseness, and all public business in Paris was interrupted on this account. It was on that very occasion that the name coqueluche was first employed, and this having, as is well known, been transferred to the whooping cough, it is easier to suppose with respect to the influenza of 1510, which was similarly named, an omission in the account than the real absence of a symptom so very generally prevalent. For in these kinds of comparisons and denominations, the common sense of the people errs much less than the learned profundity of political historians. We must not omit here to remark that 3 years before, 1411, and 13 years afterwards, two diseases entirely similar and equally general made their appearance in France, of which we nowhere find that any notice has been taken up to the present time. The first was called tac, the second la dent d'eau, which designations have since entirely gone out of use. Both were accompanied by very severe cough, so that in the former ruptures not unfrequently occurred, and pregnant women were in consequence prematurely confined, and by the latter, from its universality, the public worship was disturbed. In the la dent d'eau there seems to have been an affection of the kidney of an inflammatory character, and much more severe than in the coqueluche of 1510, a memorable example of epidemic influence and without a parallel in modern times. This pain in the kidneys, which was as severe as a fit of the stone, was followed by fever with loss of appetite, and an incessant cough that terminated in disagreeable eruptions about the mouth and nose. The disorder ran a course of about 15 days, and was generally prevalent throughout October, being unattended with danger, notwithstanding the severity of its symptoms. One might almost be tempted to regard the tac of 1411 as the coqueluche of 1414, which is only slightly alluded to by Mézeray, and whereof the author from whom we are now quoting has made no mention, for a false date might easily occur here. Yet this must remain undecided until we can obtain fuller information, for we have experienced, even in the most recent times, an example of influenzas 1831 and 1833 following each other in quick succession. Gastric symptoms and an inordinate degree of irritability accompanied the spasmodic cough, and the complaint terminated with evacuations of blood. However, the disease was unattended with danger, and lasted upon the whole only 3 weeks. 4 other epidemics similar to that of 1510 appeared in the 16th century, 2 of which were quite general in the years 1557 and 1580, and 2 less extensively prevalent in the years 1551 and 1564. Of the 2 former we possess accurate descriptions. It will therefore aid us in forming a correct judgment respecting the influenza of 1510 if we here take a review of these also, since the most experienced contemporaries classed all these disorders together as of a similar kind. During the dry, unfavorable summer of 1557, invalids were suddenly seized with hoarseness and oppression in the chest, accompanied with a pressure on the head, and followed by shivering and such a violent cough that they thought they should be suffocated, especially during the night. This cough was dry at first, but about the 7th day, or even later, an abundant secretion took place, either of thick mucus or of thin frothy fluid. Upon this the cough somewhat abated, and the breathing became freer. During the whole course of the disease, however, patients complained of insufferable languor, loss of strength, want of appetite, and even nausea at the sight of food, restlessness, and want of sleep. The malady ended in most cases in abundant perspiration, but occasionally in diarrhea. Rich and poor, people of every occupation and of all ages, were seized with this disease in whole crowds simultaneously, and it passed easily from a single case to a whole household. On this occasion death rarely occurred, except in children who had not power to endure the severity of the cough, and medicine was of little avail, either in alleviating the disorder or arresting its destructive course. The already established name of this disease was immediately called to mind again in France. It was not, however, confined to that kingdom, but prevailed as generally, with some considerable varieties of form, in Italy, Germany, Holland, and doubtless over a still wider range of country. The same was the case with the influenza of 1580, which spread over the whole of Europe and seems to have been less severe, thus bearing a closer resemblance to that of 1831 and 1833, which is still in the recollection of most of our readers from their own experience. A more elaborate research into this very important subject would far surpass the limits of this treatise, for phenomena deeply affecting the whole system of human collective life are here to be considered, which can only become apparent when received as a connected whole. Yet we must at least point out the relation which the influenzas bear to the greater epidemics. This is quite apparent, for as catarrhs are not unfrequently the forerunners, accompaniments, or sequelae of important diseases in individual cases, excitement of the mucous membrane being often merely an outward sign of more deeply seated commotion, so also are influenzas usually only the first manifestations, but sometimes also the last remains of extensive epidemics. The most recent example is still fresh in our memories. The influenza of 1831 was immediately followed by the Indian cholera, and scarcely had this, after its revival in Eastern and Central Europe, vanished, when the influenza of 1833 appeared, as if to announce a general peace. After the influenza of 1510, a plague followed in the north of Europe, which in Denmark carried off the son of King John. 1551 was the year of the fifth epidemic, Sweatyng Sicknesse. In 1557, the influenza in Holland was followed by a bubo plague, which lasted the following year, and carried off 5,000 of the inhabitants of Delft. In 1564, a very destructive plague raged in Spain, of which 10,000 people died at Barcelona, and finally, in 1580, the last year of influenza in that century, a plague of which 40,000 died in Paris, appeared over the greater part of Europe and in Egypt. Section 7. Epidemics of 1517. We now revert to the year 1517, and shall consider the epidemics which accompanied the English Sweatyng Sicknesse. First of all, the Hauptkrankheit, that brain fever which so often recurred in the central parts of Europe, appeared extensively throughout Germany. Many died of this dangerous disease, and we are assured by contemporaries that other intercurrent inflammatory fevers were also very fatal. Such was the case in Germany, the heart of Europe. Another disease, however, much more important, and till that time wholly unknown to medical men, appeared in Holland, which broke out in January 1517, and from its dangerous and quite inexplicable symptoms spread fear and horror around. It was a malignant and, according to the assurance of a very respectable medical eyewitness, an infectious inflammation of the throat, so rapid in its course that unless assistance was procured within the first 8 hours, the patient was past all hope of recovery before the close of the day. Sudden pains in the throat and violent oppression of the chest, especially in the region of the heart, threatened suffocation, and at length actually produced it. During the paroxysms, the muscles of the throat and chest were seized with violent spasm, and there were but short intervals of alleviation before a repetition of such seizures terminated in death. Unattended by any premonitory symptoms, the disease began with a severe catarrhal affection of the chest, which speedily advanced to inflammation of the air passages, and where death did not occur on the day of the attack, ran on to a dangerous inflammation of the lungs, which followed the usual course, but was accompanied by a very high fever. Occasionally a less perilous transition into intermittent fever was observed, but in no case did a sudden recovery take place. For even when the fever subsided, the patient continued to suffer for at least a month from pain in the stomach and great debility, which symptoms admit of easy explanation to a medical man of the present day from the fissures and small ulcers of the tongue, which appeared when the fever was at its height, and obstinately resisted the usual treatment. The remedies employed show the circumspection and ability of the Dutch physicians. They had recourse as soon as possible, at the latest within 6 hours, to venesection, and followed this up immediately by purgatives, of which, however, some eminent men disapproved, and this to the great detriment of their patients. For without the combined effect of both these means, the sudden suffocation could not be averted. Moreover, the employment of detergent gargles, whereby the extension of the affection of the lungs was prevented, as also of demulcent pectoral remedies, was decidedly beneficial, and it is affirmed that all those who were thus treated were easily restored. Extraordinary and peculiar as this disease, for which contemporaries found no name, was, its rapid onset and its sudden disappearance were still more so. Most of those affected were taken ill at the same time, and 11 days of suffering and misery had scarcely elapsed when not another case occurred. The numbers who had fallen victims were buried, and but for the journal of the worthy Jhon Caius, no distinct record would have existed of this remarkable epidemic, which, however, it is certain, spread further than merely over the misty territory of Holland, and apparently with still greater malignity. For in the same year we find it in Basel, where within the space of 8 months it destroyed about 2,000 people, and its symptoms would seem to have been still more strongly marked. Respecting the intermediate countries, which it is highly probable that the disease passed through from Holland before it reached Basel, we unfortunately have no information. The tongue and gullet were white as if covered with mold. The patient had an aversion to food and drink, and suffered from malignant fever accompanied with continued headache and delirium. Here also, in addition to an internal method of cure, which has not been particularly detailed, the cleansing of the mouth was perceived to be an essential part of the treatment. The viscous white coating was removed every 2 hours, and the tongue and fauces were afterwards smeared with honey of roses, whereby patients were restored more easily than when this precaution was omitted. It appears, according to modern experience, to admit of no doubt that this disease consisted of an inflammation of the mucous membrane, which, accompanied by a secretion of lymph, spread from the esophagus to the stomach, and likewise through the air passages to the lungs, being thus identical with pharyngeal croup, which was represented a few years ago as a new disease, and has in consequence been designated by a special name. Its subsequent appearance in the memorable year 1557, respecting which we have a still more complete account, gives additional weight to this supposition. In that year it broke out in October, and was observed by Forrest, who was himself the subject of it, at Alkmaar, where it attacked whole families, and in the course of a few weeks destroyed more than 200 people. It was not, however, so excessively rapid in its course as in 1517, but began with a slight fever like a common catarrh, and showed its great malignity only by degrees. Sudden fits of suffocation then came on, and the pain of the chest was so dreadfully distressing that the sufferers imagined they must die in the paroxysm. The complaint was increased still more by a tight convulsive cough, and until this was relieved by a secretion of mucus, proved dangerous, especially to pregnant women, 16 of whom died within the space of 8 days, whilst those who survived were all prematurely brought to bed. The fever which accompanied the inflammation was very various in its course. It was rarely observed to continue without intermission, but where this was the case was attended with the greatest peril. Yet death did not take place on this visitation until the 9th or 14th day, whereas in the year 1517 as many hours would have sufficed to produce a fatal termination. After this period the danger diminished, and those patients were most secure from suffocation, provided they had good medical attendance, whose complaint had been accompanied throughout its course by fever of only an intermittent character. So marked was the influence of the Dutch soil that until this intermittent passed into continued fever of different gradations, it appeared of the purest and most unmixed type. In these cases the inflammation was less completely formed, so that even bleeding, a remedy otherwise indispensable, was sometimes unnecessary. Those affected all suffered most at night and in the morning, the latter generally bringing with it the inflammation of the larynx and trachea, which, however, they had not at that time experience enough to recognize as such, perceiving as they did only a slight redness in the fauces. The painful affection of the stomach was also in this epidemic very distinctly marked, so that a sense of pressure at the precordia, accompanied by continual acid eructations, continued to exist even after a succession of 6 or 7 fits of fever, and convalescents were troubled for a long time with dyspepsia, debility, and hypochondriasis. The inflammation of the mucous membrane no doubt affected the nervous plexuses of the abdomen, as is usually the case, and totally changed the secretion. This was proved by the treatment, for by administering the necessary purgative remedies, a vast quantity of offensive mucus mixed with bile was evacuated. Our excellent eyewitness assures us that people sickened as suddenly as if they had inhaled a poisonous blast, so that more than 1,000 people in Alkmaar betook themselves to their beds in a single day, a thick stinking mist having previously for several days spread over the land. This pestilence did not terminate so speedily as that of the year 1517. On the contrary, it delayed until the winter, and seems to have formed the conclusion of a whole series of morbid phenomena, particularly of the already mentioned influenza throughout Europe, and of the buba plague in Holland, which had occurred in the middle of the summer, phenomena that were accompanied by the usual attendants of epidemics, namely great scarcity and unusual occurrences in the atmosphere, such, for instance, as electric illuminations of prominent objects, and so forth. The close connection between this inflammation of the air passages and gullet and the epidemic catarrh is quite apparent, for these are but gradations and gradual transitions in the affection of the mucous membrane, as also in the power of atmospherical causes, which especially influence the organs of respiration. We believe, therefore, that we are fully justified in classifying the epidemic described to have taken place in Holland and Germany in 1517 with the influenzas, and in declaring the morbid commotion in human collective life, which thus manifested itself, to have been a forerunner of the English pestilence, which was simultaneously prepared by the altered condition of the atmosphere and broke out a few months later. We ought not to omit here to mention that in the same year, 1517, the smallpox, and with it, as field poppies among corn, the measles, was conveyed by Europeans to Hispaniola, and committed dreadful ravages at that time as afterwards among the unfortunate inhabitants. Whether the eruption of these infectious diseases in the New World was favored by an epidemic influence or not can no longer be ascertained. Yet the affirmative seems probable, from the fact that the smallpox did not commit its greatest ravages in Hispaniola until the following year, and according to recent experience, those epidemic influences which extend from Europe westward always require some time to reach the eastern coasts of America. But even without this phenomenon in the New World, which is now for the first time placed within the pale of observations on epidemics, we have facts at hand sufficiently numerous and worthy of credit to prove that the English Sweatyng Sicknesse of 1517 made its appearance not alone, but surrounded by a whole group of epidemics, and that these were called forth by general morbific influences of an unknown nature. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Fourth Visitation of the Disease, 1528-1529. Part 1. Und wenn die Welt von Teufel wär und wollten uns verschlingen, so fürchten wir uns nicht so sehr, es soll uns doch gelingen. Luther. Section 1. Destruction of the French army before Naples, 1528. The events to which we are now about to allude demonstrate by their surprising course that the fate of nations is at times far more dependent on the laws of physical life than on the will of potentates or the collective efforts of human action, and that these prove utterly impotent when opposed to the unfettered powers of nature. These powers, inscrutable in their dominion, destructive in their effects, stay the course of events, baffle the grandest plans, paralyze the boldest flights of the mind, and when victory seemed within their grasp, have often annihilated embattled hosts with the flaming sword of the angel of death. To obliterate the disgrace of Pavia, Francis I, in league with England, Switzerland, Rome, Genoa, and Venice, against the too powerful Emperor of Germany, sent a fine army into Italy. The Emperor's troops gave way whenever the French plumes appeared, and victory seemed faithful only to the banners of France and to the military experience of a tried leader. Everything promised a glorious issue. Naples alone, weakly defended by German lanzknechts and Spaniards, remained still to be vanquished. The siege was opened on the 1st of May, 1528, and the general confidently pledged his honor for the conquest of this strong city, which had once been so destructive to the French. It was easy with an army of 30,000 veteran warriors to overpower the imperialists, and a small body of English seemed to have come merely to partake in the festivals after the expected victory. The city too suffered from a scarcity, for it was blockaded by Doria with his Genoese galleys, and water fit to drink failed after Lautrec had turned off the aqueducts of Poggioreale, so that the plague, which had never entirely ceased among the Germans since the sacking of Rome, began to spread. But amidst this confidence in the success of the French arms, the means for ensuring it were gradually neglected. The valor of the intrepid and prudent commander was doubtless equal to the minor vicissitudes of war, but whilst the length of the delay paralyzed his activity, nature herself suddenly proved fatal to this hitherto victorious army. Pestilences began to rage among the troops, and human courage could no longer withstand the far-shooting arrows of the god of day. The consequence was that within the space of 7 weeks, out of the whole host which up to that period had been eager for combat, a mere handful remained, consisting of a few thousand of cadaverous figures who were almost incapable of bearing arms or of following the commands of their sick leaders. On the 29th of August, the siege was raised, 15 days after the heroic Lautrec, bowed down by chagrin and disease, had resigned his breath. The wreck of the army retreated amid thunder and heavy rain, and were soon captured by the imperialists, so that but a few of them ever saw their native land again. This siege brought still greater misery upon France than even the fatal battle of Pavia, for about 5,000 of the French nobility, some from the most distinguished families, had perished under the walls of Naples. Its remoter consequences, too, were humiliating to the king and the people, since, owing to its failure, all those hitherto feasible schemes were blighted which had for their object the establishment of French dominion beyond the Alps. It behooves us, therefore, to pay so much the more attention to those essential causes of this event which fall within the province of medical research. The mortality which occurred in the camp began probably as early as June, after the usual calamities which surround an army in an enemy's country. The French and Swiss were insatiable in their indulgence in fruit, which the gardens and fields furnished them in abundance, whilst there was a scarcity of bread and of other proper food. Hence fevers soon broke out, which increased in malignity the longer they existed, accompanied no doubt by debilitating diarrheas, which never failed to make their appearance under circumstances of this kind, and are in themselves among the most pernicious of camp diseases, since they not only destroy in the individual case by the exhaustion which they occasion, but likewise by infecting the air prepare the way for the worst pestilences. The diseases were, however, little noticed, and there was consequently no attempt made to diminish their causes. It became daily more and more apparent that the cutting off of the sources near Poggio Reale, which Lautrec had commanded in order to compel the besieged to a more speedy surrender, was in the highest degree injurious to the besiegers themselves. For the water, having now no outlet, spread over the plain where the camp was situated, which it converted into a swamp, whence it rose morning and evening in the form of thick fogs. From this cause, and while a southerly wind continued to prevail, the sickness soon became general. Those soldiers who were not already confined to bed in their tents were seen with pallid visages, swelled legs, and bloated bellies, scarcely able to crawl, so that, weary of nightly watching, they were often plundered by the marauding Neapolitans. The great mortality did not commence until about the 15th of July, but so dreadful was its ravages that about 3 weeks were sufficient to complete the almost entire destruction of the army. Around and within the tents vacated by the death of their inmates, noxious weeds sprang up. Thousands perished without help, either in a state of stupor or in the raving delirium of fever. In the entrenchments, in the tents, and wherever death had overtaken his victims, there unburied corpses lay, and the dead that were interred, swollen with putridity, burst their shallow graves, and spread a poisonous stench far and wide over the camp. There was no longer any thought of order or military discipline, and many of the commanders and captains were either sick themselves or had fled to the neighboring towns in order to avoid the contagion. The glory of the French arms was departed, and her proud banners cowered beneath an unhallowed spectre. Meanwhile the pestilence broke out among the Venetian galleys under Pietrolando. Doria had already gone over to the emperor, and thus was this expedition, begun under the most favorable auspices, frustrated on every side by the malignant influence of the season. No medical contemporary has described the nature of this violent disease, and historians have on this point preserved only general outlines, which do not afford sufficient materials to ground an investigation. Certain it is that in the year 1528 a very malignant petechial fever extended throughout Italy, and in the proper sense of the word prevailed so decidedly that it even followed the Italians abroad in the same way as the Sweatyng Sicknesse did the English, as is proved by the case of the learned Venetian Naugerio, who, being dispatched on an embassy to Francis I, died at Blois on the Loire of this very disease, with which the French had yet no acquaintance. Contemporaries assure us that this epidemic committed great ravages in the country, already distracted by wars and feuds, and it is therefore hardly to be doubted that, occurring as it did in those same years, it was the disease of which we have been treating, the malignity of which was increased on extraordinary occasions. A pestilence which, just before the siege of Naples, destroyed 1/3 of the inhabitants of Cremona, was in all probability the petechial fever. Yet here and there the old buba plague made its appearance. This it was which in the year 1524 carried off 50,000 people in Milan, and this appears likewise to have been the disease which, after the sacking of Rome, broke out among the German lanzknechts, and in a short time annihilated 2/3 of these troops. Contemporaries saw therein God's just punishment of their desecration of the Holy See, for in the succeeding years all the remaining participators in the storming of the Eternal City also met with an end worthy of their crimes. They did not take into account, however, the beastly intemperance and excesses of the soldiery, whose eagerness after plunder led them to encounter the plague poison in the most secret holes and corners, nor did they reflect that the plague penetrated the castle of St. Angelo itself, and destroyed some of the courtiers almost under the eyes of the Pope. Of these lanzknechts, many went to Naples in the following year under the Prince of Orange, and it may with good ground be supposed that they took with them to that city fresh germs of plague. To which may be added the by no means incredible story that the besieged sent infected and sick soldiers to the French in order to cause poisonous pestilences to break out among them. This very circumstance tells in favor of buba plague, for the decided certainty of its contagious nature was known and seemed beyond all comparison greater than the more conditional communicability of the new disease. Moreover, the same attempt at infestation had been already often made in earlier times. It is, however, also to be considered on the other side that the French army was more exposed to the epidemic influence of the air, the water, and the general powers of nature than any other assemblage of men, and that this influence was probably more powerful in the year 1529 than at any other time during the 16th century. The formation of fog in the heat of summer is at all times an extraordinary phenomenon, which decidedly indicates a disproportion in the mutual action of the components and powers of the lower strata of the atmosphere. This was not dependent merely on the local peculiarities of Naples, for during the summer of 1528 grey fogs were observed throughout Italy, which rendered the unwholesome quality of the air visible to the eye. This was increased by the prevalence of southerly winds, which are always in Italy prejudicial to health, and also by the thousand privations of a camp, so that a disease which was already prevalent all over Italy, we allude to the petechial fever, might well break out on the damp soil of Poggioreale. In the history of national diseases, we find moral proof of the predominance of epidemic influence, which plainly and intelligibly manifests itself under the greatest variety of circumstances. This is a belief that the water and even the air is poisoned. Nor is this proof wanting in the deplorable history of the French army before Naples, for it was generally believed that some Spaniards of Moorish descent, to whom was attributed an especial degree of skill in the management of poison, and some Jews from Germany, who for the sake of gain had followed the lansquenets to truckle for their booty, had stolen out of the city under cover of the night in order to poison the water in the neighborhood of the camp. It was also surmised that an Italian apothecary had administered to the French knights poison in their medicine. We will not anticipate on this occasion the researches of naturalists, whose experiments on air and water during important epidemics have not yet led to any results. It is, however, not improbable that pond and spring water, under such circumstances as are described to have occurred, might become impregnated with a noxious quality not inherent in it, which would very naturally give rise to the belief that a poison had been thrown into it. On the whole, this accusation may certainly be judged according to the same views which have been stated in our treatise on the Black Death. From all these circumstances, the notion is highly probable that it was the petechial fever which raged in the French camp. And if we may attach any importance to the incidental accounts of historians, it may perhaps be to the purpose to state that Prudencio de Sandoval, who has written from authentic materials, calls the disease las bubas. This name, it is true, presupposes a rather strange confusion of petechial fever with Louis, and indeed the diseases among the French troops from 1495 to 1528 have been oddly jumbled together by Sandoval. It shows, however, that there still existed a recollection of the prevalent eruptions which occurred in the pestilence of 1528, and therefore this whole account might perhaps be the more justly applied to petechial fever, as this same historian states that the French called the disease after the village of Poggioreale, Les Poches, by which name the well-known buba plague would hardly have been designated. If, however, we choose to suppose that at one and the same time different diseases prevailed in the French army, this notion is not only supported by the express testimony of a contemporary, but also by many observations, ancient and modern, that have been made in cases where the circumstances have been similar to those which then prevailed. It is ever to be regretted that there was no intelligent Machaean to be found in the camp before Naples, Such a one would undoubtedly have left us some pithy observations on the combination and affinity of petechial fever and bubo plague. Section 2. Trousses galants in France, 1528 and the following years. Deeply as the irreparable loss of such an army was felt by the French, yet were they destined to suffer still greater misfortunes at home. The dark power which threatened all Europe regarded neither distance nor limits. It seized on the French nation in their own country, whilst their military youth were destroyed before Naples. The cold spring and wet summer of 1528 destroyed the growing corn, and a famine was thus produced throughout France, even more grievous on account of its duration than the period of scarcity in the time of Louis XI, for the failure of the harvest continued for 5 years in succession, during which all order of the seasons seemed to have ceased. A damp summer heat prevailed in autumn and winter, a frost of a single day only occasionally intervening. The summer, on the other hand, was cloudy, damp, and ungenial. The length of the days alone distinguished one month from another. It appears plainly from detached accounts how much the usual course of vegetation was disturbed. Scarcely had the fruit trees shed their leaves in the autumn, when they began to bud again and to bear fruitless blossoms. No returns rewarded the toil of the husbandman, and the longed-for harvest again and again deceived the hopes of the people. Thus, even during the first of these calamitous years, the distress became general, and the increasing indigence was no longer to be checked by human aid. Bands of beggars wandered over the country in lamentable procession. The bonds of civil order became more and more relaxed, and people soon had to fear not only robbery and plunder on the part of these unfortunate beings, but the contagion of a pestilence, the offspring of their distress, which followed in their train. This disease was a new production of the French soil, and when it spread generally throughout the country, was the more sensibly felt as it especially carried off young and robust men, on which account it was designated by the very significant name of trousses galants. Note, trousser, in an obsolete sense, signifies to cause speedy death. End note. It consisted of a highly inflammatory fever which destroyed its victims in a very short time, even within the space of a few hours. Or, if they escaped with their lives, deprived them of their hair and nails, and from a long-continued disinclination for all animal food, left behind it as sequelae a protracted debility and diseases which endangered the recovery of the sick, whose constitutions were already so much shaken. Hence it appears that this fever was combined with a great decomposition of the fluids and a very morbid condition of the functions of the bowels, not to mention the effects produced by continued hunger, which contemporaries paint in the most dreadful colors. The stock of provisions was already so far consumed in the first year that people made bread of acorns and sought with avidity all kinds of harmless roots, merely to appease hunger. These miserable sufferers wandered about houseless and more like corpses than living beings, and finally, failing even to excite commiseration, perished on dunghills and in outhouses. The larger towns shut their gates against them, and the various charitable institutions proved of necessity insufficient to afford relief in this frightful extremity. It was the lot of very few to obtain the tender care and attendance of the Sisters of Charity. In most of those affected, their livid swollen countenances and the dropsical swelling of their limbs betrayed the sickly condition in which they dragged on their languishing existence. Every one fled from these pestiferous spectres, for they were saturated with the poison of this deadly disease, and the remark was no doubt made 1,000 times over that this poison might be conveyed to persons in health without affecting the carrier, since want and ill health occasionally afford a miserable protection against disease of this kind. The necessary data for furnishing a complete account of the trousses galants of 1528 do not exist, for physicians pass over this epidemic with the same coolness and indifference which unfortunately they may be justly accused of having shown with respect to other important phenomena. But it returned once again in 1545-46, appearing in Savoy and over a great part of France, and we possess from Paré and from Sander, a Flemish physician, though still a defective, yet a more satisfactory description of its symptoms on this occasion. Its course was, as before, very rapid, so that it destroyed the patient in 2 or 3 days. Again it attacked the strong rather than the weak, as if in justification of its old name, and those who recovered remained for a long time distinguishable by the loss of their hair and their wretched appearance. Patients felt at the commencement an insufferable weight in the body, with extremely violent headache, which soon deprived them of all consciousness and passed into a profound stupor, even the sphincter muscles losing their power. In other cases, the continued state of sleeplessness was followed by feverish delirium, so violent that it was necessary to have recourse to means of restraint. Such opposite states are usual in all typhus fevers. Sander expressly mentions that in most of those affected eruptions made their appearance. He does not, however, state their nature or describe the course and crisis of the disease, otherwise than that it terminated about the 4th or the 11th day. Even the eruptions that did appear, which were probably petechiae, and perhaps also rote friesel, red miliary vesicles, came at an indefinite period, either at the commencement when they afforded an unfavorable prognosis, or later when they betokened a favorable crisis. Threadworms in great numbers were evacuated alive under great torment, and generally increased the sufferings of the patient. The disease was scarcely less contagious than plague, and with respect to its treatment, bleeding, copious, and even ad deliquium, was decidedly successful, which, coupled with the attacks on the head just described, leads to the conclusion that there existed a fullness of blood and an inflammatory state of circulation, together perhaps with inflammation of the brain. We must not omit to observe that during the pestilence of 1546, the buba plague made its appearance here and there, especially in the Netherlands, and in the following year broke out and spread to a great extent in France, whence it seems to follow, with respect to the malady of which we are now treating, that its nature resembled the petechial fever, since that disease usually precedes the occurrence of pestilences. The assertion of historians that in 1528 and the following years France lost a 4th part of her inhabitants by famine and pestilence seems, according to our representation, not to be by any means exaggerated. The consequences as regarded the future destinies of that country were likewise very important, for Francis I saw that no new sacrifices could be borne by his people, who were already so sorely afflicted, and therefore abandoned his schemes of greatness and foreign power, consenting on the 5th of August 1529 to the disadvantageous Treaty of Cambrai. Section 3. Sweatyng Sicknesse in England, 1528. Whoever, following the above facts, will represent to himself the state of Europe in 1528 will readily believe that a poisonous atmosphere enveloped this quarter of the globe, and continually brought destruction and death over its nations. Ruin broke in upon them in 1,000 forms, destroying their bodies and benighting their minds. And if to this we add the discord and the deadly party hatred which at that time prevailed in the world, it seems as if every circumstance that could affect mankind was implicated in this gigantic conflict, which threatened in its fatal result to annihilate all traces of the times that were past. A heavier affliction than has yet been described was in store for England. For in the latter end of May, the sweating fever broke out there in the midst of the most populous part of the capital, spreading rapidly over the whole kingdom, and 14 months later brought a scene of horror upon all the nations of northern Europe, scarcely equaled during any other epidemic. It appeared at once with the same intensity as it had shown 11 years before, was ushered in by no previous indications, and between health and death there lay but a brief term of 5 or 6 hours. Public business was postponed. The courts were closed, and 4 weeks after the pestilence broke out, the festival of St. John was stopped, to the great sorrow of the people, who certainly would not have dispensed with its celebration had they recovered from the consternation arising from the great mortality. The king's court was again deserted, and to the various passions and mental emotions which had been clashing there since the year 1517, as for instance those arising from the theological zeal which had been excited by Henry VIII's defense of the faith, was added once more the old alarm and distress, which seemed to be justified by the death of some favourite courtiers, particularly of 2 chamberlains, and of Sir Francis Poins, who had just returned from an embassy to Spain. The king left London immediately, and endeavoured to avoid the epidemic by continually travelling, until at last he grew tired of so unsettled a life, and determined to await his destiny at Tittenhanger. Here, with his first wife and a few confidants, he resided quietly, apart from the world, surrounded by fires for the purification of the air, and guarded by the precautions of his physician, who had the satisfaction to find that the pestilence kept aloof from this lonely residence. How many lives were lost in this, which some historians have called the Great Mortality, can be estimated only by the facts which have been stated, and which betoken an uncommonly violent degree of agitation in men's minds. Accurate data are altogether wanting, yet it is quite evident that the whole English nation, from the monarch to the meanest peasant, was impressed with a feeling of alarm at the uncertainty of life, to which neither the rude state of society nor a constant familiarity with the effects of laws written in blood had blunted their sensibility. Such a state does not exist without very numerous cases of mortality, which bring the danger home to every individual, so that it is to be presumed that the churchyards were everywhere abundantly filled. Nor did this destructive epidemic come alone. Provisions were scarce and dear, and whilst hundreds of thousands lay stretched upon the bed of death, many perished with hunger, and the same scenes would have been experienced as in France, had not the corn trade afforded some relief. As soon as the occurrences of this unfortunate year could be more closely surveyed, a conviction was at once felt that it was one and the same general cause of disease which called forth the poisonous pestilence in the French camp before Naples, the putrid fever among the youth in France, and the Sweatyng Sicknesse in England, and that the varying nature of these diseases depended only on the conditions of the soil and the qualities of the atmosphere in the countries which were visited. If, in opposition to these notions, a narrow view of human life in the aggregate should raise a doubt, this would be strikingly refuted by the wonderful coincidence in point of time of all these phenomena occurring in such various parts of Europe. For while the French army, after an exposure of 4 weeks to the miseries and poisonous vapors of its camp before Naples, perceived the first forebodings of its destruction, the great famine, with the Trousse Galant in its train, was in full advance on the other side of the Alps, and almost on the same day the Sweatyng Sicknesse broke out upon the Thames. Section 4. Natural Occurrences, Prognostics. The chronicles of all the nations of Europe are full of remarkable notices respecting the commotions of nature in these particular years, which were so utterly hostile to the animal and vegetable kingdoms. In England, the period of distress was already approaching towards the end of the year 1527. Throughout the whole winter, November and December 1527 and January 1528, heavy rains deluged the country, the rivers overflowed their banks, and the winter seed was thus rotted. The weather then remained dry until April, but scarcely was the summer seed sown when the rain again set in, and continued day and night for full 8 weeks, so that the last hope of a harvest was now destroyed, and the soaked earth, in the thick mists that arose from its surface, hatched the well-known demon of the sweating disease. It was now of no avail that the torrents of rain ceased, for the softened soil gave the pestilence constant nourishment, and the damp warmth, which, alternating with unseasonable cold, remained prevalent during the following years all over Europe, rendered men's bodies more and more susceptible to severe diseases. The historians of that time were too much occupied with the intricate affairs of the court and of the church to devote any attention to nature, and on this account they have left us no satisfactory information of the state of the weather and the course of the seasons of those years in England. Yet there is no reason to suppose that they were essentially different from those of the rest of Europe. This may be proved by the following collection of important natural occurrences, when taken in conjunction with the circumstances already stated respecting France and Italy. In Upper Italy, such considerable floods occurred in all the river districts in the year 1527 that the astrologers announced a new deluge. There was a repetition of them to an equal extent and with equal damage in the following year, so that it may have been concluded, not without some ground, that there was an accumulation of snow on the highest mountain ranges of Europe. On the 3rd of July, 1529, there followed a violent earthquake in Upper Italy, and immediately afterwards a blood rain, as it was called, in Cremona. In October 1530, the Tiber rose so much above its banks that in Rome and its neighborhood about 12,000 people were drowned. A month later, in the Netherlands, the sea broke through the dikes, and Holland, Zeeland, and Brabant suffered very considerably from the overflow of the waters, which again took place 2 years afterwards. In 1528, there appeared in the march of Brandenburg, during the prevalence of a south-east wind and a great drought — the rains did not commence in Germany before 1529 — swarms of locusts, as if this prognostic too of great epidemics was not to be wanting. Of fiery meteors, which also frequently appeared in the following years, and in the aggregate plainly indicated an unusual condition of the atmosphere, much notice, after the manner of the times, is occasionally taken. Particular attention was excited by a long fiery train, which was seen on the 7th of January 1529 at 7 o'clock in the morning throughout Mecklenburg and Pomerania. Another fiery sign, Chasma, was seen in the March on the 9th of January at 10 o'clock at night, and likewise similar atmospherical phenomena in other localities. Comets appeared in the course of this year in unusual number. The first on the 11th of August 1527 before daybreak. It was seen throughout Europe, and has often been confounded by more recent writers with an atmospherical phenomenon resembling a comet which appeared on the 11th of October. The second was seen in July and August 1529 in Germany, France, and Italy. 4 other comets are also said to have made their appearance this year at the same time, but it is probable that these were only fiery meteors of an unknown kind. The third was in 1531, and was visible in Europe from the 1st of August till the 3rd of September. This was the great comet of Halley, which returned in the year 1835. The fourth was in 1532, visible from the 2nd of October to the 8th of November. It appeared again in 1661. Lastly, the fifth, in 1533, seen from the middle of June till August. Contemporaries agree remarkably in their accounts of the insufferable state of the weather in the eventful year 1529. The winter was particularly mild, and the vegetation was far too early, so that all the world was rejoicing at the mildness and beauty of the spring. The people wore violets at Erfurt on St. Matthew's Day, the 24th of February, little expecting that this friendly omen was to precede so severe a calamity. Throughout the spring and summer, wet weather continued to prevail. Constant torrents of rain overflowed the fields. The rivers passed their banks. All hopes of the cultivation were entirely frustrated, and misery and famine spread in all directions. A heavy rain of 4 days' continuance, which took place in the south of Germany in the middle of June, and was called the St. Vitus's torrent, is still remembered in modern times as an unheard-of event. Whole districts of country were completely laid under water, and many persons perished who had not time to save their lives. A similar, very widely extended, and perhaps universal storm again occurred on the 10th of August, and occasioned great floods, especially in Thuringia and Saxony. Upon the whole, the sun rarely broke through the heavy dark clouds. The latter part of the summer and the whole of the autumn, with the exception of a series of hot days which commenced the 24th of August, remained gloomy, cold, and wet. People fancied they were breathing the foggy air of Britain. We ought not to omit here to notice that in the north of Germany, and especially in the March of Brandenburg, eating fish which were caught in great abundance was generally esteemed detrimental. Malignant and contagious diseases were said to have been traced to this cause, and it was a matter of surprise that the only food which nature bounteously bestowed was so decidedly injurious. It might be difficult now to discover the cause of this phenomenon, of which we possess only isolated notices. Yet, passing over all other conjectures, it is quite credible either that an actual fish poison was developed, or, if this notion be rejected, that a disordered condition of life, such as must be supposed to have existed in a great famine, rendered fish prejudicial to health, in the same way as sometimes occurs after protracted intermittent fevers, when the functions of the bowels are disturbed in a manner peculiar to this disease. But it was not the inhabitants of the water alone which were affected by hidden causes of excitement in collective organic life. The fowls of the air likewise sickened, who in their delicate and irritable organs of respiration feel the injurious influence of the atmosphere much earlier and more sensitively than any of the unfeathered tribes, and have often been the harbingers of great danger ere man was aware of its approach. In the neighborhood of Freiburg in the Breisgau, dead birds were found scattered under the trees with boils as large as peas under their wings, which indicated among them a disease that in all probability extended far beyond the southern districts of the Rhine. The famine in Germany during this year is described by respectable authorities in a tone of deep sympathy. Swabia, Lorraine, Alsace, and the other southern countries bordering on the Rhine were especially visited, so that misery there reached the same frightful height as in France. The poor emigrated and roved over the country solely to prolong their wretched existence. Above 1,000 of these half-starved mendicants came to Strasbourg out of Swabia. They obtained shelter in a monastery, and attempts were made to revive them, yet many were unable to bear the food that was placed before them. Attention and nourishment did but hasten their death. Another body of more than 800 came in the autumn from Lorraine. These unfortunate people were kept in the city and fed during the whole winter. Yet it is easy to conceive that this benevolence, which was no doubt likewise exercised in other cities, for when was humanity ever found wanting in Germany, could only occasionally alleviate this deeply rooted calamity. In the Venetian territories, many hundreds are said to have perished with hunger, and a like distress probably prevailed all over Upper Italy. In the north of Germany, including the extensive sandy plains on which wet weather is not so injurious in its effect as on a heavy clayey soil, the state of the country was upon the whole more tolerable. Yet independently of the innumerable evils to which a scarcity gives rise, suicide was more frequent, which was certainly a rarity in the 16th century, and only explicable by supposing that the powers of the mind became exhausted by the many and various passions, which in every individual locality excited a spirit of hatred and party feeling. The consequence of such a state of turmoil is a cold disgust of life, which finds in the first adverse event that may occur a pretext for self-destruction that want alone would seldom, if ever, occasion. For man, if his spirit be unbroken, runs the chance of starvation in times of famine, and trusts to the faintest gleam of hope, rather than of his own accord abandon the enjoyment of life. It is no less in point here to notice a kind of faint lassitude, which, to the great astonishment of the people, was felt especially in Pomerania in June and July, up to the very period when the Sweatyng Sicknesse broke out. In the midst of their work, and without any conceivable cause, people became palsied in their hands and feet, so that even if their lives had depended upon it, they were incapable of the slightest exertion. The treatment which was found successful was to cover the patients warmly and to supply them with nourishing food of which they ate plentifully, and thus recovered again in 3 or 4 days. Phenomena of this kind, which in the present instance evidently depended on atmospherical influence, are but the extreme gradations of a generally morbid dullness of vital feeling, which might easily pass into an actual disgust of life, such as would lead to suicide. The following years were by no means all marked by a complete failure in produce. The year 1530 was, on the contrary, plentiful, there being only some partial failures, as for example that which arose from a great flood in the district of the Saale, which occurred in the midst of the harvest time. A very cold spring and a wet cold summer followed in 1531, with only occasional fine days. Yet the ground was not altogether unproductive, and the great distress which would otherwise have been felt in Thuringia and Saxony was checked by the establishment of granaries, so that the people were not obliged, as they often were in Swabia, to mow the green corn, that they might dry the ears in ovens and support life upon the yet unripe grain. The years 1532 and 1533 were again very sterile, as also 1534, in consequence of the great heat and dryness of the summer. Finally, in the year 1535, the regular change of the seasons, and with it a prosperous state of cultivation, seemed to be restored, and the scarcity ceased. The reports from different localities in Germany vary much, but the scarcity prevailed for a full 7 years, from 1528 to 1534, and since its causes were not discoverable, because it was only seen by each observer in his own narrow circle, the old German adage was often called to mind: if there is to be a scarcity, it is of no avail, even should all the mountains be made of flour. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 4, Part 2. Section 5. Sweatyng Sicknesse in Germany, 1529. These facts are sufficient for a preliminary sketch of the background on which moved the spectre of England, to which we now return. How long the Sweatyng Sicknesse may have raged there after Henry VIII quitted his secluded place of refuge in order to return to his capital, no one has left any written account to show. That it spread very rapidly over the whole kingdom is decidedly to be presumed, and might probably still be easily ascertainable from the written records of different places. The notion that it did not rage violently in any town more than a few weeks is justified by corresponding phenomena of more recent occurrence. Yet no doubt it continued to exist among the people though in a mitigated degree, till the mild winter season. But there are not even the slightest data by which it can be made out that it was still in England during the summer of 1529. As an epidemic it certainly existed no longer, yet on a consideration of the state of the air in that year, it is not to be denied that isolated cases of sweating fever may have appeared, for in pestilences of this kind, provided their original causes continue, there always occur some straggling cases. The Sweatyng sickness did not advance westward to Ireland, nor did it pass the Scottish border. The historians who would certainly have recorded so calamitous an event are entirely silent respecting such an occurrence. The tragedy was, however, destined to be enacted elsewhere. Other nations were to play their part in it. Hamburg was the first place on the continent in which the Sweatyng sickness broke out. Men's minds were still in great excitement there in consequence of the events of the few preceding months. The Protestants had, after long and stormy contests, at length vanquished the Papists. Under the wise direction of Bugenhagen, the great work of Reformation was just completed. The monasteries were abolished, the monks dismissed, schools were established, and peace again returned with the enjoyment of ecclesiastical freedom. Just at this moment, the dreaded pestilence, of which wonderful accounts had been so long and so often heard, unexpectedly made its appearance. It immediately excited, as it had ever done in England, general dismay, and before any instructions as to its treatment could be obtained, either from the English or from Germans who had been in England, it destroyed daily from 40 to 60, and altogether, within the space of 22 days, about 1,100 inhabitants. For such was the number of coffins, which were at this time manufactured by the undertakers. The duration of the great mortality, for thus we would designate the more violent raging of this pestilence, was, however, much shorter, and may be roughly estimated at about 9 days. For from the fragment of a letter received from Hamburg, which was dispatched to Wittenberg on the 8th of August by a person who was at that time burgomaster, it appears that for some days past no one had died of the sweating fever, excepting 1 or 2 drunkards, and that the citizens were then beginning to take breath again. We may thus judge from the unauthenticated account here mentioned that the disease lasted about a fortnight longer, and that the loss of lives amounted to 2,000. At all events, however, the pestilence manifested itself on the continent with the same malignity which was peculiar to it from the first, and if the assertion made at a distance respecting the mortality in Hamburg were overcharged, yet there certainly existed sufficient foundation for exaggerations of this sort, which are never wanting in times of such great danger. The historians of this, even at that time, powerful and civilized commercial town have on the whole said but little regarding this important event, a circumstance easily explicable from the constant occupation of men's minds in religious affairs, and from the well-known short visitation of the epidemic, which, like a transient meteor, needed quick and cautious observation if any valuable information respecting the occurrence was to be transmitted to posterity. Some particulars of its first origin have, however, been preserved amid a mass of general assertions which convey no information. Thus it appears that the Sweatyng sickness did not show itself in the town until a Captain Herman Evers, just about the time mentioned, the 25th of July, returned from England, bringing on board with him a number of young people, probably travelers as well as sailors, of whom at least 12 died of this disease within 2 days. According to another account, those who died were not taken ill in England but on the voyage, and the pestilence broke out after the rest of the crew had disembarked. On this point we have further a most respectable testimony to the fact that the night after the landing of Herman Evers, 4 men died in Hamburg of the Sweatyng sickness. If we examine a little more closely these very valuable accounts, the credibility of which there is no reason to doubt, It must especially be taken into account that at this time the sweating sickness had ceased to exist as an epidemic in England for at least half a year, that its appearance in single cases, although not contradictory to general views, is nevertheless by no means borne out by proof from historical evidence, and that thus it is a gratuitous and unsupported assumption that the return of Herman Evers's crew was connected with any sweating sickness at all in England. If we consider, on the other hand, that the North Sea, even in ordinary years, is very foggy, so that owing to the prevalence of northwest winds, it precipitates very heavy rain clouds over Germany, and if we bear in mind that in the year 1529 it produced far heavier fogs than usual, we shall perceive in its waters the principal cause why the English sweating sickness was then developed in its greatest violence, and we may thence assume, with a greater degree of probability, that this pestilence broke out among the crew of Herman Evers spontaneously, and without any connection with England, in the same way perhaps as it did formerly on board of Henry VII's fleet. This supposition is strengthened by the circumstance that the ships of those times were excessively filthy, and the kind of life spent on board them was, independently of the wretched provision, uncomfortable in the highest degree, nay, almost unsupportable, so that even in short voyages the scurvy, which was the dread of sailors in those days, was a very common occurrence. Finally, we still possess the most distinct accounts that unusual occurrences took place in the North Seas. Thus, during Lent, it was observed with astonishment at Stettin that porpoises came in numbers up the Frische Haff as far as the bridge, and that the Baltic cast on its shores many dead animals of this kind, so that we are fully justified in concluding that there existed at that time a more intense development than usual of morbific influences in the marine atmosphere. With respect, however, to the influence which the companions of Herman Evers, impregnated as they were with the odor of the sweating sickness, had on the inhabitants of Hamburg, it cannot be denied that their intercourse with those inhabitants in the filthy and narrow lanes of that commercial city may have given an impulse to the eruption of the pestilence, so far as to make the already existing fuel more inflammable, or to furnish the first sparks for its ignition. Yet it is equally undeniable that under the existing circumstances the epidemic sweating sickness would have broken out in Germany even without the presence of Captain Evers, although it might perhaps have been some weeks later and not have made its first appearance in Hamburg, whose inhabitants, owing to the constant prevalence of the North Sea fog, were, to all appearance, already prepared for the first reception of this fatal disease. To determine to a day when epidemics which have been long in preparation have broken out is, even for an observer who is present, exceedingly difficult, nay, sometimes, under the most favorable circumstances, impossible. For there occur in these visitations certain transitions into the epidemic form of diseases which are allied to it, as well as a gradual conversion into it of morbid phenomena which have usually begun some time before. Unless we are greatly mistaken, such was the case in the pestilence of which we are now treating. Although it must be confessed that we can obtain no precise information on this point from the physicians of those times. The following statements, for the absolute precision of which we cannot pledge ourselves after a lapse of 300 years, must therefore be judged according to this general experience. And though singly they may prove little, yet taken altogether, they are capable of demonstrating the peculiar and almost wonderful manner in which the sweating fever spread over Germany. In Lübeck, the next city in the Baltic, the sweating sickness appeared about the same time. For so early as the Friday before St. Peter in Vinculis, 30th of July, it was known that on the preceding night a woman had died of it. On the following days, cases of death fearfully increased, and the disorder soon raged so violently that people were again reminded of the Black Death of 1349. The inhabitants died without number, as well in the city as in the environs, and the consternation was equal to that felt in Hamburg. In general, as was everywhere the case, robust young people of the better classes were affected, while on the other hand, children and poor people living in cellars and garrets, almost all of them escaped. Now one might, either on the supposition of a progressive alteration in the atmosphere, such as occurs in the influenza, or on that of a communication of the disease from man to man, which however cannot be considered as a principal cause of this epidemic, have expected a gradual extension of the sweating sickness from Hamburg and Lübeck to the surrounding country. This did not, however, in fact take place, for the disease next broke out at Twickau, at the foot of the Erzgebirge, distant from Hamburg 50 German miles, and without having previously visited the rich commercial city of Leipzig. By the 14th of August, 19 persons who had died of it were buried at Twickau, and on one of the following nights above 100 sickened, whence it is to be deduced that the pestilence was severe at that place. Possibly the great storm of the 10th of August may have given an impulse to the development of this very remarkable epidemic, for a highly electrical state of the atmosphere increases the susceptibility for diseases. It is likewise not to be overlooked that on the 24th of August, while the sky was overcast, there came on an insufferable heat which must have debilitated the body after such long-continued cold wet weather. At all events, in the beginning of September we find that the sweating fever broke out at the same time at Stettin, Danzig, and other Prussian cities, at Augsburg, far to the south on the other side of the Danube, at Cologne on the Rhine, at Strasbourg, at Frankfurt on the Main, at Marburg, at Göttingen, and at Hanover. The position of these cities gives an impressive notion of the extent of country of which the English sweating sickness took possession, as it were by a magic stroke. It was like a violent conflagration which spread in all directions. The flames, however, did not issue from one focus, but rose up everywhere as if self-ignited. And whilst all this occurred in Germany and Prussia, the inhabitants of other northern countries, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, perhaps also Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, were likewise visited by this violent disease. The malady appeared in Stettin on the 31st of August, among the servants of the Duke. On the 1st of September, the Duchess herself sickened in common with many people about the court and burgesses in the city. A few days afterwards, several thousands were affected by the disease, so that there was not a street from which some corpses were not daily carried out. This dreadful period of terror, however, did not last much longer than a week, for about the 8th of September the pestilence abated in its violence, so as no longer to be regarded with terror, and after this time only a few isolated cases occurred. On the same day, namely the 1st of September, the disease appeared in Danzig, 50 German miles further to the eastward, and was here also so destructive that it carried off in a short time 3,000 inhabitants. Some say even 6,000, but this seems certainly too high an estimate for Danzig, and probably includes the greater part of Prussia. If we were to give credence to an anonymous reporter, this plague abated in 5 days, and relieved the inhabitants from the mortal anxiety which, until they recovered their senses, led them everywhere to commit acts of injustice and injury to avert the danger. In Augsburg we find the sweating sickness on the 6th of September. It lasted there also only 6 days, affected about 1,500 of the inhabitants, and destroyed more than half that number, or, as it is said, about 800. At Cologne it appeared precisely at the same time, as we learn from the expressions of the Count von Nevenaar, a prelate of that place who finished his account of this disorder on the 7th of September. At Strasbourg it broke out some 10 or 12 days earlier, namely on the 24th of August. In this place about 3,000 people sickened in 1 week, but very few of them died. At Frankfurt on the Main, they were holding the autumn fair, which began on the 7th of September, just at the time when the sweating sickness prevailed, whence arose the opinion, which has been broached again in more modern times, that the traders on their return carried the disease thence throughout the whole of Germany, and that in the intercourse by means of the fair, the main cause of the spread of the epidemic was to be found. After the facts which have been brought forward, such a narrow view needs no refutation. The Sweatyng Sicknesse was fleeter than the conveyance of goods and people, which at that time made their way along the pathless and unbeaten roads. For, quote, no sooner did a rumor of the approach of the disease reach any place than the disease itself accompanied it. Between the boundaries which have been indicated, only a few isolated towns and villages escaped, and there are probably few of the chronicles of that age so prolific of great events, in which the dreadful scourge of the year 1529 is not expressly mentioned. Yet the sweating fever, like other great epidemics, spread doubtless very unequally, and it is ascertained that the further south it extended, the milder it was upon the whole. And also that all those places where it broke out late suffered beyond comparison less than those which were visited early in September and in the latter part of August. For not to lay much stress on the sultry heat from the 24th of August, which probably did not last long, the chief cause of its great malignity at first was the violent method resorted to in the treatment of the sick, the inapplicability of which was fortunately soon perceived. Only one citizen was affected with the Sweatyng Sicknesse in Marburg, and even he recovered, whilst at Leipzig the pestilence either never broke out at all, or very much later, perhaps in October or November, for the physicians of that place gave it clearly to be understood in their pamphlets that they knew nothing of the disease from their own observations, and no sooner did the report get abroad that the dreaded enemy had not penetrated within the walls of this commercial city, than crowds of fugitives came thither from far and near in order to seek protection and security, although the place in itself was by no means fitted for a place of refuge, for the swampy atmosphere which rose from the city ditches begot even in those days in the narrow and dark streets many lingering diseases. Section 6. In the Netherlands. It is remarkable that the Netherlands were visited by the sweating fever full 4 weeks later, although the commercial intercourse with England, if we were to attach any special importance to this circumstance, was far more considerable than that of the German cities in the North Sea. It appeared for the first time in Amsterdam on the 27th of September in the forenoon, whilst the city was enveloped in a thick fog, and just at the same time, perhaps a day earlier, in Antwerp, where on the 29th of September they made a solemn procession in order by prayer to avert greater harm from the city. For in the last days of September 400 to 500 people died of the English sweating sickness at that place. It might have been supposed that the damp soil of Holland and its impenetrable fogs would invite the pestilence much earlier than the high and serene country between the Alps and the Danube, or the far distant land of Prussia. But the development of epidemics follows no human calculation or medical views. In the towns around Amsterdam, the sweating fever appears not to have broken out until the mortality had ceased in that city, that is to say, 5 days after the 27th of September, so that we cannot be far wrong in assuming that in the latter end of that month and the commencement of October it had spread over the whole territory of the Netherlands, including Belgium. Alkmaar and Waterland remained free, as doubtless had been the case with particular places both in England and Germany. The exceedingly short time that the sweating sickness lasted in the different places that it visited was as astonishing as its original appearance. For since it raged in Amsterdam for only 5 days, and not much longer, as we have shown in Antwerp and many German towns, it could hardly have continued more than 15 days in any other places, thus displaying the same peculiarity on this occasion by which it had already been marked in its former visitations. This short period, however, must not be understood to include the sporadic occurrence of the disease. Otherwise, as a contemporary of credit assures us that the Sweatyng Sicknesse attacked some persons twice and others 3 or even 4 times, we might thence conclude that although perhaps in some places the pestilence did, after raging for a certain number of days, suddenly cease, so that no isolated cases afterwards occurred, yet that the general duration of its prevalence was longer than has been stated. Section 7. Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. The eruption of the Sweatyng Sicknesse in Denmark took place at the latter end of September, and on the 29th of that month 400 of the inhabitants died of it in Copenhagen. Elsinore was likewise severely visited, and probably about the same time most of the towns and villages in that kingdom. But the accounts on this subject in the Danish chronicles are extremely defective, as owing to the extraordinary rapidity of this mortal malady, contemporary writers neglected to record, for the information of posterity, the details of a phenomenon which there, as in other countries, must certainly have been striking from its general prevalence. Even from the imperfect notices that were given respecting it, thus much, however, is clearly perceptible, that it was the same well-known disease as elsewhere, which was now observed to pass through Denmark. In proof of this, it was principally young and strong people, as had been originally the case in England, who sickened, the old and infirm being less affected, and in the course of 24 hours, or at most within 2 days, the life or death of the patient was decided. At the same period as in Denmark, the Sweatyng Sicknesse spread over the Scandinavian peninsula, and was productive of the same violent symptoms in the sick, the same terror, and the same mortal anguish in those who were affected by it, not only in the capital of Sweden, where Magnus Eriksson, brother of King Gustavus Vasa, died of it, but also over the whole kingdom and in Norway. The northern historians gave graphic accounts of it, which on a careful examination of manuscript documents might perhaps gain still more in coloring and spirit. That the Sweatyng Sicknesse likewise penetrated into Lithuania, Poland, and Livonia, if not into a part of Russia, we know only in a general way, but doubtless there are written documents still in existence in these countries which only need some careful inquirer to bring them to light. In the meantime, however, it is to be presumed from the early appearance of the disorder in Prussia that it prevailed in those countries at the same time as in Germany, Denmark, and the Scandinavian peninsula. No certain trace is anywhere to be discovered that the Sweatyng Sicknesse appeared so late as December 1529 or in January of the following year, so that after having lasted upon the whole a quarter of a year, it disappeared everywhere without leaving behind it any sign of its existence, or giving rise to the development of any other diseases. Among these it pursued its course as a comet among planets, without interfering either with the French hunger fever or the Italian petechial fever, proving a striking example to all succeeding ages of those general shocks to which the lives of the human race are subject, and a fearful scourge to the generation which it visited. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 4, Fourth Visitation, 1528-1529, Part 3. Section 8, Terror. The alarm which prevailed in Germany surpasses all description, and bordered upon maniacal despair. As soon as the pestilence appeared on the continent, horrifying accounts of the unheard-of sufferings of those affected, and the certainty of their death, passed like wildfire from mouth to mouth. Men's minds were paralyzed with terror, and the imagination exaggerated the calamity, which seemed to have come upon them like a last judgment. The English Sweatyng Sicknesse was the theme of discourse everywhere, and if anyone happened to be taken ill of fever, no matter of what kind, it was immediately converted into this demon, whose spectre form, continually haunted the oppressed spirit. At the same time, the unfortunate delusion existed that whoever wished to escape death when seized with the English pestilence must perspire for 24 hours without intermission. So they put the patients, whether they had the sweating sickness or not, for who had calmness enough to distinguish it, instantly to bed, covered them with feather beds and furs, and whilst the stove was heated to the utmost, closed the doors and windows with the greatest care to prevent all access of cool air. In order, moreover, to prevent the sufferer, should he be somewhat impatient, from throwing off his hot load, some persons in health likewise lay upon him, and thus oppressed him to such a degree that he could neither stir hand nor foot, and finally, in this rehearsal of hell, being bathed in an agonizing sweat, gave up the ghost, when perhaps if his too officious relatives had manifested a little discretion, he might have been saved without difficulty. There dwelt a physician in Zwickau. We no longer know the name of this estimable man, who, full of zeal for the good of mankind, opposed this destructive folly. He went from house to house, and wherever he found a patient buried in a hot bed, dragged him out with his own hands, everywhere forbade that the sick should thus be tortured with heat, and saved, by his decisive conduct, many, who, but for him, must have been smothered like the rest. It often happened at this time that amidst a circle of friends, if the sweating sickness was only brought to mind by a single word, first one and then another was seized with a tormenting anguish, their blood curdled, and certain of their destruction, they quietly slunk away home, and there actually became a prey to death. This mortal fear is a heavy addition to the scourge of rapidly fatal epidemics, and is, properly speaking, an inflammatory disease of the mind, which in its proximate effects upon the spirits bears some resemblance to the nightmare. It confuses the understanding so as to render it incapable of estimating external circumstances according to their true relation to each other. It magnifies a gnat into a monster, a distant, improbable danger into a horrible spectre, which takes a firm hold of the imagination. All actions are perverted, and if during this state of distraction any other disease break out, the patient conceives that he is the devoted victim of the much-dreaded epidemic, like those unfortunate persons who, having been bitten by a harmless animal, nevertheless become the subjects of an imaginary hydrophobia. Thus, during the calamitous autumn of 1529, many may have been seized with only an imaginary sweating sickness, and under the towering heap of clothing on their loaded beds have met with their graves. Others among these brain-sick people, who had the good fortune to remain exempt from bodily ailments, many of them even boasting of their firmness, fell through the violent commotions in their nerves into a state of chronic hypochondriasis, which, under circumstances of this sort, is marked by shuddering and a feeling of uneasiness and dread at the bare mention of the original cause of terror, even when there is no longer any trace of its existence. A person thus disordered in his mind was recently seen to destroy himself on receiving false intelligence of the return of the late epidemic, thus betraying conduct even more dastardly than those cowardly soldiers who, when the cannon begins to roar, inflict on themselves slight wounds that they may avoid sharing the dangers of the battle. To have a full notion how men's minds were previously prepared for this state, we have but to think on the monstrous events which took place in Germany. 12 years earlier, the gigantic work of the Reformation had been begun by the greatest German of that age, and with the divine power of the gospel, triumphantly carried through up to that period. The excitement was beyond all bounds. The new doctrine took root in towns and villages, but nevertheless the most mortal party hatred raged on all sides, and as usually happens in times of such impassioned commotion, selfishness was the animating spirit which ruled on both sides, and seized the torch of faith, in order for her unholy purposes to envelop the world in fire and flames. So early as the year 1521, during Luther's concealment within the walls of Wartburg, false prophets arose and desired, without the aid of their great master, who was the soul of that age, to complete the work with the spirit of which they were not imbued. They brought the wildest passions into action, but destitute of innate firmness and incapable of curbing themselves, they became incendiaries and iconoclasts. Immediately upon this, the unhappy peasant war broke out, a consequence of the arbitrary conduct and oppression practiced from times of old, for which the abettors of Dr. X's sentiments would charge Luther himself as answerable, not perceiving that it was the excitement of the times and of the false prophets which had given occasion to the rebellion. Events occurred from the recollection of which human feeling still recoils. Never was the fair soil of Germany the scene of more atrocious cruelties, and after vengeance had played her insane part without opposition, the melancholy result was that hundreds of thousands of once peaceful and for the most part misled peasants fell by the sword of the lanzknechts and of the executioner, while their numerous survivors became a prey to the dearth which visited the country in the following years. The Battle of Frankenhausen of the 15th of May 1525 and Münster's subsequent execution closed this bloody scene. The consequences of such intestine commotions continued, however, to be felt long after, and considered apart from their highly prejudicial influence on the prosperity of the people, conduced not a little to break the spirit of mankind, signs of which the wise men of those times have plainly pointed out. Section 9. Moral Consequences. The dejection was increased by the universally active spirit of persecution, with which it was still hoped to eradicate the new doctrine. Even whilst the English pestilence was raging, 2 Protestants were burnt at Cologne. In the same year faggots blazed at Mechlin, Verden, and Paris, by the flames of which the ancient faith was to be protected against the pestilence of freedom of thought. Sentences of death were also quite commonly pronounced against the Anabaptists in Protestant countries. The University of Leipzig pronounced a condemnation of this sort in the year 1529, and in Freistadt 11 women were drowned after a nominal trial and sentence because they acknowledged that they were of this sect. Amidst these dissensions, and while the empire was in this helpless condition, came the fear of the barbarians of the south, who had already conquered Hungary under their Sultan Solomon, and whilst the English sweat was raging in the countries of the Danube, threatened to overwhelm Germany. It was a time of distress and lamentations, in which even the most undaunted could scarcely sustain their courage. But to the everlasting honor of the Germans, it must be acknowledged that they withstood this purifying fire with unsullied honor, and in a manner worthy of themselves. For their noble spirits were aroused to unheard-of exertions of energy, and whilst the pusillanimous gave themselves up to despair, they impressed on the gigantic work of their age the stamp of imperishable truth. The siege of Vienna began on the 22nd of September, after the English pestilence had broken out in this capital of Austria, yet nobody regarded this internal danger. The repeated attempts made by the Turks to storm the town were repulsed with great courage, and on the 15th of October Solomon raised the siege, after the Sweatyng Sicknesse had raged with as much violence among his troops as among the besieged. There is no accurate intelligence extant upon this subject, because the pestilence was less regarded here than elsewhere, in consequence of the great distress of the country from other causes. Yet the mortality in Austria, under such unfavorable circumstances, was doubtless more considerable than in the neighboring states. In the north of Germany another struggle was to be decided. The evangelical party wished to declare their faith before the empire and its ruler, to reveal the object of their efforts, and to defend the purity of their creed against danger and assault. For this purpose they prepared themselves with wise discretion, and in the measures taken by the reformers for the fortification of the great work, not the slightest trace was to be observed of the anxiety which at that time agitated the people. In the midst of a country whose inhabitants trembled at the new disease, and were perhaps already severely afflicted with it, did Luther, whilst at Marburg, sketch the first outlines of a profession of faith which, as filled up by Melanchthon, has become the foundation stone of the evangelical church. And in the following spring, during his stay at Coburg, he composed his sublime hymn, Eine feste Burg ist unser Gott, a strong fortress is our God. It could not but happen that in the religious struggles which took place in these years, his special importance would be attributed to the English pestilence. Epidemics readily appear to men, in the narrow circle of his view, as scourges of God, and indeed this representation of them has ever been the prevailing one in all religions. For it is easier to estimate the ever-existing sins of humanity than the grand commotions comprehending both mind and body of a terrestrial organism, which can only be perceived by a superior insight into things. And the mean selfishness of mankind, and their delusions respecting their own qualities, induce them to adopt the more easily the partial view that the Supreme Being allows pestilences to exist only to destroy their enemies of another faith. On this account, not only do most contemporary writers speak of the just wrath of God, and of the chastisement thus prepared for the sins of the world, but the papal party took every possible pains to represent the English pestilence as a punishment for heresy and an evident warning against the triumphant doctrines of Luther. The cases in Hamburg, where the eruptions of the Sweatyng Sicknesse almost immediately followed the abolition of the monasteries, may certainly have obtained credit for such representations among the wavering and short-sighted. And in 100 other towns also, the papists may have taken advantage of a similar occurrence of circumstances, for 1529 was a year when great and important questions were decided. At Lübeck, the monks in general preached that the English sweating fever was but a punishment which heaven inflicted on the Martinians, for so they called the followers of Luther, and the people were not undeceived until they saw with astonishment that Catholics also fell sick and died. They went, however, much further, and did not hesitate to employ even falsehood and cruel revenge to gain their ends. Thus it was asserted that the meeting of the reformers at Marburg on the 2nd of October had led to no union among them, because a panic at the new disease had seized the heretics. Never did a dastardly fear of death enter the heart of Luther, who, when the plague broke out at Wittenberg in 1527, cheerfully and courageously remained at his post, whilst all around him fled, and the high school was removed to Jena. Moreover, as we have seen, the Sweatyng Sicknesse never once came near Marburg, and the union of the two evangelical churches failed on totally different grounds. In Cologne, the zealots were of opinion that they ought to endeavor to appease the visible wrath of God by the punishment of the heretics, and it was this sanguinary delusion, worthy of savage barbarians, which hastened the burning of Flischstadt and Klarenbach. To the completion of this picture of the times, many other minor touches might be added, of which the following may be taken as an example. In the March of Brandenburg, the evangelical faith, notwithstanding great obstacles, spread every day more and more, and the Catholic priests soon found themselves deserted. Just as the Sweatyng Sicknesse broke out at Friedeberg in the Neumark, a curate there delivered a sermon full of enthusiasm and passion, and endeavored to convince his apostate congregation that God had invented a new plague in order to chastise the new heresy. A solemn procession, according to ancient usage and orthodox prescription, was to be held on the following day, and thus the congregation was to be led back into the bosom of the only true church. But behold, in the course of the night, the zealous curate died of some sudden disease. And as mankind are ever ready to interpret even the thunders of the eternal according to their own wishes and narrow notions, the Protestants, it seems, did not fail in their turn to represent this event as a miracle. Section 10. The Physicians. Under these circumstances, the faculty had a very difficult problem before them, for the very imperfect solution of which they cannot justly be reproached. A learned and active physician is certainly one of the noblest of the diversified forms of humanity, for he unites in himself the power arising from an insight into the works of nature with the exercise of a pure philanthropy inseparable from his office. Few men, however, of this ideal perfection lived in those times, and their mitigating influence over the violence of the epidemic, which was generally passed before they could closely examine their new enemy and give any deliberate advice, was doubtless but very inconsiderable. By so much the more busy were the ignorant and covetous, who from time immemorial the more numerous body in the profession have always injured it in its moral dignity. They attacked the disease with bold assertions, alarmed the people with inconsiderate representations, lauded the infallibility of their remedies, and were the promulgators of injurious prejudices. In the Netherlands, as we are assured by Tiengius, a physician whom we reckon among the learned and benevolent, a vast number of patients died of the effects produced by the distribution of pernicious pamphlets, with which the Sweatyng Sicknesse was to be combated by those ignorant interlopers, who many of them gave it out that they had been in England, boasting to the inhabitants of their experience and skill, and with their pills and their hellish electuaries, flitting about from place to place, especially where rich merchants were to be found, from whom, should they be restored, they obtained the promise of mines of gold. The like occurred in Germany, where at the commencement the sound sense of the people was overcome by this officiousness, and violent remedies were recommended as certain means of cure in a deluge of pamphlets, some of which were written by persons not in the profession. From this impure source was derived the prescription of the compulsory perspiration for 24 hours, which in the districts of the Rhine was called the Netherlands regimen, and it is unpardonable that the physicians either with blind pride disregarded or were totally unacquainted with the prior experience of the English, which advocated discretion and the most appropriate line of treatment. This neglect, which was not compensated until thousands had already fallen, may possibly have arisen from the blamable silence of the English physicians, of whom, as if England had not yet been enlightened by the dawn of science, not an individual had written on the Sweatyng Sicknesse, or proposed a reasonable line of treatment since the year 1485. Between England and Germany there existed, nevertheless, a constant intercourse, and it is incredible that that mode of procedure, which did not originate from a formal medical school, but from the sound sense of the people, should not have become earlier known on this side of the North Sea. We must not here overlook the habits and domestic manners of the Germans, for these favored not a little the baneful prejudice with regard to heat, for which we would not altogether make the physicians responsible. Housewives, even at that time, set far too much store by high beds, which annually received the feathers of the geese consumed at the table. The comforts of a warm bed were highly appreciated, and least of all were they disposed to deny them to the sick. Thus all inflammatory disorders were stimulated to much greater malignity, because such a bed either caused a dry heat, even to the extent of burning fever, or a useless debilitating perspiration. To this effect the very extensive misuse of hot baths conduced, and no less so the custom of clothing much too warmly. Upon the whole, the notion was prevalent, as well with the people as with medical men, that diseases were to be combated by warmth and sudorifics. To new epidemics, however, the prevailing notions and customs are always applied. For the great mass of mankind, among whom may be included medical men, are entirely ruled by them, so that in this instance the Sweatyng Sicknesse fell upon a country in which its utmost malignity would be called forth. Yet after the first few days, in which many unfortunate cases occurred, people became aware of the error they had committed. An advocate of the 24 hours sudation, who, though not a medical man, had lauded this practice in a pamphlet on the subject, died in Zwickau on the 5th of September, the victim of his own imprudence. A few days after him died an apothecary, likewise treated with the heated bed. Upon this the physicians immediately abandoned the practice, directed that their patients should be sweated only for 5 or 6 hours, and in a more moderate degree, and the estimable anonymous writer, to whom we have already alluded, thus seemed to meet with converts to his belief. In Hamburg also, men became convinced of the pernicious effects of feather beds, and gave the preference to coverings of blankets. For the English plan of treatment was presently known, and intelligent philanthropists who saw its curative powers made it public in all quarters through the medium of their correspondence. In Lübeck there lived at the time of the Sweatyng Sicknesse a learned Protestant Englishman, Dr. Anthony Barnes, who with great kindness made known everywhere the English treatment of the disease. He was, however, after the cessation of the pestilence, banished from the city, because he had petitioned the bigoted Catholic Senate to tolerate his Protestant brethren. Many were saved by him, for it was the practice in the city also to stew to death those affected with the disease. In Stettin the English treatment was promulgated in good time, and 2 travelling artisans who had come thither from Hamburg were of the greatest assistance to the inhabitants of this city by advising them to take the feathers out of their upper beds. They made known likewise how the sickness had been treated with success. They had seen cases themselves, and could therefore distinguish by their odor those who were suffering from the true sweating epidemic from those who were seized with fever arising from panic. They were constantly besieged by persons asking questions and seeking assistance. And when the disease was at its greatest height, the streets were quite illuminated at night by the lights of the relatives of the patients, who were running in all directions in a state of distraction. The abhorrence of feather beds and the hot plan now followed so quickly the blind recommendation of the 24-hour sweat that by the middle of September, and in many places still earlier, more correct views were generally adopted, and some intelligent men, after the sad experience which had been gained, seized the opportunity of doing more good to the public than their noisy predecessors, who had by this time so abundantly supplied the churchyards with bodies. Among these literally and truly beneficent physicians may be reckoned Peter Wilde at Worms, who warned his countrymen against the Netherlands practice, as also an anonymous person. The names of the best often remain unknown in times of confusion, who in popular language strenuously dissuaded the people against the use of feather beds. It also soon became a common saying, "The sweating sickness will bear no medicine." Footnote: I here give the whole pamphlet, which only occupies 5 pages. It is entitled, "The Remedy, Advice, Succor, and Consolation against the dreadful and as yet by us Germans unheard of, speedy, and mortal disease, called the English Sweating Sickness, from which may Almighty God mercifully protect us." Quote, "When the disease and sweating sets in, ask what o'clock it is, and note it. If anyone be afflicted with this pestilence, may God protect us from it. It attacks him either with heat or with cold, and he will sweat violently, and this will take place all over his body. Some take the disease with sudden eructations, and do not sweat, and to those who do not sweat, a flower of mace with warm beer is given, and then they sweat. But if the pestilence and disease, from which may God preserve us, attack anyone after he has lain down in bed, he must be left there. But if he has a feather bed, though a thin one, over him, cut it open and take the feathers out, that it may consist only of the ticking or covering. If it be too thin, add a cool coverlet, and let the patient lie under that, covered up to the neck, and take care that the air do not touch or strike upon his breast, or under his arms, and the soles of his feet, and let him not toss about. Item: 2 men should attend the patient, and prevent him from uncovering himself, and from going to sleep. Item: the same 2 men must watch the patient, and guard him against sleeping. If they neglect this, and do not so prevent him, and the patient sleep, he will lose his senses and go raving mad. In order, however, that he may be prevented from sleeping, take a little rose water, and by means of a sponge or a clean napkin, bathe his temples with it between the eyes and the ears, and by means of a sponge or napkin, apply pungent wine or beer vinegar to his nose, and talk constantly to him so that he fall not asleep. If he would drink, give him a thin beverage, which should be a little warm, and he ought not to be given more than 2 spoonfuls at a time. Item: on the patient's head should be placed a linen nightcap and a woolen one over it. Item: a warm towel should be taken, and with it the sweat wiped from the face. Item: whoever is attacked in the daytime must be put to bed, if it be a man in his stockings and breeches, if a woman in her clothes, and let them be covered over with not more than 2 thin coverings, and above all things no feather bed, and then treat them as above written. Item: the disease attacks most people from great dread and from irregular living, from which a man should guard himself with great pains. Once for all, the patient must not have his own way. What he would have you do for him, that must not be done. Item: with respect to those whom it attacks in the night, and who lie naked, if they will not lie still, let them be sewn up in the sheets, and let the sheets be sewn to the bed, so that no air can come from beneath, and then cover them as before. Summa: whoever can thus endure for 24 hours, by the blessing of God, will be cured of the sickness and get well. If a man has held out for 24 hours, let him be taken up and wrapped in a warm sheet, lest he become cold, and throw something over his feet, and bring him to the fire. And above all things, let him not go into the air for 4 days, and let him avoid much and cold drink. If he would sleep, provided 24 hours have passed, let him sleep freely, and may God preserve him. The Lord is almighty over us. Amen. End quote. The place of publication is wanting. It was probably either Leipzig or Wittenberg. End of footnote. There is no ground for supposing that the influence of the faculty was much greater in the country where the Sweatyng Sicknesse originated than it was in Germany, for the number of learned physicians there was still fewer, and the knowledge of medicine not nearly so extended as it was in Italy, Germany, and France. The learned Linacre had already died in the year 1524. John Chamber, Edward Wotton, and George Owen were the king's body physicians about the time of the 4th epidemic visitation of the Sweatyng Sicknesse. William Butts, of whom Shakespeare has made honorable mention, in all probability likewise held a similar office. These were certainly distinguished and worthy men, but posterity has gained nothing from them on the subject of the English Sweatyng Sicknesse. All these physicians were well informed, zealous, and doubtless also cautious followers of the ancient Greek school of medicine, but their merits were of no advantage to the people, who, when they departed from the dictates of their own understanding, and did not content themselves with domestic remedies to which they had been accustomed, fell into the hands of a set of surgeons so rude and ignorant that they could only exist in a state of society which then prevailed. Footnote: Thomas Gale's description of this class of medical practitioners gives the best notion of their abilities. Quote, I remember, says he, when I was in the wars at Montreuil, 1544, in the time of that most famous prince, Henry VIII, there was a great rabblement there that took upon them to be surgeons. Some were sow gilders, and some horse gilders, with tinkers and cobblers. This noble sect did such great cures that they got themselves a perpetual name. For like as Thessalus' sect were called Thessalians, so was this noble rabblement for their notorious cures called dog leeches. For in 2 dressings they did commonly make their cures whole and sound forever, so that they felt neither heat nor cold, nor no manner of pain after. But when the Duke of Norfolk, who was then general, understood how the people did die, and that of small wounds, he sent for me and certain other surgeons, commanding us to make search how these men came to their death, whether it were by the grievousness of their wounds, or by the lack of knowledge of the surgeons. And we, according to our commandment, made search through all the camp, and found many of the same good fellows, which took upon them the names of surgeons, not only the names, but the wages also. We asking of them whether they were surgeons or no, they said they were. We demanded with whom they were brought up, and they with shameless faces would answer, either with one cunning master or another, which was dead. Then we demanded of them what chirurgery stuff they had to cure men withal, and they would show us a pot or a box which they had in a budget, wherein such trumpery as they did use to grease horses' heels withal, and laid upon scabbed horses' backs with verval and such like. And others that were cobblers and tinkers, they used shoemakers' wax with the rust of old pants, and made therewithal a noble salve, as they did term it. But in the end this worthy rabblement was committed to the Marshalsea, and threatened by the Duke's grace to be hanged for their worthy deeds, except they would declare the truth, what they were and of what occupations. And in the end they did confess, as I have declared to you before. End quote. In another place Gale says, I have myself in the time of King Henry VIII holp to furnish out of London in 1 year, which served by sea and land, 62 surgeons, which were good workmen and well able to serve, and all Englishmen. At this present day there are not 34 of all the whole company of Englishmen, and yet the most part of them be in noblemen's service. So that if we should have need, I do not know where to find 12 sufficient men. What do I say, sufficient men? Nay, I would there were 10 amongst all the company, worthy to be called surgeons. End of footnote. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER. Translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 4, Fourth Visitation, 1528-1529, Part 4. Section 11, Pamphlets. Inexplicable as the silence of the learned physicians of England on the Sweatyng Sicknesse appears at first view, for where is the use of learning if it fail to throw any light on the stormy phenomena of life? We may yet find perhaps its cause in a perfectly simple external circumstance. The Reformation had not yet begun in England. The Catholic Church still stood on its ancient foundations, and an intellectual intercourse between the learned and the people was not by any means among the acknowledged desiderata. The faculty would hence have been able to treat of the new disorder only in ponderous Latin works, for they wrote unwillingly in their own language, and the subject could not seem to them an appropriate one for this purpose, because they found it unnoticed and uninvestigated by their highly revered masters of the Greeks. They were ignorant that a Sweatyng Sicknesse had ever appeared among the ancients, which otherwise might have incited them to make researches of their own on the subject. For Aurelian, who describes it to the life, was either unknown to them, or, what at that time was a valid ground, was despised by them, on account of his bad, unclassical language. In Germany, on the contrary, the intellectual wants of the people and of the educated classes had already manifested themselves very differently. 12 years before, the age of pamphlets had there commenced. The thoughts of Luther and of his disciples, and also of his opposers, were winged by the rapid press, and the people took an impassioned part in the endeavors of the learned to effect their conviction, and by this altogether novel and authoritative mode of religious instruction became gradually educated and guided. Hence it is not to be wondered at that people began to investigate in pamphlets other important subjects likewise, and thus we see this weighty branch of intellectual commerce with all its advantages and defects, also turned towards the discussion of popular diseases, and for the first time unfolding its numerous leaves on the subject of the English epidemic. In the maritime cities, nothing of this kind happened, because the eruption of the pestilence took them by surprise, and as it was over again in the course of a few weeks, it seemed no longer worthwhile to instruct the people respecting it. This surprise was very plainly shown in the answer of the doctors and licentiates who were assembled together at the bedside of the Duchess at Stettin. The disease was new and unknown to them. They were at loss what to advise excepting strengthening medicines. In the central part of Germany, on the contrary, where as early as the month of August the report of the new plague had excited the utmost alarm, and where an eruption of the pestilence in Zwickau had caused a general flight, publications on the Sweatyng Sicknesse were even within that month, and still more numerously in September, disseminated in all directions. As scientific productions, they are almost all of them worthless. Many of them indeed did harm, but very few promulgated correct views. Most of them are now lost, as for example that which was published by the printer Franz at Zwickau on the 3rd of September. But in what vast numbers they were published appears from the circumstance that Dr. Bayer at Leipzig, who brought out his own on the 4th of September, states that he has read many of them, and expresses his indignation against these new unfounded little books by which the people were misled to their own sorrow and suffering. This same Dr. Bayer writes in the style of an intelligent practical physician, inveighs boldly against the prejudices of mankind and the ignorance of medical journeymen, and against their senseless bleedings whenever they see the barber's basin and his pole. Some of his advice, too, is not bad, especially where he is speaking of the Arabian use of harmless syrups. He, however, religiously preserves all the rubbish of his age, and has a great opinion of preventive bleedings, purgatives, and powerful medicines, of which he prescribes so many that his reader is necessarily confused by their multiplicity. His precepts respecting the sweat are very appropriate, for he gives a caution against forcing perspiration, prescribes according to the circumstances, and even commences the treatment with an emetic, if the state of the stomach seems to indicate its employment. In order to guard against contagion, he recommends, at the approaching autumnal fair, that foreigners from dying lands should be accommodated in distinct inns, that fumigation should be carefully employed, and that before each booth at the fair a fire should be kept up. Another pamphlet by Kazbek of Leipzig is a melancholy monument of the credulity which from Herophilus to the present day has pervaded the whole medical art. It is a regular pharmacopoeia for the Sweatyng Sicknesse, thrown together at a venture without any insight into the nature of the disease. A mine of wonderful pills and electuaries, composed of numberless ingredients, wherewith this mysterious worthy undertakes to raise a commotion in the bodies of the patients. If he had but seen even a single case of the disease, he would at least have known how impossible it would be to administer, within the space of 24 hours, the 100th part of his pills and draughts. With what approbation this little pharmacopoeia was received by physicians of equal penetration and understanding as himself, is shown by the 8 editions which it passed through, and the melancholy reflection is therefore forced upon us that possibly thousands of sick persons were maltreated and sacrificed from the employment of Kegler's medicines. A third physician at Leipzig, Dr. John Hellwetter, states in his pamphlet that he has become acquainted with the Sweatyng Sicknesse in foreign countries, and on the subject of perspiration gives some very good advice, evidently the result of his own experience, which reminds us of the original English mode of treatment. His notion that fish is injurious seems to have originated in the fact that the continued employment of fish as an article of diet gives rise to offensive perspirations, and his admonition to his medical brethren not to flee from the sick, but to visit them sedulously and give them consolation, furnishes ground for supposing that some of them had been pusillanimous and dishonorable enough to withdraw themselves or to refuse their assistance to the poor. Almost all the medical men of those times were in possession of arcana, which they employed either in all, or at least in most diseases, in a very unprofessional manner, and the efficacy of which the sweet delusions of self-interest did not permit them to call in question. The severe metallic remedies of the spagyric school, which was then in its infancy, were not yet introduced, but there were not wanting strong heating medicines from the ancient stores of the empirics, which almost universally obtained the preference over the mild potions and syrups of the Arabians. Hellwetter sold a powder of unknown composition, and a number of distilled waters, which Dr. Magnus Hund of Leipzig notices with much approbation. The pamphlet of this physician is in every respect of the most ordinary kind. It affords no proof that the author had any sound comprehension of the disease, and belongs to that class of low medical compositions which, in times of danger, is so easily derided by the public, and so much diminishes the estimation of the profession, to the material injury of the general welfare. It must not, however, be supposed that the people who in such times of commotion often confound together the good and the bad, listened everywhere so readily to these pamphleteers. The composition of one Dr. Klump at Überlingen, who, on the breaking out of the disease, attacked his patients with theriac and all kinds of heating plague powders, excited great derision, and it cannot be denied that the people had on their side, at least occasionally, the advantage of sound sense, as opposed to the endless prescriptions of the physicians. And it is gratifying to observe how this sound sense, which doubtless was guided by respectable medical men, operated in a great many towns to the advantage of those affected. This is proved by a pamphlet written in popular language by a physician in Wittenberg, which contains such correct medical views that their highest approbation is even now justly due to its unknown author, as showing throughout great judgment and a very competent knowledge of the sweating fever. His whole treatment is mild and cautious. He forbids the use of feather beds, but strongly inculcates the necessity of avoiding every kind of chill, and therefore recommends a practice in use at that time called the sewing of the sick, that is to say, fastening the edge of the bedclothes to the bed with a needle and thread. He orders his patients a moderate quantity of warm but not heating beverage, refreshes them with syrup of roses, and impresses upon his readers that the majority of those affected will recover without medicine. In order to guard against the stupor, which was so exceedingly fatal, in addition to continual conversation, refreshing odors of rose water and aromatic vinegar were held before the patient's nose, in a moderately damp cloth, or their temples were cautiously bathed with them. Convalescents were watched with great care, and it is not the least excellence of this very sterling pamphlet that it likewise combated the timidity of the sick with the inculcation of mild but manly religious principles, such as corresponded with the spirit of that age. The rules here laid down are, in essentials, the original English precepts which had already broken the force of the epidemic Sweatyng Sicknesse in the year 1485, and the author does not conceal his having in this matter received information from Hamburg so far back as the 7th of August. That by this mode of treatment not only individual patients were saved, but also that whole cities were protected against any very great mortality, we are willing with the author to believe, and on this account we cannot but lament the more that the medical science of the rigid schools of those days so completely mistook its office as the guardian of life, and that it caused greater sacrifices by its hazardous remedies than the pestilence would otherwise have occasioned. How soon the English treatment met with the recognition which it deserved may be gathered from a Latin composition nearly of the same tenor as the above, and which appears to be an extract from some German pamphlets. Besides aromatic odoriferous waters, the very harmless and only remedies therein recommended are pearls and corals given internally by tablespoonfuls in warm rose water. As a prophylactic, treacle, which was in very common use, was recommended to be taken in the juice of roasted onions, but only in very small doses. Similar just views with respect to the excitement of perspiration were also subscribed to by other physicians. And finally, the Great Council at Bern, on the 18th of December, published an exhortation to patience and unshaken courage, in which the use of feather beds and of all medicines except cinnamon water was earnestly deprecated during the disease. The court of Holland also recommended a method of cure apparently English, these two documents being the only traces on the part of any governments of a paternal solicitude for their subjects. The learned and accomplished Euritius Cordus of Marburg had, when he wrote, no information respecting the successful English mode of treatment, and with all his celebrity only followed in the ranks of ordinary advisers. He could not free himself from the medical precepts which he brought from Italy, and gave to the only patient at Marburg, who was the subject of the Sweatyng Sicknesse, the very disagreeable, though much employed potion of Benedetto. His prophylactic ordinances were very burthensome, though with respect to the frequent employment of purgatives, which at that time almost all physicians recommended, it must be taken into account that the intemperance so prevalent in those days rendered them in general more necessary perhaps than they are at the present time. Bishop Dittmar of Merseburg has betrayed to posterity that this celebrated man had a great dread of the new disorder, and did not conceal his anxiety. There is still extant a very complicated prescription of Achilles Gasse, the learned physician of Augsburg, which he employed with childish confidence during the prevalence of the sweating pestilence. We might class this with 1,000 others of a similar character, were it not evident how little medical art, at that time in its ancient Greek garb, was suited to the exigency of the age, being dull, inefficient, and long since robbed of its original spirit, for thus alone was it taught in the universities. In the copious epistle of Simon Requinus to the Count of Nebenar at Cologne, traces of better principles are indeed observable, which were soon disseminated from Hamburg all over Germany. Yet the prophylactic measures recommended are not much better than those in use in the time of the Emperor Antonius, when the theriaca of Andromachus was among the necessaries at the Roman court. Requinus incidentally tells a story of a peasant in the neighborhood of Clèves, who, having become affected by the English sweating sickness, crept as quickly as he could into a baker's oven that was still hot, and after some time again made his appearance in an exhausted state. This very circumstance proves that the man labored only under an imaginary and not a real sweating fever, but the belief that the bread which was afterwards baked in this oven was infected with the poison can only be attributed to the credulity of the learned physician. The Count of Nevenar expresses himself on the subject of the sweating fever like a person well informed and not unacquainted with medical subjects, and endeavors to prove the critical nature of the sweat by the frequent practice of the empirics to throw persons afflicted with the plague at the very beginning of the attack into a profuse perspiration. He takes the opportunity to relate of an unprincipled physician that he freed himself in this manner from the plague in a public bath, while those who came after him became every one of them affected with the disease and died. According to his account, the English sweating sickness was by no means fatal in and about Cologne, yet we find it with all the original malignity on the banks of the Scheldt and in the maritime towns of the Netherlands. This plainly appears from the pamphlet of a physician in great practice at Ghent, Tertius Damianus, from Wissenaken, near Tirlemont, whose own wife fell sick of the sweating fever, and fortunately was again restored. The cases whereof Damianus gives an account are among the most marked of which any mention is made, and it also seems that the disease, contrary to the opinion of many, arose from fear alone, and manifested in the Netherlands a much greater power of contagion than in Germany, to which the hot treatment may have contributed. The manner in which Damianus restrained his patients from indulging in their propensity to sleep is worthy of notice. When the usual means failed, he directed that their hair should be torn out, that their limbs should be tied together in painful positions, and that vinegar should be dropped into their eyes. The danger justified these means, but violence does not easily attain its end. For the rest, the views of this physician do not differ from those commonly entertained, and if he complains of the great extortions of the apothecaries, this was a natural effect of the customary prescriptions, whereof he himself recommends many that are very objectionable. Whatever the science of medicine of the 16th century could oppose to so fearful an enemy is set forth in a very excellent treatise of Joachim Schiller of Freiburg, which, however, did not appear until 2 years later, and unfortunately does not give the wished-for information on the development of the pestilence in the Breisgau. Schiller is moderate in his views, and shows throughout that he is a very well-informed physician and well-versed in Greek literature. And although he cannot steer clear of the rubbish of clumsy remedies, yet the fault should not be charged on him, but on the age in which he lived. This, like every other, had its evils, and enveloped in clouds and darkness the genius of medicine, which, free, great, and elevated above human short-sightedness, is respected only by the intellectual servants of nature. Section 12. Form of the disease. The notions of contemporary writers respecting the phenomena and the course of the sweating epidemic are, it is true, individually unsatisfactory and defective. Yet collectively we may gather from them a lively and complete picture of its effect on the human frame, especially from the German observers, who reported truly and honestly their own as well as the general experience of their age. For the English had up to that period described little more than the external appearances of this epidemic, which had already attacked them for the 4th time. It is ascertained that the sweating fever was in general very inflammatory, and leaving out of the account its sequel, came to a crisis at most in 24 hours. Yet within this narrow limit as to time, very various symptoms occurred, so that by a more exact observation than could be expected from the physicians of those days, several gradations of its development and violence might have been distinguished from each other. Thus, one form of this disease appeared that was wanting in precisely that symptom which was the most essential, namely the colliquative sweating, as in the most dangerous form of cholera, neither vomiting nor purging takes place, and which, by its overpowering attack, either destroyed life within a few hours, or perhaps took some other turn of a nature unknown to us. Premonitory symptoms were wanting altogether, unless we may reckon as such, first, an anguish combined with palpitation of the heart, which may not have been of corporeal origin, but may have proceeded from the general alarm, or secondly, an irresistible sinking of the powers resembling a swoon, which perhaps preceded the disorder, in the same manner as it had preceded the general eruption of the plague in northern Germany, or thirdly, rheumatic pains of various kinds, which were frequently felt in the summer of 1529, or finally, a disagreeable taste in the mouth and foul breath, which were very commonly the subject of complaint at that time. In most instances the disease set in like the generality of fevers, with a short shivering fit and trembling, which in very malignant cases even passed into convulsions of the extremities. In many it began with a moderate and constantly increasing heat, either without any evident occasion, even in the midst of sleep, so that the patients on waking lay in a state of perspiration, or from a state of intoxication and during hard work, especially in the morning at sunrise. Many patients experienced at the commencement a disagreeable creeping sensation or formication on their hands and feet, which passed into pricking pains, and an exceedingly painful sensation under the nails. At times likewise it was combined with rheumatic cramps, and with such a weariness in the upper part of the body that the sufferers were totally incapable of raising their arms. Some were seen during these attacks, especially women and those who were weak, with their hands and feet swollen. Serious affections of the brain quickly followed. Many fell into a state of violent feverish delirium, and these generally died. All complained of obscure pain in the head, and it was not long before an alarming lethargy supervened, which, if it was not firmly resisted, led to inevitable death by apoplexy. Thus the unconscious sufferers were at least relieved from the pain of separation from their friends, which would have been much more distressing to them in this than in any other complaint, since they lay, as it were, in a stinking swamp, tortured with suffering. This mortal anguish accompanied them so long as they were in possession of their senses, throughout the whole disease. In many the countenance was bloated and livid, or at least the lips and cavities of the eyes were of a leaden tint, whence it evidently appears that the passage of the blood through the lungs was obstructed in the same way as in violent asthma. Hence they breathed with great difficulty, as if their lungs were seized with a violent spasm or incipient paralysis. At the same time the heart trembled and palpitated constantly under the oppressive feeling of inward burning, which in the most malignant cases flew to the head and excited fatal delirium. In the course of a short time, and in many cases at the very commencement, the stinking sweat broke out in streams over the whole body, either proving salutary when life was able to obtain the mastery over the disease, or prejudicial when it was subdued by it, as is the case in every ineffectual effort of nature to produce a cure. And in this respect, as in diseases of less importance, great differences appeared according to the constitution of the patient. For some perspired very easily, others, on the contrary, with great difficulty, especially the phlegmatic, who, in consequence, was threatened with the greatest danger. In this severe struggle, the spinal marrow was sometimes, at a later stage, so much affected that even convulsions came on. And it happened not unfrequently that in consequence of the constriction of the chest, the stomach indicated its excited condition by nausea and vomiting. These symptoms, however, manifested themselves principally in those who were attacked with the disease upon a full stomach. Such is the testimony of the contemporary writers of 1529, to whose accounts but little is added by K, an English eyewitness of the epidemic Sweatyng Sicknesse of 1551. The observations of this perfectly trustworthy physician, so far as they relate to the form of the disorder, may be here annexed, since no essential differences between the diseases on these two occasions can be discovered. At the first onset, the disease in some attacked the neck or shoulders, and in others one leg or one arm with dragging pains. Others felt at the same time a warm glow that spread itself over the limbs, immediately after which, without any visible cause, the perspiration broke out, accompanied by constant and increasing heat of the inward parts, gradually extending towards the surface. The patient suffered from a very quick and irritable pulse and great thirst, and threw themselves about in the utmost restlessness. Under the violent headache which they suffered, they frequently fell into a talkative state of wandering, yet this did not generally happen before the 9th hour, and in very various gradations of mental aberration, after which the drowsiness commenced. In others the sweating was longer delayed, while in the meantime a slight rigor of the limbs existed. It then broke out profusely, but did not always trickle down the skin in equal abundance, but alternately sometimes more, sometimes less. It was thick and of various colors, but in all cases of a very disagreeable odor, which, when it broke out again after any interruption to its flow, was still more penetrating. K adds to what we already know of the oppression of the chest the very important statement that those affected were observed to have a whining, sighing voice, whence we have every reason to conclude that there was a serious affection of the 8th pair of nerves. He moreover describes a very mild form of the disease, such as was prevalent in the south of Germany in 1529. It passed off under proper care without any danger, in the very short period of 15 hours, and was brought to a termination by moderate heat through the medium of a very gentle perspiration. It is remarkable that during this violent disorder, neither the activity of the kidneys nor the evacuation by stool was entirely interrupted, for there passed continually turbid and dark urine, although, as may be conceived, in small quantity and with great uncertainty as to the prognosis, whereupon those physicians who judged by the urine were not a little perplexed. It was observed, too, sometimes in the more easily curable cases, that patients, at the moment when the perspiration broke out upon them, passed urine in great quantity, on which account a French physician proposed to draw off the water in those who suffered from this disease. Yet this practice had no higher therapeutical worth than the excitement of perspiration in diabetes or in cholera, and is, moreover, much less practicable. That occasionally diarrhea supervened, and even to a degree which was not to be restrained, may be gathered from the frequent medical directions as to how it ought to be arrested, which Kay also repeats. In some patients, likewise, nature appears to have effected a simultaneous crisis by the skin, the kidneys, and the bowels. Much more important, however, is the observation of a respectable Dutch physician that after the perspiration was over, there appeared on the limbs small vesicles, which were not confluent but rendered the skin uneven, and these were not noticed by any other medical observer, but as spoken of by the author of an old Hamburg chronicle, and with this addition, that they had been seen on the dead. By this it is very likely that a miliary eruption and perhaps spots also are to be understood. Yet everything militates against the supposition that this phenomenon was constant, or that the sweating fever was an eruptive disorder, for in that case some mention would have been made of it in the numerous accounts of historians, many of whom doubtless had themselves seen the disease, and the eruptions would have been more evidently and decidedly formed in the numerous relapses of those who recovered. They certainly indicate a relationship with the miliary fever, but only in so far as that both diseases are of rheumatic origin, and this slight participation in the nature of an eruptive disease would seem to have been observed in the English sweating sickness only in perfectly isolated cases. What would have taken place under such an indication had the sweating sickness run a longer course, whether in fact it might not possibly have passed into a regular miliary fever, is a question unsolved by the past, since even later transitions of this kind have never been observed. The two diseases are, both in their course and their nature, perfectly distinct from each other, and the miliary fever was not developed as an independent epidemic until the following century, under circumstances altogether different, and its more decided precursors are not to be discovered until a period posterior to the 5 eruptions of the sweating sickness. The powers of the constitution were much shaken by the sweating sickness, so that a rapid recovery was observed to take place only in the mildest form of this disease. Those, however, whom it attacked more severely, remained very feeble and powerless for at least a week, and their restoration was but gradual, and effected only by great care and strengthening diet. After the perspiration had passed off, the patient was taken carefully from his bed, cautiously dried in a warm chamber, placed by the fireside, and as a first restorative, usually fed with egg soup. Yet the generality could not entirely get over the effects of the fever for a long time. Those who had recovered could seldom go out so early as the 2nd or 3rd day. Those patients were placed in still greater danger in whom the perspiration was in any way suppressed. Most of them were consigned to inevitable death. The popular voice ever since the year 1485 confirms this. Over those, however, in whom the powers of life were roused to a renewed effort, there broke out, after a short period, a new perspiration far more offensive than the first, so that the body dripped, as it were, with a foul fluid, and it seemed as if the inward parts wanted to disburthen themselves at once of their putridity by an immoderate effort. It is clear that this repetition of the attack must have been destructive to many who, had it not been for an obstruction of the crisis, would have been saved. For nothing is more dangerous in inflammatory diseases than when those secretions are interrupted which nature has ordained as the only means of relief. Relapses were frequent, because convalescents, after the disease was subdued, remained for a long time very excitable. These were seen for the third and fourth time seized with the sweating sickness. Nay, later writers notice a repetition of the disease even to the 12th time, whereby at least the health was completely shattered, for dropsy or some other destructive sequela supervened, until death put a period to incurable sufferings. And it is important to observe that even the bowels participated in the great excitability of the system, for too early an exposure to the air easily brought on diarrhea. How great the decomposition of the organic matter was is convincingly proved from all the testimony hitherto adduced. But it might have been inferred from the very rapid putrefaction of the body, which rendered it necessary everywhere to use the greatest dispatch in the performance of burials, and fortunately did away with all fear of being buried alive. Of post-mortem examinations we have no information, and even if they could have been instituted, they would, from the manner of conducting researches in those times, scarcely have thrown any important light on the disease. Hardly any physicians but those who had studied in Italy knew the inward structure of the body from their own observation, superficial as it was. The rest learned it only from Galenic manuals. How could they, with such slender knowledge, have distinguished between healthy and diseased parts? Moreover, the sweating sickness could not, in so short a period, cause such a palpable and substantial destruction of the viscera as they would alone have sought for. Details respecting the condition of the blood in the dead body, which after such an enormous loss of watery fluid, such severe oppression at the chest, and so great an impediment to the function of respiration, would in all probability be thickened and darkened in color, as well as respecting the condition of the lungs and of the heart, it would be highly desirable to obtain. But these likewise are wanting altogether, and after the lapse of so long a period, there only remains room for conjectures. The observation was repeated in Germany, which had been so frequently made since the year 1485, that the middle period of life was especially exposed to the sweating fever. Children, on the contrary, remained almost entirely exempt from this disease, and when the aged were affected by it, it was as individual exceptions to a general rule, and this, as it would appear, only during the height of the epidemic, as for example at Zwickau, where a woman of 112 years of age was carried off by it. We have already in part discovered the cause of this perfectly constant phenomenon in the luxurious mode of living of robust young men, and if we look back at the moral condition of the Germans in the 16th century, we find among them the same immoderate luxury as among the English, the same drunkenness, the same intemperance at their frequent banquets, where the wine cups and beer jugs were emptied with but 2 eager draughts. Finally, also the same relaxation of skin consequent upon the use of warm baths and warm clothing. All contemporary writers mention these circumstances, and our bold forefathers, with respect to these matters, were not in the best repute with their southern neighbors. But we have, moreover, to survey the disease in another point of view, namely in relation to its peculiar character. In the outset we designated the sweating sickness as a rheumatic fever, and if we take the notion of a rheumatic affection, as in propriety we ought, in its widest acceptation, weighty and convincing grounds have been adduced in the course of our whole inquiry in confirmation of this view. When we observe that those very nations were visited by the sweating fever, which are characterized by a fair skin, blue eyes, and light hair, the marks of the German race, it may with justice be assumed that even this peculiarity in the structure of the body rendered it susceptible to this extraordinary disease. It is this which causes the proneness to fluxes of all kinds, and which makes these diseases endemic in the north of Europe, whilst the dark-haired southern nations and the blacks of the tropical climates remain under similar circumstances more free from them. If it be remembered further how overcharged with water were the lower strata of the atmosphere in which the pestilent sweating fevers existed, what thick and even offensive mists prepared the way for the disease and indicated its approach, what rapid alternations of freezing cold and excessive heat took place in the summer of 1529, and moreover how frequent all kinds of fluxes were in this very year, the complete form of the rheumatic constitution will be recognized in every individual feature. Did we possess in the showy systems of modern times a mature knowledge of the electricity of living bodies, much light would of necessity hence be thrown on the great object of our research. We should not then be compelled to rest satisfied with the fact that a cloudy atmosphere abstracts electricity from the body, robs the skin and lungs of their electrical atmosphere, disturbs their mutual electrical relation with the external world, and by this disturbance prepares the body for rheumatic indisposition, with all that peculiar decomposition of the fluids, irritable tension of the nerves, fever, and painful affection of particular parts with which it is accompanied. If this disturbance be represented according to certain new and inviting hypotheses, supported by some important facts, as perhaps an accumulation of electricity in the interior of the body, owing to a morbid isolating activity of the skin, we may expect a more perfect knowledge of the nature of rheumatism through the medium of future diligent researches. And until these be made, some evident signs of connection between rheumatic affections and the English sweating sickness will perhaps be sufficient to demonstrate the rheumatic nature of this latter disease. In the first place, the very great susceptibility of those affected with the sweating fever to every change of temperature, the decidedly great danger of chill. In no known diseases does this irritability of the skin show itself in so prominent a degree as in rheumatic fevers and in those non-febrile fluxes in which there even exists a very evident sensitiveness to metallic action. Secondly, the tendency of the rheumatic diathesis to come to a crisis through the medium of a profuse, sour, and offensive perspiration without any assistance from art. The English sweating sickness manifests this commotion of the organism in the most exquisite form hitherto known, for it admits of no kind of doubt that the sweat of this disease was of itself and in itself critical in the fullest acceptation of the term. Thirdly, the peculiar alteration in the fundamental composition of organic matter in rheumatic diseases, in consequence of which volatile acids of a strange odor are prevalent in the sweat and urine and animal excretions. The English sweating sickness exhibits also this result of morbid activity in a greater and more striking manner than any other disease. Nor can we regard the tendency to putridity which has been observed as anything but an increased degree of this condition. Fourthly, the shooting pains in the limbs, the most decided sign of rheumatism, were not wanting in the English sweating sickness. Nay, they became developed even to the extent of an incipient paralysis, and even the convulsions of those affected with this disease may not unjustly be attributed to the same source. Fifthly, the tendency of rheumatism, when it takes an unfavorable course, to pass into regular dropsy, which is a consequence of the peculiar decomposition, manifested itself in the sweating fever in so marked a manner that the dropsy itself gradually destroyed the patient. Should the skeptical still need another link in the comparison, we may adduce the miliary fever, a disease of decidedly rheumatic character. We must not, however, take as our standard the degenerate forms of miliary fever existing in modern times, but those grand and fully developed forms of the disease which occurred in the 17th and 18th centuries, and in which we find a similar odor in the perspiration, the same oppression, and the same inexpressible anguish with palpitation and restlessness. The arms became enfeebled as if seized with paralysis. Violent pains in the limbs set in, and unpleasant pricking sensations in the fingers and toes, resembling in all these particulars the sweating sickness, only pursuing a more lengthened and irregular course, and becoming developed altogether in a different manner. According to this representation, the English sweating sickness appears as a rheumatic fever in the most exquisite form that has ever yet been seen in the world, violently affecting the vitality of the brain and spinal marrow with their nerves, without, however, at all molesting the plexuses of the abdomen. The immoderate excretion of watery fluids, which in the mild cases alone took place through a spontaneous curative power, while in the malignant forms it betokened paralysis of the vessels and an actual caliquation, directs our attention further to the consequent state of inanition, which very probably passed into stagnation of the circulation, in the same manner as takes place after every other sudden loss of the fluids, whether from sanguineous effusion or evacuations by vomit and stool. Hence the uncommonly rapid course of the disease, and partly too the fatal stupor. Hence, likewise, the very pardonable misconception with respect to the nature of the sweating fever existing even in more modern times. The sequela was more important and more fatal than the original rheumatic affection itself, which in its minor forms was mild and easily managed. And thus is explained the wonderfully fortunate result of the old English treatment, which prevented this sequela and avoided increasing the already too powerful efforts of nature to effect a cure. We have therefore nothing further to add to this judicious and truly scientific practice but our unqualified approbation. For it is the part of the physician, in diseases which have a spontaneous power of curing themselves, to leave this power free scope to act, and merely by fostering care to remove all obstacles to its exercise. Should it be the destiny of mankind to be again visited by the disease of the 16th century, and it is by no means impossible that at some time or other similar events may recur, we would recommend our posterity to bear in mind this eternal truth, and to treasure up the golden words of the Wittenberg pamphlet, namely, to guard the healing art from strange and unnatural farragos, for it is only when it is subordinate to nature that it bears the stamp of reason, the mistress of all earthly things. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweating Sicknesse, Chapter 5, Fifth Visitation, 1551. Ubique lugubris erat lamentatio, fletus merens, acerbus luctus. K. Section 1. Eruption. Full 23 years had now elapsed. No trace of the sweating sickness had shown itself anywhere in this long interval, and England had, by its rapid advancement, assumed quite another aspect, when the old enemy of that people again, and for the last time, burst forth in Shrewsbury, the capital of Shropshire. Here, during the spring, there arose impenetrable fogs from the banks of the Severn, which, from their unusually bad odor, led to fear of their injurious consequences. It was not long before the sweating sickness suddenly broke out on the 15th of April. To many it was entirely unknown, or but obscurely recollected, for amidst the commotions of Henry's reign, the old malady had long since been forgotten. The visitation was so very general in Shrewsbury and the places in its neighborhood that every one must have believed that the atmosphere was poisoned, for no caution availed, no closing of the doors and windows. Every individual dwelling became a hospital, and the aged and the young, who could contribute nothing towards the care of their relatives, alone remained unaffected by the pestilence. The disease came as unexpectedly and as completely without all warning as it had ever done on former occasions. At table, during sleep, on journeys, in the midst of amusement, and at all times of the day. and so little had it lost of its old malignity that in a few hours it summoned some of its victims from the ranks of the living, and even destroyed others in less than one. 24 hours, neither more nor less, were decisive as to the event. The disease had thus undergone no change. In proportion as the pestilence increased in its baneful violence, the condition of the people became more and more miserable and forlorn. The townspeople fled to the country, the peasants to the towns. Some sought lonely places of refuge, others shut themselves up in their houses. Ireland and Scotland received crowds of the fugitives. Others embarked for France or the Netherlands, but security was nowhere to be found, so that people at last resigned themselves to that fate which had so long and heavily oppressed the country. Women ran about negligently clad, as if they had lost their senses, and filled the streets with lamentations and loud prayers. All business was at a stand. No one thought of his daily occupations, and the funeral bells tolled day and night, as if all the living ought to be reminded of their near and inevitable end. There died within a few days 960 of the inhabitants of Shrewsbury, the greater part of them robust men and heads of families, from which circumstance we may judge of the profound sorrow that was felt in this city. Section 2. Extension and Duration. The epidemic spread itself rapidly all over England, as far as the Scottish borders, and on all sides to the sea-coasts, under more extraordinary and memorable phenomena that had been observed in almost any other epidemic. In fact, it seemed that the banks of the Severn were the focus of the malady, and that from hence a true infestation of the atmosphere was diffused in every direction. Whithersoever the winds wafted the stinking mist, the inhabitants became infected with the Sweatyng Sicknesse, and more or less the same scenes of horror and of affliction which had occurred in Shrewsbury were repeated. These poisonous clouds of mist were observed moving from place to place, with the disease in their train, affecting one town after another, and morning and evening spreading their nauseating, insufferable stench. At greater distances, these clouds, being dispersed by the wind, became gradually attenuated. Yet their dispersion set no bounds to the pestilence, and it was as if they had imparted to the lower strata of the atmosphere a kind of ferment which went on engendering itself, even without the presence of the thick misty vapor, and being received into men's lungs, produced the frightful disease everywhere. Noxious exhalations from dung pits, stagnant waters, swamps, impure canals, and the odor of foul rushes, which were in general use in the dwellings in England, together with all kinds of offensive rubbish, seemed not a little to contribute to it. And it was remarked universally that wherever such offensive odors prevailed, the Sweatyng Sicknesse appeared more malignant. It is a known fact that in a certain state of the atmosphere, which is perhaps principally dependent on electrical conditions and the degree of heat, mephitic odors exhale more easily and powerfully. To the quality of the air at that time prevalent in England, this peculiarity may certainly be attributed, although it must be confessed that upon this point there are no accurate data to be discovered. The disease lasted upon the whole almost half a year, namely from the 15th of April to the 30th of September. It thus passed but gradually from place to place, and we do not observe here that it spread with that rapidity which in the autumn of 1529 had excited such great wonder in Germany. It is much to be regretted that contemporary writers either give no intelligence respecting the eruption or course of the epidemic Sweatyng Sicknesse in individual towns, or if they did so, that this has not been made use of by subsequent writers. Doubtless a very considerable diversity of circumstances would here present themselves, and the very peculiar manner in which the corruption of the atmosphere spread on this occasion might perhaps have been estimated from certain facts, and not from mere suppositions. Thus the only fact that has been handed down is very remarkable, namely that the Sweatyng Sicknesse required a whole quarter of a year to traverse the short distance from Shrewsbury to London, for it did not break out there until the 9th of July, and in a few days, according to its former mode, reached its height, so that the rapid increase of deaths excited terror throughout the whole city. Yet the mortality was considerably less than at Shrewsbury, for there died in the whole of the first week only 800 inhabitants, and we may consider it decided, although all the contemporaries are silent on this very central question, that the pestilence nowhere lasted longer than 15 days, and perhaps in most places, as formerly, only 5 or 6. The deaths throughout the kingdom were very numerous, so that one historian actually calls it a depopulation. No rank of life remained exempt, but the Sweatyng Sicknesse raged with equal violence in the foul huts of the poor and in the palaces of the nobility. The piety which in the general dejection was displayed by the whole nation, giving birth to innumerable works of Christian benevolence and philanthropy, whereby undoubtedly many tears were dried up, many orphans and widows protected from distress and want, is hence explained. For this phenomenon, highly delightful as it is in itself, occurs only under great afflictions and a general fear of death, as we are taught by the universal history of epidemics. We are willing to believe, to the honor of the English, that the religious impulse which they derived from their ecclesiastical reformation may have had no small share in its production. Yet, unfortunately, such is the nature of human society, that no sooner is the calamity over that virtue relaxes. Scarcely were the funeral obsequies performed when everything returned to the usual routine. In like manner, the Byzantines, once during a great earthquake, were seized with a fear of God, such as they had never before felt. Day and night they flocked to the churches. Nothing was to be seen but Christian virtue, self-denial, and works of benevolence. But these only lasted until the earth again became firm. The very remarkable observation was made in this year that the Sweatyng Sicknesse uniformly spared foreigners in England, and on the other hand followed the English into foreign countries, so that those who were in the Netherlands and France, and even in Spain, were carried off in no inconsiderable numbers by their indigenous pestilence, which was nowhere caught by the natives. Not a single French inhabitant of the neighboring town of Calais was affected, and neither the Scotch inhabitants of the same island, nor the Irish were visited by the Sweatyng Sicknesse, so that we cannot get rid of the notion that there was some peculiarity in the whole constitution of the English which rendered them exclusively susceptible to this disease. To make this out accurately would be so much the more difficult, because in the original year of the Sweatyng Sicknesse, foreigners were the very persons among whom the English disease broke out, and again because English persons who had lived a year in France, on their return home in the summer of 1551, became the subjects of the Sweatyng Sicknesse. Contemporaries, indeed, find a cause in the gluttony and rude mode of life of the English. In short, in all those remote causes with which we have already become acquainted, and which doubtless also had their part in preparing the same scourge for the Germans and Flemings in 1529. Kay, the most efficient eyewitness, even brings in proof of this view, that the temperate in England remained exempt from the Sweatyng Sicknesse, and on the contrary, that some Frenchmen at Calais, who were too much devoted to English manners, were seized with it. To this alone, however, this susceptibility cannot be attributed, unless we would be content with the antiquated system of giving too much weight to remote causes, opposed to which we are met by the striking fact that the Germans and Netherlanders, who had scarcely much improved in their manners since 1529, were not again visited by their old enemy. Section 3. Causes, Natural Phenomena. It is easy to perceive, or rather we have no alternative but to suppose, an unknown something in the English atmosphere, which imparted to the inhabitants the rheumatic diathesis, or, if we will, so penetrated their bodies, overcharged as they were with crude juices, that their constitutions had the so-called opportunity, that is, were changed in such a manner as to fit them for the reception of the sweating sickness. Under such a condition, the common and more peculiar causes of this disease were not absolutely necessary in order to induce its attack in a constitution thus long prepared for it, but the general causes of disease were sufficient of themselves to give it its last stimulus, although this should be in an entirely different climate, as in the present instance was the case with the English who were living in Spain, and with the Venetian ambassador Nangerio, who in the year 1528 fell ill of the petechial fever when far from Italy and living in France. It has no doubt struck the reader that each of the 5 eruptions in England lasted much longer than the single one which occurred in Germany and the north of Europe. This too might well depend upon the peculiarities of the English soil. But let us now endeavor to render manifest, by means of phenomena actually observed, that unknown something in the atmosphere of 1551, the theon of the great Hippocrates, which announces its presence by the sickening of the people. For beyond this it is not granted that human researches should penetrate. The winter of 1550-51 was dry and warm in England, the spring dry and cold, the summer and autumn hot and moist. The weather of the whole year was uncommon in many particulars, without, however, influencing the lives of plants and animals so much or through so great a range as at the time of the 4th epidemic Sweatyng Sicknesse. It was, even in some places, praised as fruitful. On the 10th of January, a violent tempest occurred, which in Germany left no small traces of its effects on houses and towers. The same day brought considerable floods in the river district of the Lahn, which must be noticed on account of the very unusual season of the year. On the 13th of January, again at an unusual season, there followed a great storm with heavy rains, which spread over the north of Germany. And on the 28th of January, there occurred a considerable earthquake in Lisbon, whereby about 200 houses were overthrown, and nearly 1,000 people were destroyed, whilst a fiery meteor appeared, which, according to the unsatisfactory descriptions of the time, resembled most a northern light, and therefore was in all probability of electrical origin. This was succeeded in Germany by a great frost in February. On the 21st of March, at 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 mock suns with 3 rainbows were seen at Magdeburg and in its vicinity, and in the evening 2 mock moons. The same mock suns were also observed at Wittenberg, but without the rainbows. A similar phenomenon with 2 rainbows was again seen on the 17th of March, and mock suns had been observed at Antwerp as early as the 28th of February. About the same time, 21st of March, the Oder overflowed its banks, and floods followed after continued rains during the month of May in Thuringia and Franconia. Great tempests were not wanting, and after considerable heat there occurred on the 26th of June a thick summer fog in the districts of the Elbe, which deprived the besiegers of Magdeburg of the sight of that city. It may therefore be supposed that this phenomenon took place throughout a greater extent of the country. On the 22nd of September, a meteor like a northern light was again seen, and on the 29th of that month, after some clear weather, a heavy fall of snow was followed by continued cold. These facts are sufficient plainly to prove that the course of the year 1551 was unusual, that the atmosphere was overcharged with water, and that the electrical conditions of it were considerably disturbed. Nor must we omit to notice that for the first time since 1547, mold spots again appeared in Germany on clothes, and red discolorations of water, as likewise an exuberance of the lowest cryptogamic species of vegetation. Section 4. Diseases. During the years of scarcity from 1528 to 1534, it excited general surprise that malignant fevers, more especially the plague, petechial fever, and encephalitis, which in the individual accounts we can seldom sufficiently distinguish from each other, were constantly recurring, and creeping slowly as they did from place to place, had no sooner finished their wandering visitations of whole districts of country than they again made their appearance where they had broken out in former years. It was a century of putrid malignant affections, in which typhus diseases were continually prevailing, a century replete with grand phenomena affecting human life in general, and continuing so long after the period to which our researches refer. There existed also an epidemic flux, which during cold summer in 1538 spread over a great part of Europe, and especially over France, so that according to the assurance of an eminent physician, there was scarcely any town exempt from it. Of this flux we have unfortunately but very defective reports, among which we find a statement, not without importance, that there were no extraordinary forerunners, such as are observed in phenomena of this kind, to account for this epidemic. 2 years earlier, however, 12th of July, 1536, Erasmus died of the flux. This disease seldom occurs sporadically, but usually as an epidemic, and thus perhaps slighter visitations of this rheumatic malady may be assumed to have preceded that greater one which took place in 1538. The period remarkable for plague followed in the year 1540, and ended about 1543. The summer of the first named year is especially mentioned in the chronicles as having been hot, and throughout the whole century it continued to be in great repute on account of the excellent wine it produced. A spontaneous conflagration of the woods was frequent, and an earthquake was felt in Germany on the 14th of December. Thereupon, in 1541, there followed in Constantinople a great plague, which in the year 1542 spread by means of a Turkish invasion into Hungary, its superior importance being indicated by the presence of accompanying phenomena, among which the swarms of locusts that appeared this year are especially worthy of note. They came from the interior of Asia, and traveled in dense masses over Europe, passing northward over the Elbe, and southward as far as Spain. Kay saw a cloud of locusts of this description in Padua. Their passage lasted full 2 hours, and they extended further than the eye could reach. The plague quickly spread in Hungary, and caused a similar destruction to the imperial army which was fighting against the Turks under Joachim II, Elector of Brandenburg, as it had formerly caused the French before Naples. Whether this pestilence may have been the original Oriental glandular plague, or whether we may assume that it had already degenerated into the Hungarian petechial fever, such as likewise broke out in the year 1566 in the camp near Comorn during the campaign of Maximilian II, and thence by means of the disbanded lanzknechts spread in all directions, cannot now well be determined for want of ascertained facts. In the following year, 1543, however, this plague broke out in Germany, namely in the Harz districts in the province of the Saale, and still more malignantly at Metz, yet upon the whole it did not cause any considerable loss of life. In the years 1545 and 1546, we again find the Trousse-Galant in France. It proved fatal to the Duke of Orleans, second son of Francis I, in the neighborhood of Boulogne, and according to the testimony of a French historian, to 10,000 English in that fort, so that the garrison was obliged to pitch a camp outside the town, and the reluctant reinforcements felt that they were encountering certain death. The disease spread itself also among the French troops, and we have seen that it extended its dominion beyond the Alps of Savoy. It thus appears that up to the period of which we have been speaking, the year 1544 alone was free from great visitations of disease. but it would be difficult from thenceforth satisfactorily to define the individual groups of epidemics, if the connection of the epidemic Sweatyng Sicknesse of the year 1551 with them is to be made out. For there was, to use an expression of the schools, a continued typhus constitution, which extended throughout this whole period, manifesting itself on the slightest causes by malignant diseases, so that the visitations of sickness, which we have hitherto been describing, do but appear as exacerbations of them, with the predominance sometimes of one and sometimes of another set of symptoms. The camp fever, which prevailed in the spring of 1547 among the imperial troops, there is good ground for considering to have been petechial. A great many soldiers fell sick of it, and it was so much the more malignant because the imperial army was composed of a variety of soldiery, Spaniards, Germans, Hungarians, and Bohemians. Those who were seized complained, as in encephalitis, of insufferable heat of the head. Their eyes were swollen and started glistening from their sockets. Their offensive breath poisoned the atmosphere around them. Their tongues were covered with a brown crust. They vomited bile. Their skin was of a leaden hue, and a deep purple eruption broke forth upon it. The disease, the fresh seeds of which the imperial hussars had brought with them out of Hungary, proved fatal as early as the 2nd or 3rd day, and it may be taken for granted that both before and after the Battle of Mühlberg, 24th of April, it made no small ravages in Saxony, yet it did not become general. After a short interval, the unusual phenomena of 1549 again increased. The chronicles of central Germany record blights and murns in that year. They speak likewise of a northern light seen on the 21st of September, and of a malignant disease which, till the winter set in, carried off young people in no small numbers. According to all appearance, this disease was a petechial fever, which in the following year, 1550, likewise visited the March of Brandenburg, Thuringia, and Saxony. The mortality was particularly great at Eisleben, where in less than 4 weeks from the 14th September, 257 fell a sacrifice to it, and after this period it happened often that from 20 to 24 bodies were buried in one day, so that the loss in this little town may be reckoned at least at 500. From this slight example, the great malignity of the plagues of the 16th century will be perceived, and it would be still more evident if the physicians of those times had made more careful observations, and historians had more accurately recorded facts of this kind. In 1551 there prevailed in Swabia a disease of the nature of plague, which determined the Duke Christoph of Württemberg to draw himself from Stuttgart. It did not spread and seems to have remained unknown to the rest of Germany. In Spain, too, the plague showed itself, and if to this be added the influenza of the same year, as well as the numerous cases of malignant fevers in Germany and Switzerland, which were spoken of as still existing in the 2 following years, it will again be seen quite evidently that the 5th epidemic Sweatyng Sicknesse appeared accompanied by a group of various epidemic diseases, which might be considered as resulting from general influences. The disease which is the subject of our research thus took its departure from Europe, similarly accompanied as when it originally sprang up there, while in the interval it thrice repeated its deadly attacks. Section 5. Jhon Caius. Let us dedicate a few moments to the observer of the 5th Sweatyng pestilence, whose life presents a lively image of the peculiarities and tendencies of his age. He was born at Norwich on the 6th of October, 1510, and received his education at Gondel Hall, Cambridge. He had early evinced by some productions his great knowledge of the Greek language and his zeal for theological investigations. At a mature age he went to Italy, at that time the seat of scientific learning, where Baptista Montanus and Vesalius at Padua initiated him in the healing art. He took his doctor's degree at Bologna, and in 1542 he lectured on Aristotle in conjunction with Realdus Columbus with great approbation. The following year he travelled throughout Italy, and with much diligence collated manuscripts for the emendation of Galen and Celsus, attended the prelections of Matthaeus Curtius at Pisa, and then returned through France and Germany to his own country. After being admitted as a doctor of medicine at Cambridge, he practiced with great distinction at Shrewsbury and Norwich, but was soon summoned by Henry VIII to deliver anatomical lectures to the surgeons in London. He was much honored at the court of Edward VI, and the appointment of body physician which this monarch bestowed on him he retained also under Queen Mary and Elizabeth. In 1547 he became a fellow of the College of Physicians, over which at a later period he presided for 7 years. He constantly supported the honor of this body with great zeal, compiled its annals from the period of its foundation by Linacre to the end of his own presidentship, and originated an establishment, the first of the kind in England, for annually performing 2 public dissections of human bodies. That he was thus established in London before the year 1551 is certain, yet he was present in Shrewsbury during the Sweatyng Sicknesse. His pamphlet upon this disease, the first and last published in England, did not however appear before 1552, after all was over. It is written in strong language and a popular style, and with a laudable frankness. Boke blames in it, without any reserve, the gross mode of living of his countrymen, and does not fatigue his reader with too much book learning, which neither he nor his contemporaries could refrain from displaying on other occasions. He reserved this for the Latin version of his pamphlet, which was published 4 years later, and although judged according to a modern standard, it is far from being satisfactory, yet it contains an abundance of valuable matter, and proves its author to be a good observer. And in this we can nowhere mistake that he is an Englishman of the 16th century, however numerous the terms he may borrow from Celsus. His doctrines are of the old Greek school throughout, of which the physicians of those times were staunch supporters. Hence the term ephemera pestilence, his comparison of the disease with the similar fevers of the ancients, and his accurate appreciation of the important doctrine of ethereal spirits, to which he refers its chief causes, and according to which the corrupted atmosphere, spiritus corrupti, becomes mixed in the lungs with the spirits of blood, spiritus sanguinis, whence it at once appears explicable to him why many persons may be attacked with the Sweatyng Sicknesse at the same time, and even in different places, and why the parts of the body in which, according to the ancient Greek notion, the ethereal spirits developed themselves, were the most violently affected with this disease. From the relationship of the infected air to the ethereal spirits in the body polluted by intemperance, it also appears explicable to him why foreigners in England, in whom this pollution took place in a less degree, were only in cases of individual exception attacked by the Sweatyng Sicknesse, not to mention other theoretical notions. On malaria in general, as he was an observant naturalist, he was enabled to turn to good account his experience in Italy and his knowledge of the ancients, and his estimation of the subordinate causes, with regard to which he takes up the same position as Agricola, who was also a good naturalist, is likewise on the whole worthy of approbation. The moderate use of beer amongst the English was considered by many as the principal reason why the Sweatyng Sicknesse was confined to this nation. On this subject he enlarges even to prolixity, with evident English predilection for this beverage, which manifestly contributed to the morbid repletion of the people. And he himself acknowledged this as a principal cause of the Sweatyng Sicknesse. The injurious quality of salt fish, as alleged by Erasmus and the German physician Helvete, he would not altogether have ventured to reject, for it caused constant and abundant fetid perspirations, and might thus have contributed to pave the way for the Sweatyng Sicknesse. A similar source was to be found in the dirty rush floors of the English houses, and other subordinate causes of the disease, of which mention has been made in the course of this treatise. As a zealous advocate of temperance, it were to be wished that he had met with more attention. But the words of a good physician are given to the winds when they are directed against vices and habits of sensual indulgence. People require from him an infallible preservative, and not a lecture on morality. His precepts on food and beverage are circumstantial, after the manner of the ancients. And he recommends such a variety that it is difficult to make a choice, while nothing but the greatest simplicity can be of any avail. Purifying fires, which were kindled everywhere in times of plague, are also much lauded by him. And we here learn incidentally that the smiths and cooks remained free from the sweating sickness. Fumigations with odoriferous substances of all kinds, even the most costly Indian spices, were everywhere employed in the houses of the rich, and no one stirred out without having with him some one of the 1,000 scents recommended from time immemorial during the plagues. The medicines which he recommends are those that were then in vogue, among which theriaca, Armenian bowl, and pearls occur in various combinations. Yet most of the prophylactics which he advises for obviating any defect in the constitution are not very violent. Kay's treatment of the sweating sickness is according to the mild old English plan, which is very judiciously and perspicuously laid down. He kept himself on the whole free from the influence of the schools in this instance, and the only remedy which he approved in case of necessity was a harmless and very favorite preparation of pearls and odoriferous substances, which is called Manus Christi, or in Germany, sugar of pearls. It had its origin in the 15th century, and was the invention of Guaianus, and there were various receipts for compounding it. He also sometimes prescribed at the commencement of the attack bole or terra sigillata, for how could a physician of the 16th century doubt the anti-poisonous effect of this overrated remedy? Restlessness in the patient, debility, a too thick skin, and thick blood are set forth by him as the chief impediments to the critical sweat, and in order to remove them, he sets to work with great and laudable caution, ordering, according to circumstances, even mulled wine and greater warmth. Sometimes, too, he could not refrain from employing theriac and mithridate, but he did not use these remedies to any great extent. For dropsical and rheumatic patients who became the subjects of the sweating sickness, he prescribed a beverage of guaiacum. He also recommended as a sudorific the China root, which was at that time much in use. When the perspiration broke out, he positively prohibited the urging it beyond the proper point. All medicines were thence laid aside, and he trusted to aromatic vinegar and gentle succussion alone for keeping off the lethargy, without considering with Damianus that more severe measures were essential. As a learned patron of the sciences, Kay ranks among the most distinguished men of his country. Through his interest, Gondel Hall was, in the reign of Queen Mary, elevated to the rank of a college, better established and more richly endowed. To the end of his life he continued to preside over this his favorite institution, and passed his old age there, not in monkish contemplation like Linacre, but zealously devoted to study, as the great number of his writings testifies. He was accused of having changed his faith according to circumstances. This pliability served, it is true, to retain him in favor with sovereigns of very opposite modes of thinking. It is not, however, a sign of elevation of mind, and can only be explained in part by the spirit of the English Reformation. Kay was a reformer, in fact, inasmuch as he was a promoter of instruction, and perhaps laid no stress on outward profession. His versatility as a scholar is extraordinary, and would be worthy of the highest admiration, had he entirely avoided the reproach of credulity, had he not been too prolix in subordinate matters, and had he shown more decided signs of genius. At one time he translated and illustrated the writings of Galen. At another he wrote on philology or the medical art, it must be confessed without much originality, for he took Galen and Montanus as his patterns. But where could physicians be found at that time who did not follow established doctrines? Some essays on history and English archaeology are found among his writings, and his works on natural history, dedicated to Conrad Gessner, are among the best of his age, because he imparted his observations in them quite plainly and naturally, free from the trammels of any school. He died at Cambridge on the 29th of July, 1573, and ordered for himself the following epitaph: Jhon Caius. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Chapter 6, Sweatyng Sicknesses. Estigar to pathos lucis ton desmon tes eis sdoen dynamios, areteus. Section 1. The Cardiac Disease of the Ancients, Morbus Cardiacus. Thus, by the autumn of 1551, the Sweatyng Sicknesse had vanished from the earth. It has never since appeared as it did then and at earlier periods, and it is not to be supposed that it will ever again break forth as a great epidemic in the same form, and limited to a 24 hours course. For it is manifest that the mode of living of the people had a great share in its origin, and this will never again be the same as in those days. Yet nature is not wanting in similar phenomena, which have appeared in ancient and modern times, and if we take into account the great frequency of cognate rheumatic maladies, it is possible that isolated cases may have sometimes occurred in which repletion of impure fluids and violently inflammatory treatment have augmented a rheumatic fever even to the destruction of nervous vitality by means of profuse perspiration, only perhaps that they ran a longer course, which does not constitute an essential difference, and under totally different names, whereby attention is misled. Of all the diseases that have ever appeared, which can in any way be compared to the English Sweatyng Sicknesse, we have principally three to look back upon: the cardiac disease of the ancients, the Picardy sweat, and the sweating fever of Reutlingen. The first was, for reasons which have already been mentioned, almost unknown to the learned of the 16th century, and it is a matter of surprise that Kay himself, who had chosen for his favorite the best Roman physician, Celsus, could have so entirely overlooked his by no means unimportant statements respecting this disease. Houllier is the only author who ventures a comparison of the English Sweatyng Sicknesse with the ancient cardiac disease. His few and almost lost words remained, however, unheeded. Nor are the differences between the two diseases small. But to return. The disease of which we are speaking appeared for a period of 500 years, from 300 BC to 200 after Christ, and was a common, almost everyday occurrence, which is often mentioned even by non-medical writers. It was exceedingly dangerous and even esteemed fatal, and as it was far above the reach of Greek physiology, there were not wanting extraordinary opinions respecting its nature, and bold and singular modes of treatment to which those who were attacked were subjected. The name cardiac disease, morbus cardiacus, nosos cardiacae, and probably also nosos carditis, was not bestowed by medical men but by the people, who in the 4th century before Christ, for the name is as ancient as that period, could not know that the learned would dispute on that subject. Some affirmed, and among them men of great authority, such as Erasistratus, Asclepiades, and Areteus, that the people were in the right so to call the disease, that the heart was actually the part affected, and that their knowledge of the heart's functions was by no means small. Others, on the contrary, would only acknowledge in that name an expression indicative not of the particular seat of the disease, but only of its importance, inasmuch as the heart is well adapted as the center and source of life to indicate this. Others again, who attempted more refined conjectures, wished to represent the pericardium as the seat of the malady, because darting pains were sometimes felt in the region of the heart, or the diaphragm, or the lungs, or even the liver. The opinions were numerous. The actual knowledge was small. The cardiac disease began with rigors and a numbness in the limbs, and sometimes even throughout the whole body. The pulse then took on the worst condition, was small, weak, frequent, empty, and as if dissolving. In a more advanced stage, unequal and fluttering, until it became completely extinct. Patients were affected with hallucinations. They were sleepless, despaired of their recovery, and were usually covered suddenly with an ill-savored perspiration over the whole body, whence the disorder was likewise called diaphoresis. Sometimes, however, a washy sweat broke out, first on the face and neck. This then spread itself over the whole body, assumed a very disagreeable odor, became clammy and like water in which flesh had been macerated, and ran through the bedclothes in streams, so that the patient seemed to be melting away. The breath was short and panting almost to annihilation, in sustentabilis. Those affected were in continual fear of suffocation, tossed to and fro in the greatest anguish, and with a very thin and trembling voice uttered forth only broken words. They constantly felt an insufferable oppression in the left side, or even over the whole chest, and in the paroxysms which were ushered in with a fainting fit, or were followed by one, the heart was tumultuous and palpitated, without any alteration in the smallness of the pulse. The countenance was pale as death, the eyes sunk in their sockets, and when the disease took a fatal turn, all was darkness around them. The hands and feet turned blue, and whilst the heart, notwithstanding the universal coldness of the body, still beat violently, they for the most part retained possession of their senses. A few only wandered a short time before death, while others were even seized with convulsions and endowed with the power of prophecy. Finally, the nails became curved on their cold hands, the skin was wrinkled, and thus the sufferers resigned their spirit without any mitigation of their miserable condition. A striking resemblance is plainly perceived from this description between the ancient cardiac disease and the English sweating sickness in the most exquisite cases of each. In both, the same palpitation of the heart, the same alteration of the voice, the same anxiety, the same impediment to respiration, and thence the same affection of the nerves of the chest, the same ill-scented sweat, and by means of this sweat, the same fatal evacuation. In short, all the essential symptoms arising from the same circle of functions. For in the sweating pestilences of the ancients, as well as the moderns, the nerves of the abdomen remained unaffected. The liver, intestines, and kidneys took no part in the primary affection. The diaphragm, as in the English sweating sickness, formed the partition. Hence, the acute did not hesitate to call the cardiac disease fainting, syncope, with certainly an unusual extension of the notion implied by this term, which in its common acceptation excludes the turbulent commotion of the heart. In the affection of the brain some difference occurs, for though the hallucination afforded an unfavorable prognostic in both diseases, yet the fatal stupor was peculiar to the English sweating sickness, no observer having made mention of it in the cardiac disease. Greater and altogether essential differences between this affection and the English sweating sickness appear in another respect. There is every reason to suppose that the cardiac disease first appeared in the time of Alexander the Great, that is to say, at the end of the 4th century before Christ. for the Hippocratic physicians were unacquainted with it. Erasistratus, who was body physician to Seleucus Nicator, and was a universally celebrated professor at Alexandria under the first Ptolemy, being the first to mention it. If that age be compared even superficially with that of Henry VII and Henry VIII, and Africa, Asia Minor, and the south of Europe with England, we shall easily be convinced that the two diseases, notwithstanding the agreement in their main symptoms, could not be the same. Moreover, much was comprehended by the ancients under the name of morbus cardiacus, which on a near examination proves not to be one and the same definite form of morbid action, for sometimes this affection is spoken of as an independent disease, sometimes it is mentioned only as a symptom superadded to others, as a kind of transition from other very various diseases, such as has occurred in modern times. Soranus mentions as such diseases continued fevers accompanied by much heat, and reckons them among the caucus, that is, an inflammatory bilious fever, to which Areteus also saw the cardiac disease superadded. These fevers passed on the 5th or 6th day into the cardiac disease, and such a transition occurred chiefly on the critical days. In a similar sense, Celsus speaks even of phrenitis, under which name we are here to understand all inflammatory fevers accompanied by violent delirium, with the exception of actual inflammation of the brain. Thus we see that the cardiac disease arose and increased on a very different soil from other diseases, and was, to furnish an ancient example, as far from being independent under these circumstances as lethargy was in similar cases. But there was doubtless an independent idiopathic form of the cardiac disease. Whether this was febrile or not, the most celebrated physicians of ancient times were not agreed. Now, how could they ever have differed upon the subject, if the cardiac disease had always appeared only as a sequelae on the 5th or 6th day of inflammatory fevers? Apollophanes, a disciple of Erasistratus and physician to Antiochus I, considered it with his master as constantly febrile, and his opinion prevailed for a long time. Perhaps he was in the right, for it is probable that in the first half of the 3rd century the disease was much more violent than at a subsequent period. His celebrated contemporary Demetrius of Apamea, disciple of Herophilus, affirmed that he had recognized fever only in the beginning of the disease, and that it disappeared in its further progress. Very soon most physicians decided that it was not febrile, but Asclepiades distinguished a febrile from a non-febrile form of the cardiac disease, and it is certain that this physician was a very accurate observer. Themison and Thessalus also agreed with him. Areteus described in a cursory manner the febrile form only, and perhaps was not acquainted with any other. Soranus followed in the essential points Asclepiades, the founder of his school, and later writers generally regarded the inward heat, the hot breath, and the burning thirst, symptoms which were occasionally less marked, as proofs of the febrile nature of the disease. Numerous theoretical views belonging to particular schools, of which we do not here treat, were intermingled with these, and upon the whole that form seemed to have been esteemed as non-febrile, in which the signs of feverish excitement appeared less marked. In all cases the cardiac disease set in with external coldness and with a small contracted quick pulse, symptoms which with certainty indicate fever. Respecting the course of the cardiac disease, we are not furnished with sufficient information. It was no doubt very rapid, for the frame could not long endure symptoms of so violent a kind, and the disorder must of necessity soon have come to a crisis. Yet from the ample directions for treatment, we may conclude that it lasted at least several days. If the perspiration was well surmounted, patients seemed to recover rapidly, and their sufferings appeared to them according to the expressions of Areteus, like a dream out of which they awoke to a consciousness of the increased acumen of their senses. But the termination was not always so fortunate. The disease was very dangerous, and in many, after the occurrence of an incomplete crisis, an insidious fever remained behind, which ended in a consumption. The whole phenomena was altogether peculiar, and among existing diseases there are none which bear any comparison with it. There must therefore have been something in the whole state of existence among the ancients which favored the formation of the cardiac disease. That it arose oftener in summer than in winter, that it attacked men more frequently than women, and especially young people full of life, and hot-blooded, plethoric persons who used much bodily exercise, will learn from credible observers. In this respect, therefore, it bore a resemblance to the English sweating sickness. We may also add that indigestion, repletion, drunkenness, and likewise grief and fear, but especially vomiting, and the employment of the bath after dinner, occasioned an attack of the malady. Let us call to mind the habits of the ancients. It was in the time of Alexander that Oriental luxury was first introduced. Gluttony became a part of the enjoyment of life, and warm baths a necessary refinement in sensuality, which, just at this time, were philosophically established by Epicurus. Nor was this the last instance in which philosophers encouraged the errors and infirmities of human society. Here again, therefore, as in the English sweating sickness, we meet with the relaxed state of skin and the foul repletion engendered by the same indulgence in sensuality which we have found to exist in the 16th century. How the corruption of moral increased, and to what a frightful height it was carried among the Romans, it is not necessary here further to elucidate, and we may take it for a fact that in consequence of it, the general constitution of the ancients underwent a peculiar modification, that this relaxation of skin and gross repletion were propagated from generation to generation, and that, as among chronic diseases, those of a gouty character were its more frequent results, so among the inflammatory, the cardiac disease made its appearance as the general effect of this kind of life. Where, however, such a system of life existed among whole communities, the original and peculiar occasion was not needed in every individual case to bring the predisposition for disease which propagated itself by hereditary taint to an actual eruption. Shocks to the constitution of quite a different kind were often sufficient for the purpose. Thus, among the Romans, it was by no means always the case that gluttony and relaxation of the skin immediately gave rise to the cardiac disease, while on the other hand the usual faintness, induced by too copious bloodletting, passed into this impetuous agitation of the heart, accompanied by colliquative sweats, and all over-violent perspirations in other diseases were apt to take the same dangerous course. We must here also take into account a practice among the Romans which was very injurious, and yet rendered sacred by the laws, namely, visiting the public baths late in the evening, just after the principal meal, and awaiting the digestion of their food in these places of soft indulgence. How much must the tendency of sweating disorders have been favored by these means? Surmises founded on the facts already stated can alone be offered respecting the nature of the ancient cardiac disease. The ancients gave us no certain intelligence upon it, for their mode of observing did not lead to that object at which modern medicine aims. That the cardiac disease was not a rheumatic character seems deducible from several circumstances. From the quality of the atmosphere in southern climates, which is not so favorable to rheumatic maladies as to give rise to a distinctly defined form of that complaint throughout a period of 500 years. From the nature of the so-called inflammatory fever, which exhibited no rheumatic symptoms in its course, and lastly, from the treatment of the cardiac disease, for it was a common practice to cool down the diaphoretic patients in the midst of their perspiration by sponging them with cold water, to expose them to the air, and some physicians went so far as to advise cold baths and effusions. How could they have ventured upon such remedies if the cardiac disease had been of a rheumatic nature? In the sweating fevers of the 16th century, every abrupt refrigeration, every exposure of the skin was fatal. It is thence to be inferred that the English sweating sickness differed from the ancient cardiac disease in its rheumatic character, even although both diseases were founded in common on an impure gross repletion and relaxation of skin, and the essential phenomena of both went through the same course, not to advert to other differences which are manifest from what has been stated. The remaining treatment of the cardiac disorder should not be altogether passed over in this place, because it shows very clearly the general style of thinking of the medical profession, as also certain metaphysical excitations which are innate in that profession, and of which there is therefore a repetition in all ages. For whilst some proceeded with commendable care and caution, and Areteus feared a fatal result from the slightest error, others again would fain render excited nature obedient to their rough command by means of the most violent remedies. It therefore occasionally happened that in their over-hasty activity they were unable to distinguish between a salutary perspiration and a dangerous diaphoresis. This they suppressed at all hazards, and thus sent their patients to the shades of their fathers. Others forthwith flew to chrysipic bandaging, the great means of suppressing profuse evacuations and even violent spasms. Others were for obviating the debility as quickly as possible by means of a nourishing diet, and overloaded the stomach as if the recovery of strength depended entirely upon eating. Others allowed as much wine as possible to be drunk for 24 hours together, even to the extent of producing intoxication. And Asclepiades selected for this extraordinary deathbed carousal the Greek salt wine, for the sake of bringing on a diarrhea, whereby the open pores of the skin might again close, and the too mobile atoms might be carried towards the bowels. With the same object he ordered active clysters, for if they succeeded in causing a full evacuation, he maintained that the perspiration must necessarily be arrested. Andemus of the Methodic sect recommended even clysters of cold water, and whatever else the rashness of medical men had foolhardily contrived, acting on the ancient notion that severe diseases always required violent remedies. Areteus recommended bloodletting, which others pronounced to be nothing short of certain death. He had, however, a notion that the causus was the foundation of the cardiac disease, and perhaps he was right. A cautious employment of wine was apparently of great use, and what may excite surprise, physicians gave detailed and frivolous precepts on the choice and enjoyment of food. If the irritable stomach rejected this repeatedly, they even went so far, according to the Roman method, as to make the patient vomit both before and after his meals, in order that the organ might thus bear the repeated use of nourishment. It was also asserted that the stomach retained food and wine better if the body was previously rubbed all over with bruised onions. All this affords us an insight into the nature of this remarkable disease, which has now so completely vanished from the world. Finally, when astringent decoctions proved fruitless, particular confidence was placed in the application of various powders to the surface of the body, conjointly with the use of light bedclothes and the avoidance of feather beds, which the effeminacy of the ancients had already introduced. As astringents, they selected pomegranate bark, the leaves of roses, blackberries, and myrtles, as also fuller's earth, gypsum, alum, litharge, slaked lime, and when nothing else was at hand, even common road dust. The efficacy of some of these extraordinary remedies cannot be denied. At least it has been proved in modern times with respect to alkalis, which are of a somewhat similar nature, that they are of great service where there is an abundant determination of acid towards the skin, and it is very probable that the perspiration of these diaphoretic patients contained much acid. Section 2. The Picardy Sweat. Sweate de Picard, Sweate miliaire. The Picardy sweat is a decided miliary fever, which has often prevailed not only in Picardy, but also in other provinces of France for more than 100 years, and even at the present time exists in some places as an endemic disease. We have pointed out the affinity between the English sweating sickness and miliary fever. Both are rheumatic fevers, the former of 24 hours duration, the latter running a course of at least 7 days. In the former there was no eruption, or if in isolated cases an eruption made its appearance, it was doubtless subordinate, not essential. In the miliary fever, on the contrary, the eruption is so essential that this disease may be considered as a completely exanthematous form of rheumatic fever. The history of miliary fever is full of important facts, and the sweating fever of Picardy forms but a variety of it. The eruption in itself is a very ancient occurrence, and was probably, as at present, observed time immemorial in conjunction with the petechiae, occurring as a critical metastasis of the oriental glandular plague, perhaps even in the ancient plague recorded by Thucydides. It also occasionally accompanied petechial fever, as unquestionably did smallpox and many other diseases, in the same manner as we now see. For the miliary eruption is a very common symptom, which is easily induced, and increases the danger of various other accidental complications. This is different, however, from the idiopathic miliary fever, which did not exist either before or even at the period of the English sweating sickness, but occurred as an epidemic frequently mentioned in Saxony 100 years later, 1652. We cannot, therefore, consider this eruptive disease as having proceeded from the English sweating sickness in the same manner as the petechial fever had its probable origin in the glandular plague, even supposing a more decided inclination of the English sweating sickness to the eruptive character could be proved than is possible from the facts afforded. A whole century intervened, and what vast national revolutions! This same separation of so long a period makes also against the supposition that the English sweating sickness was an interrupted miliary fever, which exhausted its power by too luxuriant activity of the skin on the first day, before the eruption made its appearance. Moreover, the similarity and isolation of all the 5 epidemic sweating fevers, as regards the brevity of the course of the disease, and the absence of all transition forms of any duration, which certainly would have existed had nature intended gradually to form a miliary fever out of the English sweating sickness, lead to the same conclusion. But to return to the miliary fever. Some forms of this disease have been observed in which a profuse perspiration, in combination with nervous symptoms, has endangered life on the first day of the attack. Equally often, too, the eruption has appeared fully formed on the very first day. And if we duly consider, as we ought, the regular course of miliary fever whenever it has assumed an epidemic character, we shall always find, even in that case, a development of symptoms differing fundamentally from those of the English sweating sickness. If occasionally instances of miliary fever occurred in which no eruption came out, as was the case recently in 1821, they were to be considered in the same light as other acute eruptive diseases, as for instance scarlet fever, in which nature indulges in a like irregularity, without however altering the essence of those diseases. And since finally it has been observed in many cases that the miliary eruption could be prevented by the application of cold at the commencement, a distinguished modern physician has attached great consequence to this circumstance, as showing that miliary fever and the English sweating sickness were the same disease. But a check of this kind is at all events impossible in those miliary fevers where the eruption breaks forth on the first or second day, and moreover, experience tells us that many other diseases also, such as inflammations, rheumatisms, gastric fevers, and even abdominal typhus, may be arrested in their course and confined within narrower bounds so as not to manifest all their symptoms. We are therefore completely entitled to consider the appearance of the miliary sweating fevers as altogether a novelty, originating in the middle of the 17th century, and having no discoverable connection with the English sweating sickness. There have been in Germany since the year 1652 many visitations of miliary fever, but this disease did not increase much in extent until about the year 1715, when it spread into France and the neighboring countries, particularly Piedmont, whilst England remained almost entirely free from it. The French epidemics were upon the whole much more severe than the German, and on this account we select one of the most ancient and also the most recent of them, in order to give a general view of miliary fever as compared with the English sweating sickness. The miliary fever first appeared in Picardy in the year 1718 in Le Vimeux, Venemacus Pagus, a district on the north of the Somme and on the south of the Bresle and the department of the Lower Seine. It increased annually in extent. Most places in Picardy were visited by it, and it was not long before it was seen in Flanders. We are still in possession of a very distinct account, which we will here detail, of an epidemic at Abbeville in the year 1733, where the miliary fever had existed 15 years previously. There were scarcely any premonitory symptoms, but the disease commenced at once with pinching pains in the stomach, extreme prostration of strength, dull headache, and difficulty of breathing, interrupted by sighing. Patients complained of violent heat and were bathed in a pungent sweat of foul odor, while nausea was occasionally felt. Sparks appeared before the eyes, and the countenance became flushed. Patients were tormented with burning thirst, and yet the tongue was as moist as in perfect health. The pulse was frequent and undulating, without hardness, and in the course of a few hours an insufferable itching came on over the whole body, accompanied by distressing jactitation. Upon this, thickly studded, red, round pustules, not bigger than mustard seeds, broke out, wherefrom patients emitted an extremely disagreeable urinous odor, which was imparted to those who were about their persons. Sometimes they had evacuations, at other times they suffered from constipation, but all complained of want of sleep, and when they felt an inclination to doze, they were again aroused by fresh chilliness. Many bled at the nose till they fainted, and with women the menstrual discharge often appeared, though not at the proper time. The urine was at times deficient in quantity, at others discharged in abundance, and without any critical signs. If pale and plentiful, it betokened delirium. Then the eyelids twitched convulsively, a humming noise commenced in the ears, and the patient tossed about restlessly. The pulse became strong, irregular, and like the breathing, very quick. The countenance grew redder and redder, and soon after the sufferers, as though struck by lightning, were seized with lethargy, and expired generally in the act of coughing and spitting blood. Such was the nature of the disease when it attacked many at once. There were, however, several varieties. With some, the miliary vesicles broke out on the second day, with others not before the third, and if all went on favorably, they lost their redness on the seventh day, and the skin all over the body scaled off like bran. The fever was sometimes extremely violent, at others, without apparent cause, very mild. At least one might be deceived at the commencement of the attack by the apparently favorable symptoms. For those who in the morning had scarcely any notable degree of fever, who neither suffered from any anxious sensation nor violent heat, in whom no subsaltus tendinum was perceptible, no want of perspiration, nor any retrocession of the eruption, were sometimes, towards the evening, seized with frenzy and died in a state of lethargy. Evacuations which alleviate other diseases made this miliary fever worse. Favorable symptoms could never be depended on. In the midst of profuse perspiration the patient died, either from constipation or diarrhea. A copious discharge of urine was a bad sign. Composure was succeeded by delirium, cheerfulness by lethargy. The disease was throughout treacherous and disguised. It was particularly necessary for those suffering from pleurisy or any inflammatory fevers to be guarded against its approach. Many fell sacrifices to this epidemic who thought themselves in a state of convalescence, and with such it was easier to foretell than to prevent the consequences. In cases of this kind, the miliary vesicles were less red and grew pale sooner, but if the disease attacked a healthy person, then they were redder and continued longer. Of those who recovered, not a few suffered for many months, nay, even for a whole year, from night perspirations, without fever or sleeplessness, but with an eruption of little miliary vesicles, which disappeared again on the slightest exposure to cold. The later miliary epidemic fevers in France, which are distinguished by the name of the Picardy Sweatyng Sicknesse, are generally very well described, so much so that we have few epidemics of modern times whose course and succession we can trace so well. But the epidemic of 1821, which raged in the departments of the Oise and of the Seine and Oise from March to October, has been observed by all with the greatest care, including men of distinguished talent. We shall give the description of this disease. There were no constant premonitory symptoms. It often broke out quite suddenly, but many complained some days before of debility, despondency, want of appetite, nausea, headache, sometimes also of giddiness and slight chilliness. Many retired to rest in health and awoke during the night with the disease, covered with a perspiration, which ceased only with death or recovery. With some, the Sweatyng Sicknesse was preceded for some hours, or even only for some moments, by a scarcely perceptible feverish commotion, accompanied with burning heat, or with a sensation of pain which ran through every limb, and nearly always with spasms in the stomach. With others, the disease announced itself by lacerating rheumatic pains, which, gradually increasing, they became bedridden. The mouth was foul, the taste at times bitter, the tongue white, more rarely tinged with yellow, and thus it remained till the patient was restored. The sufferer was shortly covered with a thick, peculiarly fetid sweat, that certainly produced alleviation, but became very intolerable to him from its unpleasant stench, which was even communicated to the clothes of the bystanders. In the meantime, it was discovered by the pulse that the fever had considerably abated, but on the third day the patient was seized with convulsive spasms in the stomach, great oppression in the chest, and a sensation of suffocation, symptoms which caused him unsupportable anguish. These attacks, accompanied by hiccup and eructation, continued for several hours, and returned from time to time, an eruption, partly papular, spontaneously breaking out first on the neck, then on the shoulders down to the hands and breast, less frequently on the thighs and face. The little pimples were of a pale red color and conical, with glistening heads, and between them appeared innumerable small miliary pustules, filled with transparent serous fluid, which soon thickened and assumed a whiter hue. At the time, and previous to the breaking out of the exanthem, the patient experienced a very severe burning and pricking sensation in the skin, which nevertheless sometimes occurred on the second or fourth day, and which increased sometimes in one part, sometimes in another, when the sweating declined. Towards the 5th day, however, after the sweating had entirely ceased, the complaint grew worse again. The spasms and paroxysms of suffocation returned, and they were succeeded by renewed eruptions of the exanthem. A decided improvement, however, shortly took place. The little pimples lost their redness, the miliary vesicles dried away, and at a period from the 7th to the 10th day, recovery commenced under a general exfoliation of the cuticle. Sometimes the eruption did not appear, whether the patients were under medical treatment or left to their own guidance. But with those few in whom there was an absence of miliary vesicles, that peculiar pricking and itching of the skin did not take place. Between the 5th and 7th day, the patients usually complained of great weakness, and had a desire to eat. A few tablespoonfuls of wine then agreed with them very well. For the rest, neither thirst nor lethargy was observable, but it was particularly remarkable that the urine was clear and abundant. Up to the 7th day, a confined state of bowels was usual, and with the exception of the already mentioned attacks of tightness and oppression, the breathing remained free, though with great sleeplessness during the whole malady. Nothing morbid was to be observed in the chest, and the patients laid stretched out at full length, so that there was no occasion at any time to raise their heads. Such was the regular course of this miliary fever, but its progress was often accelerated by very dangerous symptoms, and occasionally it proved fatal within a few hours. If at the time of the attack the patients were very restless and talkative, the eyes glistening, the pulse, without being hard, tumultuous, and the edge of the tongue reddened, delirium soon succeeded, and then convulsions and death. Great depression of the spirits was a very bad symptom. Bleeding was never of any avail, yet the menstrual discharge did not interrupt the course of the disease. There was in general a great degree of malignancy perceptible in the malady, as was also rendered apparent by the course of the epidemic. If the miliary sweating fever broke out in a fresh place, 2 or 3 persons only were thereupon attacked, and that favorably, which led to a supposition that the evil had all passed away, for during the next 15 or 20 days not any fresh attacks were heard of. Suddenly, however, the epidemic reappeared with increased virulence. The great number of the sufferers spread consternation and terror among the inhabitants, and the cases of death became frequent. After this first burst of fury, the epidemic grew more mild again, so that many patients were not confined to their beds at all. This mitigation of the miliary fever was likewise manifested by the prolongation of its course beyond the 7th day. If we compare this epidemic with the one observed in Abbeville in 1773, we shall find between them but very trifling differences, which would appear still more clearly in some of the intermediate visitations, thus conforming to what has been observed in other eruptive maladies. It is consequently evident that the miliary fevers which have appeared in France in recent times do not differ in any essential point from those of more ancient date. The surest proof of their identity is their persistence for nearly 2 centuries, and from the manner in which they have presented themselves to observation, they are to be considered as distinct from the English sweating sickness, though certainly allied to it. It would exceed our limits to pursue this inquiry further, but it may be as well to give the following short catalogue of the most important miliary epidemics. 1652, Leipzig. 1660, Augsburg. 1666, Bavaria. 1672, Hungary. 1675, Hamburg. 1680, Germany to a great extent. 1689, Philipsburg. 1690, Stuttgart, Düsseldorf, Erfurt, Jena. 1694, Berlin. 1700, Breslau. 1709, Danzig, Marienburg. 1712, Mümpelgard. 1713, Saint-Valery, Somme. 1714-15, Laibach, 1715, Breslau, Turin, 1718, Tübingen, Evel, Somme, 1720, Canton de Bray, Lower Seine, 1723, Frankfurt on the Main, 1724, Turin, Vercelli, 1726, Acquis, Guise, N, 1728, Chambéry, Annecy, Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, Savoy, Carmagnola, Vercelli, Ivrea, Biella, 1729, Vienna, Austria, 1730, Pignerol, 1731, Fossano, 1732, Nizza, Rivoli, 1733, Fossano, Asti, Lanti, Acqui, Basel, Silesia, 1734, Strasbourg, Lower Rhine, Acqui, Lanti, 1735, Trino, Lanti, Freneuse, Lower Seine, Vimeux, Seine-et-Oise, Orléans, Loiret, Pluviers, Loiret, Meaux, Villeneuve, 1735, Saint-Georges, Seine-et-Marne, Bohemia, Denmark, Sweden, Russia, 1738, Luzarches, Royaumont, Seine-et-Oise, Suza, Crescentino, 1740, Caen, Calvados, Provins, Seine-et-Marne, Vire, Calvados, Berthonville, Eure, Falaise, Calvados, 1741, Rouen, Lower Seine, Tartana, Valencia, Alexandria, London, 1742, Cazbek, Lower Seine, Theva, Turin, Sorellano, Alba, Ivrea, Cherasco, Fossano, 1743, Villafranca, 1744, Acqui, 1746, Zurich, 1747, Paris, Seine, Beaumont, Seine-et-Oise, Chambly, Oise, Modena, Lodi, Mantua, Piacenza, 1750, Schaffhausen, Bern, Geneva, Beauvais, Oise, 1751, Villafranca, 1752, Fernaise, Seine-et-Oise, 1753, Suza, 1754, Valcuiseux, Seine-et-Oise, 1755, Novara, 1756, Cussé, Allier, Boulogne, Pas-de-Calais, 1757, Montaigu de Combrailles, Puy-de-Dôme, 1758, Amiens, environ, Somme, 1759, Paris, Seine, Guise, and Cazbek, Lower Seine, 1760, Alençon, Orne, 1763, Vire, Calvados, 1763-64, Bayeux, Calvados, 1765, Balleroy, Bazoques, Calvados, Saint-Georges, Saint-Quentin, Calvados, 1766, Campagny, Calvados, 1767, Tinchambray, Trutmer, Orne, 1768-69, Saint-Quentin, N, 1770, Louviers, Eure, 1771, Montargis, Loiret, 1772, Ardévilliers, environ, 1773, Ardévilliers, Oise, 1776, L'Aigle, Orne, 1777, Joie, Seine-et-Oise, 1782, Castelnaudary, Aude, Boissy-Saint-Léger, Saint-et-Oise, 1783, Beaumont, Seine-et-Oise, 1791, Méru, Oise, 1810, Nourard, Viutran, Oise, 1812, Rosheim, and many other places, Lower Rhine, 1821, La Chapelle, Saint-Pierre, and 60 places around, Oise, Seine-et-Oise. Section 3. The Röttingen Sweatyng Sicknesse. We now come to a phenomenon which, notwithstanding its short duration and very limited extension, is one of the most memorable of this century. Up to the present time, its real importance has not been recognized, because the clouds of self-sufficient ignorance have prevented art taking a survey of the formation of diseases throughout long periods of time. It has been sunk for an age into the sea of oblivion, from whence we will now draw it forth to the light of day. In November 1802, a very hot and dry summer had been succeeded by incessant rain. Thick fogs spread over the country, and enveloped such places in central Germany as were inaccessible to ventilation. Amongst others, the small Franconian town of Reutlingen, situated on the river Taube, and surrounded by mountains. Scarcely had a few weeks elapsed when unexpectedly, towards the 25th of November, an extremely fatal disease broke out in the town, which was without example in the memory of its inhabitants and totally unknown to the physicians of the country. Strong, vigorous young men were suddenly seized with unspeakable dread. The heart became agitated and beat violently against the ribs. A profuse, sour, ill-smelling perspiration broke out over the whole body, and at the same time they experienced a lacerating pain in the nape of the neck, as if a violent rheumatic fever had taken possession of their tendinous tissues. This pain ceased sometimes very quickly, and if it then shifted to the chest, the distressing palpitation of the heart recommenced. A spasmodic trembling of the whole body ensued. The sufferers fainted, their limbs became rigid, and thus they breathed their last. In most cases, all this occurred within 24 hours. They did not all, however, succumb under the first attack, but as soon as the accelerated pulse had sunk to the lowest ebb of smallness and feebleness, a corresponding effect being observable in the respiration, the violent pain would in some cases return to the outward parts. The patient then felt a benumbing pressure and stiffness in the nape of the neck, and the pulse and respiration became restored again as in health, but the perspiration continued to pour incessantly down the skin. This apparent safety was, however, very deceptive, for a renewed palpitation of the heart unexpectedly commenced, accompanied by feeble pulse, and then death was often inevitable. It was remarkable that the patients, though bathed in perspiration, had very little thirst, and the tongue was not dry, not even foul, but retained its natural moisture. With most, however, the urine was scanty, as the skin, under the increasing debility, permitted too much fluid to stream forth through its pores. If the disease passed off without heating sudorifics, then in general no eruption made its appearance. The malady then continued till the 6th day, but on the 1st only did it display its malignant symptoms, for by the 2nd the sweating diminished and lost every unfavorable quality, so that increased transpiration of the skin without any other symptoms of importance alone remained, and on the 6th day the patient was perfectly restored. Had there been in Reutlingen a physician at hand from the commencement, well skilled in medical history, and who would have adopted the old English treatment of the Sweatyng Sicknesse, this new fever would have appeared but as a perfectly mild disease, and would certainly have carried off but few of the inhabitants of this peaceful little town. As it was, however, the scenes of Lübeck and Zwickau were renewed, and it seemed as if the innumerable victims to the hot treatment and to Kegler's truculent medical work had descended to the grave in vain. The sufferers were, as in the 16th century, literally stewed to death. For the moment the people imagined that they knew how nature meant to escape, they ordered feather beds to be heaped on the perspiring patient, so that the mouth and nose alone remained uncovered. Doors and windows were tightly closed, and the stove emitted a glowing heat, while a most intolerable odor of perspiration streamed forth from beneath the broad and lofty beds, added to which that 2 and even more patients were often lying in the same room, nay, even stowed together under the same mountain of feathers, and in order that inward heat might not be wanting, pots of theriaca were swallowed, and the patient was incessantly plied with elder electuary. Thus the bad humors were expelled together with the perspiration, and whether the sufferers were suffocated or surmounted, as by a miracle, this maltreatment of nature, a conviction was felt that the most salutary remedies had been employed, and when at last eruptions of various colors broke out, it was considered as certain that the poison had been carried off with them. The citizens of Reutlingen, therefore, fell into the same erroneous opinion, which, upheld by medical schools, had time immemorial increased inflammatory diseases, particularly the exanthematous, and caused them to become malignant. The above-mentioned eruptions were of various sorts: miliary vesicles of every form and color, filled with an acrid fluid, actual blistery eruptions, pemphigus, and even petechia, and it is to be observed that the patients during the first days of the sweating fever never suffered from that peculiar pricking sensation over the whole body which precedes the eruption of malaria, but complained only, and that not always, of a local itching where the eruption had broken out. It was equally rare to observe a regular disquamation of the skin, and it is therefore to be assumed that the eruptions were only symptomatic, and not by any means necessarily connected with the disease, as in the decidedly miliary fevers. The disease excited from its very commencement the greatest consternation, and as it was increased, even from the first days of its appearance, by the sudorific system of treatment, deaths were multiplied. The continual peal of funeral bells struck mortal terror, as of old in Shrewsbury, into the hearts of both sick and healthy, and this oppressed little town was shunned as a pest-hole by the inhabitants of the surrounding neighborhood. At the commencement of the disease, they were entirely without medical advice, till a skillful physician arrived from the vicinity, and as most of the inhabitants were already attacked with the sweating fever, he immediately prescribed the proper treatment. But the powers of one man are not sufficient, amid such confusion, to contend with the deeply rooted prejudices of the people, and so they continued in most houses to expel by heat and theriaca both perspiration and life together, till at last, on the 3rd of December, Dr. Zinner of Würzburg arrived, without whom the remembrance of this remarkable disease would have been obliterated, and conjointly with his gallant colleague, like the anonymous physician formerly in Zwickau, subdued the destructive prejudices of the people. He found 84 patients under piles of feather beds, who, when pure air was admitted, breathed once more freely, and by a prudent cooling system all recovered easily and without danger, one only excepted. His method reminds us of the old English treatment. The disease was confined entirely to Reutlingen. It did not make its appearance anywhere beyond the gates of this little town. On the 5th of December, however, clear, frosty weather set in. From that time no new cases occurred, and all traces of this Reutlingen sweating fever, which was never either preceded or followed by miliary fever in any part of Franconia, have from that time disappeared. The resemblance of this fever to the English Sweatyng Sicknesse is manifest, and is proved even by the short, only 10 days, duration of the Visitation, which, as we have stated, is a most essential characteristic of the English sweating epidemic, at least as it appeared in Germany, the miliary epidemics always having lasted a much longer period. But if we confine ourselves merely to the symptoms of the disease, we shall find that in the Reutlingen sweating fever there are throughout none that can be considered essential except the palpitation of the heart, accompanied with anguish, the profuse perspiration, and the rheumatic pains in the nape of the neck, which were never wanting in any case. And the very same symptoms are clearly and perceptibly to be discerned in like proportion as compared with others in the representation of the English sweating sickness, whereas the eruptions were altogether as unessential as in the epidemic of the 16th century. The irritability of the skin, the tendency to dangerous metastases, were less marked in the Röttingen fever than in the English sweating sickness, where the patients could, without injury, change their linen in the midst of the perspiration, which in the English sweating sickness could not have been done without fatal consequences. But this difference can easily be accounted for from the greater degree of suffering in the latter disease than in the former. It only now remains to examine the duration of the disease, and here we plainly perceive that the principal paroxysm was over in the Röttingen epidemic within the first 24 hours, at least when it was undisturbed by treatment. And the sole symptom which continued until the 6th day, the increased perspiration, we speak here only of perfectly pure cases, could only reasonably be regarded as a sequela. The crisis did not occur all on a sudden, as in the English sweating sickness, but this cannot constitute any essential difference. We do not hesitate, therefore, to pronounce the Röttingen fever to have been the same disease as the English sweating sickness. To give, however, this phenomenon its proper interpretation, to have a clear conception of the causes which again drew down from the clouds into the midst of Germany this misborn spectre of 1529 and allowed it to extend its brief fury upon a single place, is beyond the power of human wisdom. Science is not comprehensive enough to discover, in the crossings of these unknown comet paths, the moving causes of this visitation of disease. But as all insight into the works of nature must be preceded by a strict investigation and search after phenomena in all countries, at all times, and under all circumstances of development, so an improved knowledge of diseases and of the whole human system will not fail to follow when the investigations of epidemics throughout extensive periods have increased in number and success. The present age demands such a knowledge of medical men, whose vocation it is to investigate life minutely in all its bearings. It demands of them a historical pathology, and to this branch of the study of nature is the present work intended to contribute. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse. Appendix. The disease commonly called the sweat or Sweatyng Sicknesse, made by Jhon Caius, doctor in physic. Very necessary for every person, and much requisite to be had in the hands of all sorts, for the better instruction, preparation, and defense against the sudden coming and fearful assaulting of the same disease. 1552. To the Right Honourable William Earl of Pembroke, Lord Harbert of Cardiff, Knight of the Honourable Order of the Garter, and President of the King's Highness Council in the Marches of Wales, Jhon Caius wishes health and honour. In the fearful time of the sweat, Right Honourable, many resorted unto me for counsel, among whom some, being my friends and acquaintance, desired me to write unto them some little counsel how to govern themselves therein, saying also that I should do a great pleasure to all my friends and countrymen, if I should devise at my leisure some thing which from time to time might remain, whereto men might in such cases have a recourse and present refuge at all needs, as then they had none. At whose request at that time I rate divers counsels so shortly as I could for the present necessity, which they both used and did give abroad to many others, and further appointed in myself to fulfill, for so much as lay in me, the other part of their honest request for the time to come. The which the better to execute and bring to pass, I spared not to go to all those that sent for me, both poor and rich, day and night. and that not only to do them that ease that I could, and to instruct them for their recovery, but to note also truly the cases and circumstances of the disease in divers persons, and to understand the nature and causes of the same fully, for so much as might be. Therefore, as I noted, so I rate at leisure then served, and finished one book in English, only for Englishmen not learned, the other in Latin for men of learning more at large, and generally for the help of them which hereafter should have need, either in this or other countries, that they may learn by our harms. This I had thought to have set forth before Christmas, and to have given to your lordship at New Year's tide, but that divers other businesses letted me. Nevertheless, that which then could not be done cometh not now out of season, although it be never so simple, so that it may do ease hereafter, which, as I trust this shall, so for good will I give and dedicate it unto your good lordship, trusting the same will take this with as good a mind as I give it to your honor, which our Lord preserve and grant long to continue. At London, the 1st of April, 1552. The Book of Jhon Caius against the Sweatyng Sicknesse. Man being born not for his own use and commodity alone, but also for the common benefit of many, as reason will, and all good authors write, he which in this world is worthy to live ought always to have his whole mind and intent given to profit others. Which thing to show in effect in myself, although by fortune some ways I have been led it, yet by that which fortune cannot debar, some ways again I have declared. For after certain years being at Cambridge, I, of the age of 20 years, partly for mine exercise and prove what I could do, but chiefly for certain of my very friends, did translate out of Latin into English certain works, having nothing else so good to gratify them with. Whereof one of Sancti Chrysostome de modo orandi Deum, that is, of the manner to pray to God, I sent to one of my friend then being in the court. One other, a work of Erasmus de Vera Theologia, the true and ready way to read the Scripture, I did give to Master Augustine Stewart, Alderman of Norwich, not in the full, as the other made it, but abbreviate for his only purpose to whom I sent it, leaving out many subtle things, made rather for great and learned divines than for others. The third was the paraphrase of the same Erasmus upon the Epistle of St. Jude, which I translated at the request of one other my dear friend. These I did in English, the rather because at that time men were not so given all to English, but that they did favor and maintain good learning contained in tongues and sciences, and did also study and apply diligently the same themselves. Therefore I thought no hurt done. Since that time divers other things I have written, but with intent never more to write in the English tongue, partly because the commodity of that which is so written passeth not the compass of England, but remaineth enclosed within the seas, and partly because I thought that labor so taken should be half lost among them which sat not by learning. Thirdly, for that I thought it best to avoid the judgment of the multitude, for whom in matters of learning a man shall be forced to dissent, in disproving that which they most approve, and approving that which they most disallow. Fourthly, for that the common setting forth and printing of every foolish thing in English, both of physic imperfectly, and other matters undiscreetly, diminish the grace of things learned set forth in the same. But chiefly because I would give none example or comfort to my countrymen, whom I would to be now, as heretofore they have been, comparable in learning to men of other countries, to stand only in the English tongue, but to leave the simplicity of the same, and to proceed further in many and divers knowledges, both in tongues and sciences at home and in universities, to the adorning of the commonwealth, better service of their king, and great pleasure and commodity of their own selves, to what kind of life soever they should apply them. Therefore, whatsoever since that time I am minded to write, I rate the same either in Greek or Latin. As first of all, certain commentaries upon certain books of William Framingham, Master of Arts in Cambridge, a man of great wit, memory, diligence, and learning, brought up in the same schools in England that I was, ever from his beginning until his death. Of which books two of continentia or continence were in prose, the rest in meter or verse of divers kinds. One a comfort for a blind man, entitled Ad Emilianum Cecum Consolatio, the other Expirosis seu Incendium Sodomorum, the burning of Sodom, the third Laurentius, expressing the torments of Saint Lawrence, the fourth Idolatria, idolatry, not after the trade and vein of Scripture, wherein he was also very well exercised, but conformable to Scripture, and after the civil and humane learning, declaring them to worship Mars that war or fight, Venus that live incontinently, Pluto that follow riches covetously, and so forth through all vices used in his time. The fifth book, Arete, Virtue. The sixth, Epigrammes, contained in 2 books, which by an epistle of his own hand before the book yet remaining he dedicated unto me, proposing to have done many more pretty things, but that cruel death prevented, and took him away where he and I was born, at Norwich, in the year of our Lord 1537, the 29th day of September, being then of the age of 25 years, 7 months, and 6 days, a great loss of so notable a young man. These works at his death he willed to come to my hands, by which occasion, after I had viewed them, and perceived them full of all kinds of learning, thinking them no works for all men to understand without help, but such as were well seen in all sorts of authors, I endeavored myself, partly for the help of others, and partly for mine own exercise, to declare upon them the profit of my study in civil and humane learning, and to have before mine eyes, as in a work, which was always my delight, how much I had profited in the same. This so done, I joined every of my commentaries to every of his said books, fair written by Nicholas Purgate, pupil to the said Master Framingham, minding after the judgment of learned men had in the same, to have them set forth in print, if it had been so thought good to them. For which cause, at my departing into Italy, I put an epistle before them dedicatory to the Right Reverend Father in God Thomas Thirlby, now Bishop of Norwich, because the same Master Framingham loved him above others. He, after my departure, delivered the books to the Reverend Father in God Joe Skip, late Bishop of Hereford, then to D. Thurtle, tutor to the said Master Framingham, from him to Sir Richard Morrison, now ambassador for the King's Majesty with the Emperor, then to D. Taylor, Dean of Lincoln, and Sir Thomas Smith, secretary after to the King's Majesty, all great learned men. From these to others they went, among whom the books died, as I suppose, or else be closely kept, that after my death they may be set forth in the names of them that now have them as their works. Howsoever it be, well I know that at my return out of Italy, after 6 years' continuance there into England, I could never understand where they were, although I both diligently and desirously sought them. After these I translated out of Greek into Latin a little book of Nicephorus, declaring how a man may in praying confess himself, which after I did give unto Joe Grome, bachelor in art, a young man in years, but in wit and learning for his time of great expectation. That done, I began a chronicle of the city of Norwich, of the beginning thereof and things done there from time to time, the matter whereof yet rude and undigested lieth by me, which at leisure I mind to polish, and to make an end of that which I have begun. And to be short, in physic divers things I have made and set forth in print, both in Greek and Latin, not minding to do otherwise, as I have said before, all my life. For which cause all these things I have rehearsed, else superfluous in this place. Yet see, meaning now to counsel a little against the Sweatyng Sicknesse for help also of others, notwithstanding my former purpose, two things compel me, in writing thereof, to return again to English, necessity of the matter, and goodwill to my country, friends, and acquaintance, which here to have required me, to whom I think myself born. Necessity, for that this disease is almost peculiar unto us Englishmen, and not common to all men, following us as the shadow the body, in all countries, albeit not at all times. Therefore compelled am I to use this our English tongue, as best to be understand, and most needful to whom it most followeth, most behoveth to have speedy remedy, and oftentimes least nigh to places of succours and comfort at learned men's hands, and least needful to be set forth in other tongues to be understand generally of all persons, whom it either haunteth not at all, or else very seldom, as once in an age. Thinking it also better to write this in English after mine own meaning, than to have it translated out of my Latin by other after their misunderstanding. Goodwill to my country friends and acquaintance, seeing them without defense yield unto it, and it fearfully to invade them, furiously handle them, speedily oppress them, unmercifully choke them, and that in no small numbers. And such persons so notably noble in birth, goodly conditions, grave sobriety, singular wisdom, and great learning, as Henry Duke of Suffolk, and the Lord Charles his brother, as few hath been seen like of their age, a heavy and pitiful thing to hear or see. So that if only learned men in physic, and not this way also it should be holpen, it were needful almost half so many learned men to be ready in every town and city as there should be sweating sick folks. Yet this notwithstanding, I will every man not to refuse the counsel of the present or nigh physician learned, who may, according to the place, person, cause, and other circumstances, give more particular counsel at need, but in any wise exhort him to seek it with all diligence. To this enterprise also among so many learned men, not a little stirreth me the gentleness and good wills of all sorts of men, which I have well proved heretofore by my other former books. Minding therefore with as good a will to give my counsel in this, and trusting for no less gentleness in the same, I will plainly and in English for their better understanding to whom I write, first declare the beginning, name, nature, and signs of the Sweatyng Sicknesse, next the causes of the same, and thirdly how to preserve men from it, and remedy them when they have it. The beginning of the disease. In the year of our Lord God, 1485, shortly after the 7th day of August, at which time King Henry VII arrived at Milford in Wales out of France, and in the first year of his reign there chanced a disease among the people, lasting the rest of that month and all September, which for the sudden sharpness and unwont cruelness passed the pestilence. For this commonly giveth 3 or 4, often 7, sometimes 9, as that first at Athens which Thucydides describeth in his 2nd book, sometimes 11, and sometime 14 days respect, to whom it vexeth. but that immediately killed some in opening their windows, some in playing with children in their street doors, some in 1 hour, many in 2 it destroyed, and at the longest to them that merrily dined it gave a sorrowful supper. As it found them, so it took them, some in sleep, some in wake, some in mirth, some in care, some fasting and some full, some busy and some idle, and in one house sometimes 3, sometimes 5, sometimes 7, sometimes 8, sometime more, sometime all, of the which if the half of every town escaped, it was thought great favor. How or with what manner it took them, with what grief and accidents it held them, hereafter then I will declare, when I shall come to show the signs thereof. In the mean space, know that this disease, because it most did stand in sweating from the beginning until the ending, was called here the Sweatyng Sicknesse, and because it first began in England, it was named in other countries the English sweat. Yet some conjecture that it, or the like, hath been before seen among the Greeks in the siege of Troy. In the Emperor Octavius's wars at Cantabria, called now Biscay in his Spain, and in the Turks at the Rhodes. How true that is, let the authors look. How true this is, the best of our chronicles showeth, and of the late begun disease the fresh memory yet confirmeth. But if the name were now to be given, and at my liberty to make the same, I would, of the manner and space of the disease, by cause the same is no sweat only, as hereafter I will declare, and in the spirits, make the name ephemera, which is to say a fire of one natural day. A fever, for the fervor or burning, drieth and sweating fever like. Of one natural day, for that it lasteth but the time of 24 hours. And for a distinction from the common ephemera that Galen writeth of, coming both of other causes and with unlike pains, I would put to it either English, for that it followeth so much Englishmen, to whom it is almost proper, and also began here, or else pestilent, for that it cometh by infection and putrefaction, otherwise than doth the other ephemera. Which thing I suppose may the better be done, because I see strange and no English names, both in Latin and Greek, by common usage taken for English. As in Latin, fire, quotidian, tertian, quartane, air, infection, pestilence, vomit, person, rains, veins, pains, camera, number, etc., a little altered by the common pronunciation. In Greek, pleurisy, ischiada, hydrops, apostema, phlegma, and chole, called by the vulgar pronunciation sciatica, dropsy, imposthume, flume, and color, gene also, and butter, squirrel, mouse, rofe, phrase, paraphrase, and sieve, whereof cometh Chaucer's coversieve in the Roman of the Rose, written and pronounced commonly kerchief in the south and kerchief in the north. Thereof every head or principal thing is commonly called cephe, pronounced and written chief. Very many other there be in our common tongue, which here to rehearse were too long. These, for an example, shortly I have here noted. But for the name of this disease it maketh now no matter, the name of sweat being commonly used. Let us therefore return to the thing, which as occasion and cause served, came again in the 1506, the 22nd year of the said King Henry VII. After that in the year 1516, the 9th year of the King Henry VIII, and endured from July unto the midst of December. The 4th time in the year 1528, the 20th year of the said king, beginning in the end of May and continuing June and July. The 5th time of this fearful ephemera in England, and pestilent sweat, is this in the year 1551 of our Lord God, and the 5th year of our sovereign Lord King Edward VI, beginning in Shrewsbury in the midst of April, proceeding with great mortality to Ludlow, Pristine, and other places in Wales, then to Westchester, Coventry, Dranford, and other towns in the south, and such as were in and about the way to London, whither it came notably on the 7th of July, and there continuing sore with the loss of 756 from the 9th day until the 16th day, besides those that died in the 7th and 8th days, of whom no register was kept. From that it abated until the 30th day of the same, with a loss of 142 more. Then, ceasing there, it went from thence through all the east parts of England and to the north, until the end of August, at which time it diminished, and in the end of September fully ceased. This disease is not a sweat only, as it is thought and called, but a fever, as I said, in the spirits by putrefaction venomous, with a fight, travail, and labor of nature against the infection received in the spirits, whereupon by chance followeth a sweat, or issueth a humour compelled by nature, as also chanceth in other sicknesses which consist in humours, when they be in their state, and at the worst in certain days judicial, as well by vomits, bleedings, and fluxes, as by sweats. That this is true, the self-sweats do show. For as in outer businesses bodies that sore do labor, by travail of the same are forced to sweat, so in inner diseases the bodies travailed and labored by them are moved to the like. In which labors, if nature be strong and able to thrust out the poison by sweat, not otherwise let it, the person escapeth; if not, it dieth. That it is a fever, thus I have partly declared, and more will straight by the notes of the disease, under one showing also by the same notes, signs, and short tarriance of the same, that it consisteth in the spirits. First by the pain in the back or shoulder, pain in the extreme parts, as arm or leg, with a flushing or wind, as it seemeth to certain of the patients, fleeing in the same. Secondly, by the grief in the liver and the nigh stomach. Thirdly, by the pain in the head, and madness of the same. Fourthly, by the passion of the heart. For the flushing or wind coming in the outer or extreme parts is nothing else but the spirits of those same gathered together, at the first entering of the evil air, against the infection thereof, and fleeing the same from place to place for their own safeguard. But at the last infected, they make a grief where they be forced, which commonly is in the arm or leg, the farthest parts of their refuge, the back or shoulder, trying there first a brunt as good soldiers, before they will let their enemy come further into their dominion. The other griefs be therefore in the other parts aforesaid, and sorer because the spirits be there most plenteous as in their fountains, whither always the infection desireth to go. For from the liver, the nigh stomach, brain, and heart come all the three sorts and kinds of spirits, the governors of our bodies, as first sprung there. But from the heart the livish spirits, in putrefying whereof by the evil air in bodies fit for it, the heart is oppressed. Whereupon also followeth a marvellous heaviness, the fifth token of this disease, and a desire to sleep, never contented, the senses in all parts being as they were bound and closed up, the parts therefore left heavy, unlivish, and dull. Last followeth the short abiding, a certain token of the disease to be in the spirits, as well may be proved by the ephemera that Galen writeth of, which because it consisteth in the spirits, lasteth but one natural day. For as fire in arde or straw is soon in flame and soon out, even so heat in the spirits, either by simple distemperature or by infection and putrefaction therein conveyed, is soon in flame and soon out, and sooner for the vehemence or greatness of the same, which without lingering consumeth soon the light matter. contrary to all other diseases resting in humours, wherein a fire, once kindled, is not so soon put out, no more than is the same in moist wood, or fat sea coals, as well by the particular example of the pestilence of all other most like unto this, may be declared, which by that it standeth in evil humours, tarrieth, as I said, sometime from 4, 7, 9, and 11 until 14 days, differently from this, by reason thereof, albeit by infection most like to this same. Thus, under one labor shortly I have declared both what this disease is, wherein it consisteth, how and with what accidents it grieveth, and is different from the pestilence, and the proper signs and tokens of the same, without the which, if any do sweat, I take them not to sweat by this sickness, but rather by fear, heat of the year, many clothes, great exercise, affection, excess in diet, or at the worst, by a small cause of infection, and less disposition of the body to this sickness. So that insomuch as the body was not all void of matter, sweat it did when infection came. But in that the matter was not great, the same could neither be perilous nor painful as in others, in whom was greater cause. The causes. Hitherto I have showed the beginning, name, nature, and signs of this disease. Now I will declare the causes, which be two: infection and impure spirits in bodies corrupt by repletion. Infection by the air receiving evil qualities, distempering not only the heat, but the whole substance thereof, in putrefying the same, and that generally two ways: by the time of the year unnatural, and by the nature and site of the soil and region, whereunto may be put the particular accidents of this same. By the time of the year unnatural, as if winter be hot and dry, summer hot and moist, a fit time for sweats, the spring cold and dry, the fall hot and moist. To this may be joined the evil disposition by constellation, which hath a great power and dominion in all earthly things. By the site and nature of the soil and region, many ways. First and specially by evil mists and exhalations driven out of the ground by the sun in the heat of the year, as chanced among the Greeks in the siege of Troy, whereby died first dogs and mules, after men in great number. And here also in England, in this 1551st year, the cause of this pestilent sweat, but of diverse nature, which mist in the country where it began was seen fly from town to town, with such a stink in mornings and evenings that man could scarcely abide it. Then by the dumps out of the earth, as out of Galen's Barathro, or the poets Avernu or Aornu, the dumps whereof be such that they kill the birds flying over them. Of like dumps I heard in the north country in coal pits, whereby the labouring men be straight killed, except before the hour of coming thereof, which they know by the flame of their candle, they avoid the ground. Thirdly, by putrefaction or rot, in grounds, after great floods, in carrions, and in dead men. After great floods, as happened in the time of Gallian the emperor at Rome, in Achaia and Libya, where the seas suddenly did overflow the cities nigh to that same, and in the 11th year of Pelagius, when all the floods through all Italy did rage, but chiefly Tibris at Rome, which in many places was as high as the walls of the city. In carrions or dead bodies, as fortuned here in England upon the sea banks in the time of King Alfred, or Alfred as some chronicles write, but in the time of King Ethelred, after Sabellicus, by occasion of drowned locusts cast up by the sea, which by a wind were driven out of France thither. This locust is a fly in bigness of a man's thumb, in colour brown, in shape somewhat like a grasshopper, having 6 feet, so many wings, 2 teeth, and a head like a horse, and therefore called in Italy Cavaletto, where over the city of Padua, in the year 1513, as I remember, I with many more did see a swarm of them, whose passage over the city did last 2 hours, in breadth inestimable to every man there. Here by example to note infection by dead men in wars, either in rotting above the ground, as chanced in Athens by them of Ethiopia, or else in being buried overly, as happened at Boulogne in the year 1545, the year after King Henry VIII had conquered the same, or by long continuance of a host in one place. It is more plain by daily experience than it needeth to be showed. Therefore I will now go to the fourth especial cause of infection, the pent air, breaking out of the ground in earthquakes, as chanced in Venice in the first year of Andrea Dandolo, then Duke, the 24th day of January, and 20th hour after their computation. By which infection many died, and many were born before their time. The fifth cause is closed and unstirred air, and therefore putrefied or corrupt, out of old wells, holes in the ground made for grain, whereof many I did see in and about Pesaro in Italy, by opening them after a great space, as both those countrymen do confess, and also by example is declared, for the many in opening them unwarily be killed. Out of caves and tombs also, as chanced first in the country of Babylonia, proceeding after into Greece, and so to Rome, by occasion that the soldiers of the Emperor Marcus Antonius, upon hope of money, break up a gold confine of Avidius Cassius, spying a little hole therein, in the temple of Apollo in Seleucia, as Ammianus Marcellinus writeth. To these may be joined the particular causes of infection, which I call the accidents of the place, augmenting the same, as nigh to dwelling places, marsh and muddy grounds, puddles and dunghills, sinks and canals, easing places and carrions, dead ditches and rotting grounds, close air in houses or valleys, with such like. Thus much for the first cause. The second cause of this English ephemera, I said, were the impure spirits in bodies corrupt by repletion. Repletion I call here abundance of humors, evil and malicious, from long time by little and little gathered by evil diet, remaining in the body, coming either by too much meat or by evil meat in quality, as infected fruits, meat of evil use or nutriment, or both jointly. To such spirits, when the air infective cometh consonant, then be they distempered, corrupted, sore-handled, and oppressed, then nature is forced, and the disease engendered. But while I do declare these impure spirits to be one cause, I must remove your minds from spirits to humors, for that the spirits be fed on the finest parts thereof, and after bring you again to spirits where I took you. And for so much as I have not yet forgotten to whom I write, in this declaration I will leave apart all learned and subtle reasons, as here void and unmeet, and only use such as be most evident to whom I write, and easiest to be understanding of the same. And at once therewith show also why it haunteth us Englishmen more than the other nations. Therefore I pass over the ungentle savour or smell of the sweat, grossness, colour, and other qualities of the same, the quantity, the danger in stopping, the manner in coming further readily or hardly, hot or cold, the notes in the excrements, the state longer or sorer, with such others which may be tokens of corrupt humours and spirits, and only will stand upon 3 reasons, declaring the same sweat by great repletion to be in us not otherwise for all the evil air apt to this disease more than the other nations. For as hereafter I will show, and Galen confirmeth, Our bodies cannot suffer anything or hurt by corrupt and infective causes, except there be in them a certain matter prepared, apt, and like to receive it. Else if one were sick, all should be sick. If in this country, in all countries where the infection came, which thing we see doth not chance. For touching the first reason, we see this sweating sickness or pestilent ephemera to be oft in England, but never entereth Scotland, except the borders, albeit they both be jointly within the compass of one sea. The same, beginning here, hath assailed Brabant and the coasts nigh to it, but never past Germany, where once it was in like fashion as here, with great mortality, in the year 1529. Cause whereof none other there is natural than the evil diet of these three countries, which destroy more meats and drinks without all order, convenient time, reason, or necessity than either Scotland or all other countries under the sun, to the great annoyance of their own bodies and wits, hindrance of them which have need, and great dearth and scarcity in their commonwealths. Wherefore, if Aesculapius, the inventor of physic, the saver of men from death and restorer to life, should return again to this world, he could not save these sorts of men, having so much sweating stuff, so many evil humors laid up in store from this displeasant, fearful, and pestilent disease, except they would learn a new lesson and follow a new trade. For otherwise, neither the avoiding of this country, the second reason, nor fleeing into others, a common refuge in other diseases, will preserve us Englishmen, as in this last sweat is by experience well proved in Calais, Antwerp, and other places of Brabant, where only our countrymen were sick, and none others, except one or two others of the English diet, which is also to be noted. The cause therefore natural is only this, that they carried over with them, and by like diet there increased, that which was the cause of their disease. Wherefore let us ascertain ourselves, that in whatsoever country like cause and matter is, there coming like air and cause efficient, will make like effect, and disease in persons of agreeable complexions, age, and diet, if the time also do serve to these same, and in none others. These I put for that the time of the year hot maketh much to the malice of the disease, in opening the pores of the body, letting in the evil air, resolving the humors and making them flowable, and disposing therefore the spirits accordingly. Besides that, as I showed in the first cause of this pestilent sweat, it stirreth and draweth out of the earth evil exhalations and mists, to the infection of the air and displeasure of us. Diet I put for that they of the country diet be not troubled with it at all. Age and complexion for this, that although it spareth none age of both kinds, nor no complexion, but some it toucheth, yet for the most part, whereby rules and reasons be always to be made, it vexes them of the middle age, best lust, and them not so much under that, and of complexions hot and moist, as fittest by their naughty and much subtlety of blood to feed the spirits, or nigh and like to the same in some one of the qualities, as caloric in heat, phlegmatic in moisture, except the other their qualities, as dryness in caloric and cold in phlegmatic, by great dominion over the other did let. For the clean country complexions to the infected air always remain healthful, safe, and better than tofore, the corrupt and infected air notwithstanding. Therefore cold and dry persons either it touched not at all, or very few, and that with no danger. Such I say as beside the complexion, which is so hard to find in any man exact and simple as exact health, were annoyed with some corrupt humors and spirits, and therefore meet by so much to receive it, and that by good reason. For nothing can naturally have power to do aught against anything, except the same have in itself a disposition by like qualities to receive it. As the cause in the foot cannot trouble the flank and leave the knee, the mean betwixt, except there were a greater consent and likeness of nature in sufferance, which we call sympathian, betwixt those than the other. Nor fire, refusing stones, can burn hardies, straw, sticks, and charcoal, oil, wax, fat, and sea-coal, except those same first of all were apt, and by convenient qualities disposed to be inflamed and burnt. Nor any man goeth about to burn water, because the qualities thereof be contrary, and the body undisposed to the like of fire. For which reason it may also be perceived that the venomous quality of this corrupt air is hot and moist, for it readily infecteth the like complexions, and those nigh unto them, and the contrary not at all or hardly, and easily doth putrefy as do the south winds. Therefore, next unto those cold and dry complexions, old men escaped free, as like to them by age, and children as void of repletion consumed by their great heat, and therefore always ready to eat. But in this disease the subtle humor, evil and abundant in full bodies, feeding the spirits, is more to be noted than the humor complexional, which, notwithstanding, as a helper or hinderer to the same, is not to be neglected. For else it should be in all countries and persons indifferently, where all complexions be. The third and last reason is, that they which had thus sweat sore with peril or death were either men of wealth, ease, and welfare, or of the poor sorts, such as were idle persons, good ale drinkers, and tavern hunters. For these, by the great welfare of the one sort and large drinking of the other, heaped up in their bodies much evil matter, by their ease and idleness could not waste and consume it. A confirmation of this is that the laborers and thin-dieted people either had it not, because they did eat but little to make the matter, or with no great grief and danger, because they labored out much thereof. Wherefore, upon small cause necessarily must follow a small effect. All these reasons go to this end, that persons of all countries of moderate and good diet escape thus English ephemera, and those be only vexed therewith which be of a moderate and evil diet. But why? For the evil humours and corrupt air alone? No, for then the pestilence and not the sweat should rise. For what then? For the impure spirits corrupt in themselves and by the infective air. Why so? For that of impure and corrupt humours, whether they be blood or others, can rise none other than impure spirits, for everything is such as that whereof it cometh. Now that of the best and finest of the blood, yea, in corrupt bodies, which best is not, these spirits being gendered and fed, I before expressed. Therefore, who will have them pure and clean, and himself free from sweat, must keep a pure and clean diet, and then he shall be sure. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sweatyng Sicknesse, Appendix, continued. The Preservation. Infection by the air and impure spirits by repletion, thus found and declared to be the causes of this pestilent sweat, or English ephemera, let us now see how we may preserve ourselves from it, and how it may be remedied if it chance with less mortality. I will begin with preservation. That most of all doth stand in avoiding the causes to come of the disease, the things helping forward the same, and removing that which is already had and gotten. All be done by the good order of things pertaining to the state of the body. Therefore I will begin with diet where I left, and then go forth with air where I began in treating the causes, and declare the way to avoid infection, and so forth to the rest in order. Who that lusteth to live in quiet surety, out of the sudden danger of this English ephemera, he above all things of little and good must eat and spare not. The last part whereof will please well, I doubt not, us Englishmen, the first, I think, never a deal. Yet it must please them that intend to live without the wretch of this disease. So doing, they shall easily escape it. For of that is good can be engendered no evil, of that is little can be gathered no great store. Therefore healthful must he needs be, and free from this disease, that useth this kind of living and manner in dieting. An example hereof may the wise man Socrates be, which by this sort of diet escaped a sore pestilence in Athens, never fleeing, nay keeping close himself from the same. Truly, who will live according to nature and not to lust, may with this diet be well contented. For nature is pleased with a little, nor seeketh other than that the mind, void of cares and fears, may be in quiet merrily, and the body, void of grief, may be in life sweetly, as Lucretius writeth. Here at large to run out, until my breath were spent, as upon a commonplace, against the intemperance and excessive diet of England, the incommodities and displeasures of the same many ways, and contrary in commendation of mean diet and temperance, called by Plato Sophrosini, for that it concerneth wisdom, and the thousand commodities thereof, both for health, wealth, wit, and long life, while I might and lose my labor. Such be our English fashions rather than reasons. But for that I purpose neither to write a long work, but a short counsel, nor to weary the readers with that they lust not to hear. I will let that pass, and move them that desire further to know my mind therein, to remember what I said before, of little and good eat and spare not, whereby they shall easily perceive my meaning. I therefore go forth with my diet, wherein my counsel is, that the meats be healthful and wholesomely killed, sweetly saved and well prepared in roasting, seething, baking, and so forth, the bread of sweet corn, well leavened and so baked, the drink of sweet malt and good water kindly brewed, without other dross nowadays used. No wine in all the time of sweating, except to such whose sickness require it for medicine, for fear of inflaming and opening, nor except the half be well sodden water. In other times old, pure, and small. Wishing for the better execution hereof, and oversight of good and healthsome victuals, there were appointed certain masters of health in every city and town, as there is in Italy, which for the good order in all things may be in all places an example. The meats I would to be veal, mutton, kid, old lamb, chicken, capone, hen, cock, partridge, pheasant, falfer, small birds, pigeon, young peacocks, whose flesh by certain natural and secret property never putrefy, as hath been proved. Conies, pork of mean age, neither fat nor lean, the skin taken away, roast and eaten cold. Tarts of prunes, jellies of veal and capone. Young beef in this case a little powdered is not to be dispraised, nor new eggs and good milk. Butter in the morning with sage and raw fasting in the sweating time is a good preservative, beside that it nourisheth. Crabs, crevices, pickerel, perch, ruff, gudgeon, lampreys out of gravelly rivers, smelts, dace, barbel, gornard, whiting, soles, flunders, plaice, millers, thumbs, minnows with such others, sod in water and vinegar with rosemary, thyme, sage, and whole maces, and served hot. Yea, sweet salt fish and linge for the salt's sake, wasting the humours thereof, which in many fresh fishes remain, may be allowed well watered to them that have none others and well like it. Not all fishes, no more than all fleshes, be so evil as they be taken for, as is well declared in physic, and approved by the old and wise Romans, much in their fishes, lusty Chartusians never in fleshes, and healthful poor people more in fish than flesh. But we are nowadays so unwisely fine and womanly delicate that we may in no wise touch a fish. The old manly hardness, stout courage, and plentifulness of England is utterly driven away, in the stead whereof men nowadays receive womanliness, and become nice, not able to withstand a blast of wind or resist a poor fish. And children be so brought up that if they be not all day by the fire with a toast and butter and in their furs, they be straight sick. Sauces to meats I appoint first above all things good appetite, and next olives, capers, juice of lemons, barberries, pomegranates, oranges and sorrel, verjuice and vinegar, juice of unripe grapes, thieves or gooseberries. After meat, quinces or marmalade, pomegranates, oranges, sliced, eaten with sugar, sake of the piles or barks thereof, and of pomaciders, old apples and pears, prunes, raisins, dates, and nuts. Figs also, so they be taken before dinner, else no fruits of that year, nor raw herbs or roots in salads, for that in such times they be suspected to be partakers also of the infected air. Of air so much I have spoken before, as appertaineth to the declaration of infection thereby. Now I will advise and counsel how to keep the same pure, for so much as may be, or less infected, and correct the same corrupt. The first is done in taking away the causes of infection, the second by doing in all points the contrary thereto. Take away the causes we may, in damming ditches, avoiding carrions, letting in open air, shunning such evil mists as before I spake of, not opening or stirring evil breathing places, landing muddy and rotten grounds, ferrying dead bodies, keeping canals clean, sinks and easing places sweet, removing dunghills, bugs, and evil-savoring things, inhabiting high and open places, close toward the south, shut towards the wind, as reason will and the experience of M. Varro in the pestilence of Corcyra confirmeth. Correct in doing the contrary, we shall in drying the moist with fires, either in houses or chambers, or on that side of cities, towns, and houses that lieth toward the infection and wind coming together, chiefly in mornings and evenings, either by burning the stubble in the field, or wind-falling in the woods, or otherwise at pleasure. By which policy skilful Acron delivered Athens in Graecia, and divine Hippocrates Abderan in Thracia from the pestilence, and preserved from the same other cities in Greece, at divers times coming with the wind from Ethiopia, Illyria, and Paeonia, by putting to the fires well-smelling garlands, flowers, and odors, as Galen and Serranus write. Of like policy for purging the air were the bonfires made, as I suppose, from long time hitherto, used in the midst of summer, and not only for vigils. In comforting the spirits also, and by altering the air with sweet odors of roses, sweet perfumes of the same, rosemary leaves, bays, and white sanders cut, a few cloves steeped in rose water and vinegar roseate, the infection shall be less noyous. With the same you may also make you a sweet house, in casting it abroad therein, if first by avoiding the rushes and dust you make the house clean. Have always in your handkercher for your nose and mouth, both with you in your house and without, either the perfume before said or vinegar roseate, and in your mouth a piece either of setwell or of the root of annula campana, well steeped before in vinegar roseate, a mace or berry of juniper. In want of such perfumes as is before said, take of myrrh and dry rose leaves, of each a like quantity, with a little frankincense for the like purpose, and cast it upon the coals, or burn juniper and their berries. And for so much as cleanliness is a great help to health, mine advice is that all your clothes be sweet-smelling and clean, and that you wash your hands and face not in warm water, but with rose water and vinegar roseate cold, or else with the fair water and vinegar wherein the piles or barks of oranges and pomegranates are sodden, or the piles of pomaciders and sorrel is boiled. For so you shall close the pores against the air, that it readily enter not, and cool and temper those parts so washed, according to the right intent in curing this disease. For in all that discourse preservation and cure of this disease, the chief mark and purpose is to minister such things as of their nature have the faculty, by cooling, drying, and closing, to resist putrefaction, strength, and defend the spirits, comfort the heart, and keep all the body against the displeasure of the corrupt air. Wherefore it shall be well done if you take of this composition, following every morning the weight of 2d, in 6 spoonfuls of water, or julep of sorrel, and cast it upon your meat as pepper. Rx 6 citri acetos, ros, rup, sandal, citrin, an, 3i. Poli Armeni Oriental, 3i s tersigil, 3s margarit, 3i fol auri puri, number 4 misce, and f pul dividatur ad pond 3s. Or in the stead of this, take fasting the quantity of a small bean of mithridatum, or Venice treacle, in a spoonful of sorrel, or scabious water, or by the self alone. And in going abroad, have in your hand either an handkercher with vinegar and rose water, or a little musk ball of nutmegs, maces, cloves, saffron, and cinnamon, of each the weight of 2d, finely beaten, of mastic the weight of 2d ob of storex, 5d of ladin, 10d of ambre grise, 6 grains, of musk 3 grains, dissolved in right muscadel, temper altogether, and make a ball. In want of mithridatum, or such other as I have before mentioned, use daily the syrups of pomegranates, lemons, and sorrel, of each half an ounce, with as much of the waters of tormentil, sorrel, and dragons, fasting in the morning and 1 hour before supper. A toast in vinegar or verjuice of grapes, with a little powder of cinnamon and setwell cast upon it, or 2 figs with 1 nut carnel, and 10 leaves of rue in each, and a little salt. Or butter, rue, and sage with bread in the morning, eaten next your heart, be as good preservatives as there be easy to be had. These preservatives I here appoint the more willingly among many other further to be fetched, because these may easier be had, as at hand in need, which now to find is my most endeavor, as most fruitful to whom I write. And this to be done I counsel in the sickness time, when first you hear it to be coming and begun, but not in the fit, always remembering not to go out fasting. For as Cornelius Celsus writeth, venom or infection taketh hold much sooner in a body yet fasting than in the same not fasting. Yet this is not to be understand that in the morning we shall straight, as our clothes be on, stuff our bellies as full as Englishmen, as the Frenchman saith to our shames, but to be content with our preservatives, or with a little meat both at breakfast, if custom and need so require, dinner and supper. For otherwise nature, if the disease should take us, should have more ado against the full belly and fierce disease than it were able to sustain. After diet and air followeth filling or emptying. Of filling in the name of repletion I spake before. Of emptying I will now shortly write, as of a thing very necessary for the conservation of man's health. For if that which is evil within be not by good means and ways well fed out, it oftentimes destroys the life. Good means to fed out the evil stuff of the body be two, abstinence and avoidance. Abstinence in eating and drinking little, as a little before I said, and seldom. For so more goeth away than cometh, and by little and little it wasteth the humours and drieth. Therefore, as I ween, through the Counseill of Physic, and by the good civil and politic orders, tendering the wealth of many so much given to their bellies to their own hurts and damages, not able for want of reason to rule themselves, and thereby inclined to all vices and diseases. For the avoiding of the same, increase of virtue, wit, and health, saving wittles, making plenty, avoiding loathsomeness or weariness, by change in taking sometimes that in the sea, and not always destroying that of the land, an order without the which nothing can stand, and commonwealth, days of abstinence and fasting were first made, and not for religion only. Avoidance, because it cannot be safely done without the help of a good physician, I let pass here, expressing how it should be done duly according to the nature of the disease and the estate of the person, in another book made by me in Latin, upon the same matter and disease. Who therefore lusteth to see more, let him look upon that book. Yet here thus much will I say, that if after evacuation or avoiding of humours the pores of the skin remain closed, and the sweating excrement in the flesh continueth gross, which thing how to know hereafter I will declare, then rub you the person meanly at home, and bathe him in fair water, sodden with fennel, chamomile, rosemary, mallows, and lavender, and last of all, pour water half cold over all his body, and so dry him and clothe him. All these to be done before the end of the spring, that the humours may be settled and at rest, before the time of the sweating, which cometh commonly in summer, if it cometh at all. For the turmoiling of the body in that time, when it ought to be most quiet, at rest, and armed against his enemy, liketh me not best here, no more than in the pestilence. Yet for the present need, if it be so thought good to a learned and discreet physician, I condescend the rather. For as in this, so in all others before rehearsed, I remit you to the discretion of a learned man in physic, who may judge what is to be done, and how, according to the present estate of your bodies, nature, custom, and property, age, strength, delight, and quality, time of the year, with other circumstances, and thereafter to give the quantity and make diversity of his medicine. Otherwise look not to receive by this book that good which I intend, but that evil which by your own folly you undiscreetly bring. For good counsel may be abused. And for me to write of every particular estate and case, which be so many as there be men, were so great almost a business as to number the sands in the sea. Therefore seek you out a good physician, and known to have skill, and at the least be so good to your bodies as you are to your hosen or shoes, for the well-making and mending whereof I doubt not but you will diligently search out who is known to be the best hosier or shoemaker in the place where you dwell, and flee the unlearned as a pestilence in the commonwealth. As simple women, carpenters, pewterers, braziers, soap ball sellers, pulters, hostelers, painters, apothecaries, otherwise than for their drugs, avaunters themselves to come from Pole, Constantinople, Italy, Allemagne, Spain, France, Greece, and Turkey, Ind, Egypt or Jewry, from the service of emperors, kings, and queens, promising help of all diseases, yea, uncurable, with 1 or 2 drinks, by waters 6 months of continual distilling, by aurum potabile, or quintessence, by drinks of great and high prices, as though they were made of the sun, moon, and stars, by blessings and blowings, hypocritical prayings, and foolish smokings of shirts, smocks, and kerchiefs, with such others their fantasies and mockeries, meaning nothing else but to abuse your light belief, and scorn you behind your backs with their medicines, so filthy that I am ashamed to name them, for your single wit and simple belief, entrusting them most which you know not at all, and understand least. Like to them which think fair fowls have fair feathers, although they be never so evil-favoured and foul, as though there could not be so cunning an Englishman as a foolish running stranger, of others I speak not, or so perfect health by honest learning as by deceitful ignorance. For in the error of these unlearned resteth the loss of your honest estimation, dear blood, precious spirits, and sweet life, the thing of most estimation and price in this world, next unto the immortal soul. For consuming of evil matter within, and for making our bodies lusty, galliard, and healthful, I do not a little commend exercise, which in us Englishmen I allow quick and livish. As to run after hounds and hawks, to shoot, wrestle, play at tennis and weapons, toss the wind-ball, skirmish at bays, an exercise for a gentleman much used among the Italians, and vauding upon a horse. Bowling a good exercise for women, casting of the bar and camping I count rather a laming of legs than an exercise, yet I utterly reprove them not if the hurt may be avoided. For these a convenient time is before meat, due measure, reasonable sweating, in all times of the year, saving in the sweating time. In the which I allow rather quietness than exercise, for opening the body in such persons specially as be liberally and freely brought up. Others, except sitting artificers, have their exercises by daily labors in their occupations, to whom nothing needeth but solace only, a thing convenient for everybody that lusteth to live in health. For else as none other thing, so not health can be long durable. Thus I speak of solace, that I mean not idleness, wishing always no man to be idle, but to be occupied in some honest kind of thing necessary in a commonwealth. For I account them not worth meat and drink in a commonwealth that be not good for some purpose or service therein, but take them rather as burdens unprofitable and heavy to the earth, men born to fill a number only, and waste the fruits which the earth does give, willing sooner to feed the Lacedaemonian's old and crooked ass, which labored for the living so long as it could for age, than such an idle Englishman. If the honesty and profit of honest labor and exercise, conservation of health, preservation from sickness, maintenance of life, advancement, safety from shameful deaths, defense from beggary, displeasures by idleness, shameful diseases by the same, hateful vices, and punishment of the immortal soul, cannot move us to reasonable labor and exercise, and to be profitable members of the commonwealth, let at the least shame move us, seeing that other countrymen of naught, by their own wit, diligence, labor, and activity, can pick out of a cast bone, a reddened straw, a light feather, or a hard stone, an honest living. Nor ye shall ever hear them say, Alas, master, I have none occupation, I must either beg or steal. For they can find other means between these two. And forsomuch as in the case that now is, miserable persons are to be relieved in a commonwealth, I would wish for not favoring the idle, the discretion of Marcus Cicero the Roman were used in helping them, who would compassion should be showed upon them whom necessity compelled to do or make a fault, and no compassion upon them in whom a fault made necessity. A fault maketh necessity, in this case of begging, in them which might labor and serve, and will not for idleness, and therefore not to be pitied, but rather to be punished. Necessity maketh a fault in them which would labor and serve, but cannot for age, impotency, or sickness, and therefore to be pitied and relieved. But to avoid punishment and to show the way to amendment, I would again wish that forsomuch as we be so evil disposed of ourselves to our own profits and commodities without help, this old law be renewed, which forbiddeth the needy and impotent parents to be relieved of those their wealthy children, that by them and their means were not brought up either in good learning and science or honest occupation. For so is a man without science as a realm without a king. Thus much of exercise, and for exercise. To the which I would now join honest company between man and woman, as a part of natural exercise, and help to the emptying and lighting the body in other times allowed, in this sweating time for health's sake, and for fear of opening the body and resolving the spirits, not approved, but for doubt that with lengthening the book I should weary the reader. Therefore I let that pass, and come to sleeping and walking, which without good order be greatly hurtful to the body. For avoiding the which I take the mean to be best, and against this sweat most commendable. But if by excess a man must in either part offend, I permit rather to watch too much than to lie in bed too long, so that in watching there be no way to surfeiting. All these things duly observed and well executed, which before I have for preservation mentioned, if moreover we can set apart all affections, as fretting cares and thoughts, doleful or sorrowful imaginations, vain fears, foolish loves, gnawing hates, and give ourselves to live quietly, friendly, and merrily one with another, as men were wont to do in the old world, when this country was called Merry England, and every man to meddle in his own matters, thinking them sufficient as they do in Italy, and avoid malice and dissension, the destruction of commonwealths and private houses. I doubt not but we shall preserve ourselves both from the sweating sickness and other diseases also not here purposed to be spoken of. The cure or remedy. But if in leaving apart these or some of them, or negligently executing them, it chances the disease of sweating to trouble our bodies, then, passing the bonds and compass of preservation, we must come to curation, the way to remedy the disease, and the third and last part, as I first said, to be entreated in this book. The principal intent hereof is to let out the venom by sweat according to the course of nature. This is brought to pass safely two ways, by suffering and serving handsomely nature, if it thrust it out readily and kindly, and helping nature if it be let it or be weak in expelling. Serve nature we shall, if in what time soever it taketh us, or whatsoever estate, we straight lay us down upon our bed, if we be up and in our clothes, not taking them off, or lie still if we be in bed out of our clothes, laying on clothes both ways, if we want, reasonably, and not loading us therewith unmeasurably. Thus laid and covered, we must endeavor ourselves so to continue with all quietness, and for so much as may be without fear, distrust, or faint-heartedness, an evil thing in all diseases. For such surrender and give over to the disease without resistance, by which occasion many more died in the first pestilence in Athens that I spake of in the beginning of this book than otherwise should. Our keepers, friends, and lovers must also endeavor themselves to be handsome and diligent about us, to serve us readily at all turns, and never to leave us during 24 hours, but to look well unto us, that neither we cast off our clothes, nor thrust out hand or foot during the space of the said 24 hours. For albeit the great danger be past after 12 hours, or 14 the last of trial, Yet many die after by too much boldness, when they think themselves most in surety, or negligence in attendance when they think no necessity. Whereby it is proved that without doubt the handsome diligence or careless negligence is the saving or casting away of many. If two be taken in one bed, let them so continue, although it be to their unquietness. For fear whereof, and for the more quietness and safety, very good it is during all the sweating time that two persons lie not in one bed. If with this quietness, diligence, and order the sick do kindly sweat, suffer them so to continue, without meat all the 24 hours, without drink until the 5th hour, if it may be, always taking heed to them in the 4th, 7th, 9th, and 11th hour especially, and 14th also as the last of trial and danger, but of less in both. For these be most perilous, as I have observed this year in this disease, having the hours judicial as others have their days, and therefore worse to give anything in, for troubling nature standing in trial. Yet where more danger is in forbearing than in taking, I counsel not to spare in these hours, to do as the case requireth, with wisdom and discretion, but less than in other hours. In the 5th hour, give them to drink clarified ale, made only dulcet, with a little sugar out of cruet, or glass made in cruet fashion, with a neb, for fear of raising themselves to receive the drink offered, and so to let the sweat by the air striking in. But if the sick on this wise before said cannot sweat kindly, then nature must be holpen, as I said before. And for so much as sweat is letted in this disease fewer ways, by disorder, weakness of nature, closeness of the pores in the skin, and grossness of the humors, my counsel is to avoid disorder by such means as hitherto I have taught, and next to open the pores if they be close, and make thin the matter if it be gross, and provoke sweat if nature be weak. Those you shall do by gentle rubbings and by warm drinks, as hereafter straight I will declare. And for that every man hath not the knowledge to discern which of these is the cause of let in sweating, I will show you plainly how to do with most surety and least offense. I will begin with weakness of nature. Therefore, remember well that in treating the causes of this disease, I said that this sweat chanceth commonly in them of the middle age and best lust, the infection having a certain concordance or convenience with the corrupt spirits of them more than others. Know again that nature is weak two ways, either in the self or by the annoyance of another. In the self by want of strength consumed by sickness or otherwise, by annoyance of another, when nature is so overlaid with the quantity of evil humors that it cannot stir. Between these two set your wit, and see whether the person be lusty or sickly. If he be lusty, understand that the sweat doth not stop for weakness of nature in itself. Then of necessity it must be for some of the other causes, but for which thus know. Consider whether the lusty person were in foretime given to much drinking, eating, or ravening, to much ease, to no exercise or bathings in his health, or no. If all these you find in him, know that both nature is weakened by the annoyance of the humors, and that the skin is stopped, and the humors gross, and that for this the sweat is letted. If you find only some of these, and that ravening, annoyance is the cause. If want of exercise or bathings, stoppings of the pores and closeness or grossness of humors, or both be the cause of not sweating. On the other side, if the person be sickly, it is easily known that his weakness consisteth in nature the self. And for so much as weak folks and sick shall also by other causes not sweat, consider if in his sickness he hath sweat much or no, or hath been disposed to it and could not. if he neither hath sweat, nor could sweat disposed, know that closeness of the skin and grossness of the humour is the cause. Therefore everything in his kind must be remedied, weakness of nature by drinks provoking sweat, closeness and grossness by rubbing, as I said. But beware neither to rub or give drinks except you seek cause, as before said. For otherwise the one hindereth nature, and the other letteth out the spirits and wasteth the strength. Therefore, accordingly, if rub you must, give to the sick into their beds a new and somewhat hard kerchief, well warmed but not hot, and bid them rub all their bodies over therewith under the clothes, neither too much, neither too little, nor too hard or too soft, but meanly between, taking you heed which be about them, that by stirring their arms they raise not the clothes to let in the air. 'Tis done, if case so require, give them a good draught of hot posset ale, made of sweet milk turned with vinegar, in a quart whereof parsley and sage of each half 1 little handful hath been sodden, with 3 slifts of rosemary, 2 fennel roots cut, and a few whole maces. Always remembering here, as in other places of this book, to heat the herbs in a pewter dish before the fire, or wash them in hot water before you put them into the posset ale, and that you put there too no cold herbs at any time during the whole fit, or give them posset ale hot with rosemary, titane, and germander, or bayberries, aniseeds, and calamines, with claret wine, sodden and drunk warm, or white wine, with hoar and wild tansy grown in meads sodden therein, and 2 d weight of good treacle, drunk hot, or in the stead of that, wild tansy, mugwort, or firefew. These provoke sweat, may easily be had, and be meetest for them which have all the causes before said of letting the same. But specially if for cold and gross humours, or for closeness of the skin, the sweat cometh not forth. If with 1 draught they sweat not, give them the other, or 2 successively, after half 1 hour between, and increase the clothes, first a little above the mean, after more or less as the case requireth, and make a little fire in the chamber of clean wood, as ash and oak, with the perfume of bdellium, or sweet wood, as juniper, fir, or pine by themselves, remembering to withdraw the fire when they sweat fully, and the clothes above the mean, by little and little as you lay them on, when they first complain of fainting. And after 12 or 14 hours, some also of the mean, but one after another by half 1 hour successively with discretion, always not looking so much to the quantity of the sweat as what the sick may safely bear. And in such cases of fainting, suffer competent open air to come into the chamber, if the same and the weather be hot, for smothering the patient by such windows as the wind lieth not in, nor openeth to the south. Put to their noses to smell vinegar and rosewater in a handkercher, not touching them there with so nigh as may be. Cause them to lie on their right side, and bow themselves forward, call them by their names, and beat them with a rosemary branch, or some other sweet-like thing. In the stead of posset ale, they which be troubled with gouts, dropsies, rheums, or such other moist evil diseases, chancing to sweat, may drink a good draught of the stronger drink of guaiacum, so hot as they can, for the like effects, as also others may, not having these diseases, if it be so ready to them as the other. After they once sweat fully, mine advice is not to give any more posset ale, but clarified ale with sugar, during the whole fit, neither unreasonably, nor so oft as they call for it, neither yet pinching them so much when they have need, always taking heed not to put any cold thing in their mouth to cool and moist them with, nor any cold water, rose water, or cold vinegar to their face during the sweat, and 1 day after at the least, but always use warmth according to nature, never contrarying the same so nigh as may be. If they rave or be frenetic, put to their nose the same odor of rose water and vinegar, to let the vapors from the head. If they sleep, use them as in the case of fainting, I said, with beating them and calling them, pulling them by the ears, nose, or hair, suffering them in no wise to sleep, until such time as they have no lust to sleep, except to learned men in physic the case appeared to bear the contrary. For otherwise the venom in sleep continually runneth inward to the heart. The contrary hereof we must always intend, in provoking it outward by all means during the fit, which so long lasteth in burning and sweating, as the matter thereof hath any fury or apt parts therefore. For as great and strong wine, ale, or beer, so long do burn as there is matter in them apt to be burned, and then cease when that which remaineth is come again to his first nature, that is, to such water clear and unsavory as either the brewer received of the river or wine of the earth. Even so, the body so long continueth burning and sweating, as there is matter apt therefore in the spirits, and then leaveth, when the corruption taking of the finest of the evil blood is consumed, and the spirits left pure and clean as they were from the time of their corruption. This done, and the body by sufficient sweat discharged of the venom, the person is safe. But if he by unruliness and breaking his sweat sweateth not sufficiently, then he is in danger of death by the venom that doth remain, or at the least to sweat once again, or oftener, as many hath done, falling in thrice, 6 times, yea 12 times some. If sufficiently the sweat be come, you shall know by the lightness and cheerfulness of the body, and lankness in all parts, by the continual sweating the whole day and out of all parts, which be the best and wholesome sweats. The other, which come but by times, and only in certain parts, or broken, be not sufficient nor good, but very evil, of whose insufficiency 2 notes learn: a swelling in the parts with a blackness, and a tingling or pricking in the same. Such I advise to appoint themselves to sweat again, to rid their bodies of that remaineth, and abide it out until they feel their bodies lank and light, and to move the sweat as before I said, if the same come not kindly by the self. If they cannot forbear meat during the space of their fit, and fast out their 24 hours without danger, give them a little of an albury only, or of a thin coddle of an egg sodden with 1 whole mace or 2. If they be forced by nature to ease themselves in the meantime, let them do it rather in warm sheets put into them closely than to arise. After they have thus fully sweat, convey closely warm clothes into their beds, and bid them wipe themselves therewith in all parts curiously. And beware that no air enter into their open bodies, and specially their armholes, the openest and rarest part thereof, and let the issue of that which doth remain. The like may be done in the rest of their fit with like wariness, for that cleanliness comforteth nature, and relieveth the patient. If during out the 24 hours there be thought danger of death without removing, rather warm well the other side of the bed, and will him to remove himself into it, than to take him up and remove him to another bed, which in no case may be done. For better is a doubtful ware hope than a certain aventured death. The 24 hours passed duly, they may put on their clothes warm, arise and refresh themselves with a coddle of an egg sweetly made, or such other meats and sauces reasonably and smallly taken, as before I mentioned. And if their strength be sore wasted, let them smell to an old sweet apple, as Aristotle did by his report in the Boke de Pomo, or hot new bread, as Democritus did by the record of Laertius of his life, either by itself alone, or dipped in well-smelling wine, as Malvoisie or Muscadel, and sprinkled with the powder of mints. Oranges also and lemons, or such musk balls as I before described, be things meet for this purpose. For as I said in my 2 little books in Latin, Remedendi Methodo, of device to cure diseases, there is no thing more comfortable to the spirits than good and sweet odors. On this wise advised how to order yourselves in all the time of the fit, now this remaineth, to exhort you not to go out of your houses for 3 days, or 2 at the least, after the fit past, and then wisely, warily, and not except in a fair bright day, or fear of swooning after great emptiness and unwont air, or for forcing nature by sudden striking in of the same air, cold or evil, into the open body. For nature so forced maketh oftentimes a sore and sudden flux, as well after avoidance of these humours by sweat, as was this year well seen in many persons in divers countries in England, for none other cause, as of others by purgation. Thus I have declared the beginning, name, nature, accident, signs, causes, preservations, and cures natural of this disease, the Sweatyng Sicknesse, English ephemera, or pestilent sweat, so shortly and plainly as I could, for the common safety of my good countrymen, help, relief, and defense of the same against the sudden assaults of the disease, and to satisfy the honest request of my long friends and gentle acquaintance. If other causes there be supernatural, them I leave to the divines to search, and the diseases thereof to cure, as a matter without the compass of my faculty. End of section 36. End of the Epidemics of the Middle Ages by Justus HECKER, translated by Benjamin Guy Babington.